Hopefully we don't have. Good morning, everyone. We're going to call the meeting to order. Today is Monday, April 7th, 2025. It is 9 a.m. All council members are present, including town manager, town attorney, town clerk. If you please rise for the invocation, followed by the pledge of allegiance.
We are thankful for this day that you have given us, for its blessings, its opportunities, its challenges. May we appreciate and use each day that is given to us. We pray for strength and guidance for each day as it comes, for each day's duties, and for each day's difficulties. May we be challenged to give our best always, and may we be assured of your presence with us. Amen.
Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next is the approval of the final agenda. We have one change, I believe. It's item C under public hearings, the bicycle safety ordinance. We'll have to open and continue that to a date certain.
Yes,
Nancy?
if I may, Mayor, just to let everyone know, the reason we would like this to be continued to, we will be asking for the June 7th date, is just to allow staff additional time to work with the county to coordinate the best as possible.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Any other changes to the agenda? Is there a motion to approve the final agenda?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Counselor King, second by Counselor Stafford. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Motion carries unanimously. I just realized what I did.
It's okay.
You have to learn how to throw a football, man. Next is public comment. Madam Clerk?
Yep, I have a few signed up already. Up at first is Thomas Brady. Following Mr. Brady will be Ed Rude.
Before you start, just to let everyone know, if you're here to speak public comment for one of the public hearings and you want it to be part of the record, save your comment for the public comment version or portion of that hearing. So go ahead, Tom.
I'm Tom Brady. I'm a resident and I'm also president of Protect FMB. I'm here today because obviously we strongly oppose the Seagate Development Agreement, and I want to discuss how our concerns have been handled.
Hey, Thomas, pull your mic
Pull your
away.
mic down.
Some of you who voted in favor said you can't discuss this issue due to pending legal matters, but at the same time, you suggested that those opposed are just a small vocal group, implying that we're the problem. That narrative is dismissive. It discredits residents who are simply standing up for their own. The disruption didn't come from you. It came from those that voted to approve this project. Let me be clear, this is not a small group. We've raised over $70,000 in 2 months and have hundreds of supporters, most giving under $500. This is not a fringe movement, and no, we're not anti-development. We support reasonable, thoughtful development on Fort Myers Beach. This project has permanent consequences. One single widow we represent lives directly across from the proposed site. Her window will face a 255-foot tall building just set back 10 feet from Denera Boulevard. She doesn't have a means to fight this. We're fighting for her. Same goes for longtime resident Mike Dagnese, who raised his family here. We were misled about View Corridor. We've contacted 2 fellows from the American Institute of Certified Planners who will challenge Seagate's claims on this issue. We support public benefit, but we want it defined and we want public input. We were promised input through charrettes, and that has never happened. Let's have those public meetings. Let's define public benefit. I'll organize that. What feedback did we get from the library? No one voted for tall buildings. We still have time to get this right. Why take testimony from non-residents about density and red coconut when we have locals who work there every single day that will deny what was said from the previous owner's comments? Some will argue that Seagate will bring in property taxes, while recent proposals by the state say property taxes may go away. That's not a reason to do it. The decision was denied by the LPA It was a split vote there, and now a new town manager will inherit this. Let's give them a chance to review it. As Fran Meyer said, and it's on YouTube to NBC, and I quote, "Oh, we won't see giant towers. No, you will not see giant towers here." Thank you.
Next up is Ed Rude. Following Mr. Rude is Philip Migliorati.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well this morning. I've been keeping up somewhat with the Protect FMB movement myself. And while I do agree with some of their concerns, I've noticed something that I believe is a pretty serious issue, and I'd like to bring it to the council's attention for your consideration. The town has an appointee on the LPA board, Anita Saracito, who appears to also be a very active member of the Protect FMB movement. By active member, I mean someone who is actually recruiting additional members and asking for donations to support the Protect FMB mission, which includes hiring a legal firm to sue the very town that has appointed her to her position on the LPA. It appears from the information I have that she also has donated money to the Protect FMB causes. I don't know about the legalities of her monetary support for Protect FMB, but I think that everyone would agree that it would be considered unethical, a conflict of interest, and problematic legally in the future for the town, since she serves on the LPA board. I would ask council to temporarily relieve Anita of her position on the LPA board, while the council and the town attorney consider the legal ramifications from all the directions. I'm guessing that since Anita supports Protect FMB, that she also shares the same bias towards the Arches, Seagate, and the other 3 proposed projects that are actually listed on the Protect FMB website. At tomorrow's LPA meeting, it would stand to reason that Anita could not be impartial or objective regarding the Arches project presentation. Therefore, she should not have the opportunity to voice her opinion or be able to vote tomorrow on the Arches proposal. The council has every right to temporarily suspend an appointed board member that they have appointed, or to remove them permanently if they deem necessary. It should be obvious, even to the casual observer, that Anita puts the town and its taxpaying residents at risk for expensive legal challenges from developers. It cannot be beneficial to have an avid supporter for Protect FMB on the LPA board. Her actions are unprecedented, a huge conflict of interest, and unhealthy for the reconstruction of the town. I'm asking the council to consider this information today and to take some preemptive action before the LPA meeting tomorrow concerning the decision of the Arches. The town council can then have time to discuss this with the town attorney, and a determination can be made for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Philip Migliorati, and following Philip is Paula Kiker.
Good morning, Philip Migliorati, 100 Tarpon Road, Fort Myers Beach. I'm here to talk about 8211 Estero Boulevard once again. We've moved forward, it seems, in a pretty good fashion. Talking to Mr. Kropasik this morning. I'm going to Kopacek.
There you go.
He was kind of telling me that and there were a flurry of emails over the weekend, so I appreciate everybody that took the time to write them. I know that Mr. Frankie,
You had it once.
and I got a bad name too, so I'm sorry, Mr. Frankie. Sent some emails out. But the owner has also responded again with some more of his, respectfully, I'll say I like the word poppycock. He's trying to buy more time again, and I hope we won't fall into that pit again and allow him just an unending permit process here for the demolition. If you're going to allow him to handle it, great, but we need an end to it here, not just 6 months. So or 30 days or whatever it is. If the town can do it in 15 days, I've checked with some demolition companies. They're hungry for work. They'll be there in a few days to get it done. He has a permit in hand. So I appreciate everyone's help. Happy Monday. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Paula Kiker, and that's all I have signed up after Miss Kiker.
Morning, Paul.
I share the same concerns as Mr. Root, and that's why I'm here today. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. Paula Kiker, 6035 Estero Boulevard. I'm here today to state my opinion on a matter that I learned about over the weekend. It has come to my attention that Ms. Saracita has not only donated to the Protect FMB organization, but is actively lobbying for others to donate on social media. And my comments today are for any member on the LPA who has also donated, if any. Florida Statute 112 discusses the code of ethics for advisory boards. Are her actions unethical? Only you or those who serve on LPA who have made a donation must judge that for themselves. I have been around politics long enough to know I would have answered yes to that question. You, as our elected officials, hold yourself to a higher standard. As members of the LPA, they should follow that same standard, that same code of ethics, that same code of conduct. Ms. Saracita, as I mentioned in my email to all of you yesterday, I praised her for her work on the island, her dedication now, in the past, and I am most certain in the future. She is known as our matriarch to our island, a voice of reason, and has earned the public trust. As an appointed member of LPA by you, the town council, and an influencer by her role, especially as chairperson, her actions will cost the island. It will cause more conflict between homeowners. It will cause financial harm to our town, both monetarily and in time. And we all know time is money. What impact will her actions going forward have on the future developments coming before the LPA when she is part of a suit against her own municipality? Will anyone coming before LPA feel they will have a fair process? If you believe in something, then by gosh, fight for it till the end, but do not serve on an advisory committee that makes recommendations to you, our elected officials. Do not discuss a project in the public eye, vote on that project, and when a decision goes a different way, lobby against it and sue the very entity that you are working for. Will there be any other lawsuits because of decisions going their way? In this speaker's opinion, it's just wrong in so many ways. Ordinance 2-96 allows you, by the state statute, states that any member of an agency, a board committee, or commission serving at the pleasure of the town council may be removed by the town council with or without cause. I urge the town council to look into this issue today, as there are more important meetings tomorrow. And one more thing, I just want to say thank you for all your dedication, and to Mr. Hyatt, an unamounting gratitude for everything you've done for our town. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Paul.
That's all I have signed up.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Local achievements and recognition. Yazo? Oh, there he is. I'm looking back there. He snuck up.
Hi. Thomas Yazzo, Operations Compliance Manager, Fort Myers Beach. Today, we are recognizing some of our rangers and our code officers who participated in a rescue on the beach on the 18th of March. One of our rangers, Tucci, was on regular patrol, came across a gentleman who had just collapsed on the beach. She immediately engaged with the family, started CPR on the subject, called out over her radio, gave a transmission.
Tom, move up a little bit, the microphone. Yeah, there.
Gave a transmission that there was a subject out on the beach and she was starting CPR. She initiated CPR, was calling out for people to call 911 at the same time. Base called 911 for her, and the Rangers started to come to her aid and sent to that space. So today we'd like to recognize all the hard work that went into that. Fire department showed up with LCSO. They had to used a defibrillator on the subject on the beach twice, brought him back. He ended up surviving. He's now in the hospital still, recovering, but that man's alive today because of our staff. So I'd like to recognize them for that today. Sadly, Roxanne couldn't make it today. She had a family emergency with her mother for a medical thing, but we have the other rangers and code officers here today, and I'd like to recognize them for all the expertise they put into this and the professionalism out there saving that man's life. If we could start with Bob Monahan, Ranger Monahan.
I'd just like to make a quick comment.
Turn on microphone.
Use the mic.
There you go.
Make a quick comment that this gentleman left the beach, and I was right there when he left the beach, and he was mumbling to the medics, and he was moving, and he was getting his heart rate back, and that's solely because of Roxanne Tucci's initial actions to jump right in at the onset and start the CPR. So without a doubt in my mind, that man wouldn't have walked off that beach if Roxanne was not there and did what she did. She deserves all this credit. Thank you.
Next, we'd like to recognize Code Officer Tim Hoffman, who was also on the scene. So, as always, all of our team worked together in this, but Tim Hoffman was the first one to get out there and start talking to witnesses, start getting names and engaging with everything as Ranger Monahan was assisting with the CPR process and making sure the medical personnel got where they needed to go. And lastly, Ranger Mahon, Mike Mahon. And Ranger Mahon was on the street at the time, making sure that the FD could get over with the ambulance and such, shut down traffic on Estero right at the intersection, which we know is no small move to get that shut down so we get everybody in that space. So to all of our staff, we want to thank everyone. Thank
Seriously, great job, you guys. All of you. Wonderful.
What's going on there?
Oh, sorry.
There we go. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Sorry, I didn't mean to step on your foot there. Yeah, whatever.
That's it. All right. Next, we've got advisory committee items, reports, and appointments. I don't believe we have anyone here. Okay. Next is the approval of the minutes. We have the management and planning session from March 13th, 2025, and the town council meeting from March 17th, 2025. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Moved. Second.
Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is our consent agenda. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items, all related to hurricane state of emergencies. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Woodson,
Second.
seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously. There are no items removed from the consent agenda. Next is our public hearings. The next two items, do I need to say two? Not, okay. The next two items on our agenda are public hearings for a review of various land use requests. For the benefit of the public, please be aware that these items are quasi judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Thank you, Mayor. So your first item is an amendment, I believe, to an existing I'm sorry, it's a CPD, and the second item is also CPD, which are rezoning matters. So rezonings are quasi judicial in nature, and this requires that both of these public hearings comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. Quasi judicial proceedings are less formal than proceedings before a circuit court, but they are more formal than the remainder of our meeting, and we will be following basic standards of due process that require certain notices, the application of the correct standards, and your decisions made on competent and substantial evidence presented to you in either written documents or through oral testimony. Your job is to evaluate the testimony and the information for both of these items and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or state law has been satisfied. So pure speculation or opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by you in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who have been qualified as experts, qualified by you in a particular area, has been considered to be competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information, such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, etc., or if their testimony is based on their personal knowledge and belief. Your decision is final. If a decision of approval is not obtained, or if a tie vote results from a motion to approve or a motion to deny, then the matter being considered is denied unless the majority of you that are present and voting agree by a motion before the next agenda item is called to take some other action in lieu of a denial. Such other action may be moved or seconded by any member regardless of their prior vote on the motion. So if you decide to deny an application or a request, the reason for the denial should be stated in your motion. Denial of a quasi-judicial matter must not be based on a determination of public support or opposition to an application. Rather, the reason for the denial also cannot be arbitrary, discriminatory, or unreasonable. Instead, it should be based on a lack of competent and substantial evidence in support of the required criteria. So if there is a denial of an application or the request is denial with prejudice, the request is a denial with prejudice unless the council states otherwise. What is the difference? If an application is denied with prejudice, no similar application for rezoning covering the same property shall be resubmitted or initiated for a period of 12 months from the date of the denial. However, if the denial of the application is with prejudice, it would not prevent an application for a different rezoning, which in the opinion of staff is substantially different. On the other hand, if the council's denial is without prejudice, then the applicant may make modifications to the original application and submit the modified application to the town council for reconsideration or submit an application for other action by the town's consideration without having to wait that 12-month period. Any resubmitted application shall clearly state the modifications which have been made to the original request. So those of you that are present, if you do intend to speak, please keep my comments in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you have been sworn in, and your qualifications or your interests in the matter. So for purposes of efficiency, before we begin these public hearings, we'd like to go ahead and dispose of a few housekeeping matters. I first would like to ask the town clerk, have the two agenda items been properly advertised pursuant to our land development code?
Yes, they have been.
At this time, I need to ask council if any of you have a conflict of interest under Chapter 112 of Florida statutes that would prevent you from participating in the two agenda items that you have before you today.
Council Safford,
I do not.
Council Woodson.
I do not.
I do not as well. Vice Mayor.
None.
Council King.
None.
Okay, so at this time, I would ask if there is anyone who is present today and would like to speak and provide testimony during these quasi judicial hearings for both cases, if you would please rise and raise your right hand, and our town clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, all parties have been sworn.
Okay, this is the second reading and public hearing of an ordinance entitled an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying an agreement to the commercially planned development CPD zoning previously approved by resolution 07-28 for parcels located at 2500 and 2510 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap numbers 19-46-24-W3-0120A.0100, 19-46-24-W3-0130.0000 to add parcels 215 Estero Boulevard and 2543 Cottage Avenue, generally identified as strap numbers 19-46-24-W3-0130.0000 and 19-46-24-W3-0120A.013A in Fort Myers Beach, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that received, or observations made of the site. Councilor King.
Just some emails since the last hearing.
Vice Mayor Earl.
Since the last hearing, I've had additional emails and conversations with the remonstrators as well as the applicant.
I also, since the last meeting, have had emails from the public as well as the applicant.
I too have had the same since the last meeting, emails from public and conversations with the applicant.
I've received emails as well and a phone call from Mr. Gallagher at the neighborhood company.
Yeah, I need to amend mine. I forgot about the phone call.
So council members, having made these disclosures, are you still able to come to the hearing today with an open mind, willing to listen to the testimony, evaluate the evidence based on our code?
Councilor King.
Yes.
Vice Mayor.
Yes.
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 Wilson? Safford.
Yes.
We have present the attorney for the applicant. If the attorney would like to ask any questions regarding the disclosure, this would be an appropriate time. Okay.
All right. Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time that weren't already before? None? Has the property owner been given a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? Yes. Okay. Go ahead, Judith.
Good morning, Judith Frankel, Community Development. The application here before you is presented by the neighborhood company on behalf of the property owner, Empire Holding Corp. They are requesting to expand the CPD boundaries as approved by Resolution 0728. The existing CPD consists of a 0.52 acre parcel at 2500 and 2510 Estero Boulevard with a maximum of 23,067 square feet of buildable area. They are requesting the addition of two abutting parcels, 2518 Estero and 2543 Cottage Avenue, into this CPD. The site was not developed after the approval of that original resolution. And these two lots were purchased by the property owner after that CPD was approved by the town. Those two lots previously contained single-family homes, but were destroyed by Hurricane Ian. The proposed new boundaries that would include these two parcels would bring the boundary area to a total of 0.69 acres. This ordinance is necessary to enable the applicant to develop the site as one entity. As a reminder, at the LPA meeting on January 9th, the LPA voted unanimously to recommend approval of this request. At the town council hearing on March 3rd, the town council voted unanimously to move this request to a second hearing. There haven't been any changes to this ordinance since that time. The applicant is here in case you have any questions, and then I'll be back to go over the criteria for approval.
Okay, and Councilor King, any questions for Judith before she,
None currently.
Vice Mayor?
Just for those watching, Judith, would you just take it up 10,000 feet so people don't get confused about the two separate issues before us, and just sort of explain to the public the difference between the first item and the second item?
Sure. So the first portion that we're talking about now increases the size of the commercial plan development boundary area. So right now there is approved zoning regulation for 2 parcels. This would add 2 additional parcels into that boundary area, increasing the size, as I said, to 0.69 acres. What we're going to hear after this has to do with the uses that will be allowed on that property. So the 2 parts of size we're talking about now, and then second, we're going to talk about what they'll be allowed to do
Okay.
on that lot.
Thank you.
Councilor Woodson?
I'm good at this point.
Councilor Safford?
I have nothing at this time.
Thanks, Judith.
Mayor, I do have a question. I do know on the second item regarding the mobile vendor park, there was a request for intervener status. I don't know if that request also is applicable to this hearing. The attorney for the interveners in the other case is present.
Hi there, for the record, Katie Berkey. I'm a land use and zoning attorney and certified land planner at Becker and Polikoff, representing Pelican Watch, Tom and Deb Danford, and Ed French, who are owners adjacent to the proposed expanded CBD boundary before you in this item, and also the expansion of the permitted uses under the second item. Our request for intervener status was for both applications, but in the interest of time, our substantive remarks are more so on the change of use. I know the agenda has item 1 and item 2. I didn't know in the interest of time, it made sense to substantively hear the second item on the expansion of uses, since that's the bulk of our concern.
So are you asking for intervener status?
Yes, correct.
On the first item, which is adding the 2 additional parcels?
Correct. And I believe we were recognized in both proceedings at first reading as interveners.
Yes. Okay.
So I would ask council, is there any objection to allowing them to continue as interveners in this case?
Councilor King?
No objection.
Vice Mayor?
No objection.
Councilor Woodson?
I have none.
Councilor Safford?
None.
I don't have anything. So I'll make a motion to, do I have to give her name? Is it Katie, but I didn't catch the last part.
Miss Berkey.
Miss Berkey, okay. I'll make a motion to accept Miss Berkey, or grant Miss Berkey intervener status for this hearing and for the following hearing.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Thank
Thank you.
So council, before we get into the meat of the discussion, as interveners, could you go ahead and set what the ground rules would be?
Yeah, I believe last time it was 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
I think we keep the same ground rules that we had at the first hearing, if there's no objection from the applicants. Oh, Miss Becker's Just getting your steps in.
For the record, again, Katie Berkey, we would respectfully request 35 minutes collectively, which is what we were granted last time. But we don't have our experts with us today, so I suspect it'll go faster than that.
How many people do you have that are going to come up?
It'll be Randy Briceth, who's the president of Pelican Watch on Zoom. We have myself, Ed French, Deb Danford, and that's it for us collectively. So 35 between us, but I suspect we'll be faster.
What do you think, Councilor King? You have any?
I'm still trying to do the math.
That's well, it'd be
It's
20
20
people. It'd be
minutes.
20 people if we did 5 minutes versus the
20
35.
minutes.
That was, but you had more
Well,
speakers. at
and
the
I
last
need to
hearing.
submit a couple things into the record, and part of my time was carved out for the aggrieved party status. So if that's been settled, that'll save me some time too. And again, our substantive remarks are more so on the second item. So I imagine that 35 minutes being more so applicable to the second item versus the boundary. But the intrusion presented by those uses with the boundary expansion is problematic for us as well.
So I'm confused. So for this particular agenda item, how much time are you asking for? Because they're offering you five minutes, right? Per.
That's what it was at the last hearing. Yes.
Mhm, yeah.
So you need 35 minutes for each of these items?
Probably under 5 minutes for us on this item, and then 35 on the bulk for the expansion of the uses versus the footprint of the second item.
So 20 minutes on this.
20 minutes on this one, 35 on the next one. I don't have an issue with that. Counselor Safford?
That's fine.
Counselor Woodson?
I'm fine with that.
Vice Mayor? No objection. Counselor King?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. For the record, Noel Davies with the law firm of Davies Duke on behalf of the applicant. With respect to this first item, which again relates only to the proposed expansion of the boundary of the existing CPD, we don't have anything further to add from first reading. We'd respectfully ask that the record from first reading be incorporated into today's second reading. I'm here for questions. The team's here for questions. My clients are here for questions, but we don't have anything further to add today, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions for Noel? Counselor King?
None.
Vice Mayor?
None.
Counselor Woodson?
None.
Counselor Safford?
Not at this time.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
She sat back down. Miss Berkeley? Did you hear me? Would you like to come up and start your presentation? Or someone else from your group?
I'm happy to start first. Thank you. Again, for the record, Katie Berkey, land use attorney and certified land planner at Becker and Pulley.
Pull the mic down just a little bit.
And I have been sworn in. And again, for the record, I represent Pelican Watch Condo Association immediately adjacent to the project boundary.
There you go.
Is
Thank
that
you.
better? On the east side, as well as Thomas and Deborah Danford, who are managing members of Coastal Cottages LLC, who are about 31 feet from the southern project boundary across Cottage. And Edwin French, and I apologize, the Danford's address is 2520 and 2522 Cottage Ave. And I also represent Ed French, owner of 2548 and 2550 Cottage Ave, again, about 31 feet from the project boundary across Cottage. And for all the reasons that you've heard already at first reading and from the prior testimony from our experts, Max Forgy, certified planner, Mohsen Salehi, transportation planner, and Matt Simmons, an appraiser and property valuation expert, the intrusion of this expanded commercial use is problematic, encroaching into longstanding existing residential projects, and will have a significant impact in conjunction with the second item that we'll expand upon under the second item. And so we appreciate your consideration, but for all those reasons before you, in terms of substantial competent evidence, we ask that you deny the expansion. Alternatively, pause taking action on this item to hear the substantive comments on the second item.
Is that a question for us?
It just alternate scenarios, either deny or hold discussion for the more substantive remarks on the expanded uses under the second item.
Okay.
All right. And let's see, Ed, did you want to come up on the boundary to speak?
Good morning, everybody. Good to see everybody. Ed French, 2548 and 2550 Cottage Avenue. Just want to put my 2 cents in that I'm not interested in seeing any more commercial in my neighborhood. It will cause foot traffic and other problems, but I know you'll do your best to help guard our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Who else? Coming back up.
And I believe we can turn it to Randy, who's on Zoom, the president of Pelican Watch.
have any comments on this. I'd like to speak to point 2 when we get to it, but I think they're very intertwined. And I think can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, Randy.
Yeah. So first of all, I'll say most of this for point 2, but I would like to say, Randy Bryseth, I'm an owner at Pelican Watch and the current HOA president. I would like to say thank you to both town staff, town attorney, and council for letting me dial in remote. My wife is starting chemo today, day 1 of chemo, and I'm trying to juggle this and her stay at the hospital today, so I appreciate being able to dial in. The one thing about I think that's interesting about the point 1 on this is that it really squeezes the other 2 properties that are adjacent. So I don't know if the O'Loughlin's or the other party are there, but there's a highly detrimental effect to them, which probably reduces their homeowner value, which makes them more likely to sell, which makes those lots even more amenable for future purchase by the applicant, which it's a huge squeeze on those other 2 homes. And thus then that land can also be purchased and put into this context also. So it's an interesting road we're going down here with this rezoning because of the possible impact on those other 2 homes, and thus the expansion of this property even further down the road. So one decision today will likely lead to others down the road, and then that becomes even more intrusive to Pelican Watch and the Frenches and the Danfords, who are immediately adjacent to that entire property line. That's my comment on point 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Katie Berkey on behalf of Ed French, Pelican Watch, and the Danfords. I also want to submit into the record, this is for agenda items 1 and 2. And the first item is my resume, just so you have some background more so on my planning experience as a certified planner. The second item is a supplemental letter from Matt Simmons dated April 4th. And this just underscores that for both the first item before you on the boundary and the second item on the expansion of the uses, that really conditions of approval don't, from a value impact standpoint, have a material effect, just given the nature of an open air food truck park this close to longstanding residential uses. However, he notes, while the proposed conditions we're putting before you on item 2 do not fully mitigate the factors that will cause negative value influences, the conditions proposed at least provide a chance of mitigating those impacts. So that's his April 4th letter. Also is an updated report from Matt Simmons. His original report is in the agenda packet before you today, dated January 31st. The only edit is the specific reference to the Danford property and then by name. Otherwise, all the conclusions and findings are the same. And a supplemental letter from Mohsen Salehi as well, emphasizing the need for a traffic impact statement versus just a trip generation study, again, for the second item, but because they're running together, I want to get these in the record for both items.
Just give them to Amy and she'll make sure.
And that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anyone else?
That's it from the intervener
Okay.
group. There may be other individual unit owners who wish to speak though.
You heard the timer.
Yes. Noel, do you want to say anything? Rebuttal? We'll open it up for public comment. Oh, you're in. Oh, come on up. Well, is the timer out for the interveners?
5 each.
5 each. Okay, come on.
Hi, I'm David Tezak. Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, this is just regarding the spot zoning. Is that my understanding?
It's not part of Katie's.
Was he on the list? I don't. No.
Are you represented by Ms. Berkey?
I'm represented by myself.
Okay.
Yes.
So just for the record, purposes of the record, can you state your, why you believe you're an intervener?
Okay.
And the council then make a determination if you are. The difference is really going to be, you can speak for 5 minutes or 3 minutes.
Well, let me ask you this. What is the definition of an intervener?
An individual who has an interest in the party, in the matter at hand, above and beyond that of any other member of the public.
Okay, well, that's me. I own 50 Chapel Street, which is at the end of Chapel. It's a landlocked piece of property. Okay, and the only access is one way in and one way out. I also own the party to the right, 2440 Cottage Street. Okay, this spot zoning here, first of all, is illegal.
Hold on, before.
Yeah.
So you want us to take a vote to?
Yes, you
intervener
should.
status?
Just for the record, purposes of the record, and I also understand you didn't get sworn
I
in
did,
earlier.
I did the last time. I was at the last hearing.
Okay, well,
But I
this
could do
is
it
where
again.
you
Yeah, I
get.
could do it again.
There you go.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Vice Mayor.
Mayor,
Yes.
just a parliamentary inquiry, Madam Town Attorney. So I have no problem giving him intervener status, but we have a formal intervener group represented by council. And this gentleman was not on their list. Is he coming in as a separate intervener then?
That is my understanding.
Okay.
Yes, he's representing himself as he's testified.
Very good. All right, thank you.
Councilor King, you have any issues with giving Mr. Tezak intervener status?
None.
Councilor Woodson?
None.
Councilor Stafford?
None.
All right, I will make a motion to grant Mr. Tezak his 5 minutes of intervener status for this hearing.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Take it away, Mr. Tezak.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Did you all get my letters I sent you? I emailed you a copy of my legal theories on it and also on my public hearing statement. Did you all receive those?
I received your emails, yes.
Yes.
All of you did?
Yeah, I responded to it too.
Okay, you did. Scott, you did respond to it.
I responded as well.
You did, well, you responded back to him, yes, I did receive that. First and foremost, the ordinance constitutes unlawful spot zoning. The town attorney may offer a contrary opinion, but the facts and the Florida case law do not support it. The proposed rezoning would single out two small residential parcels and combine them with a previously undeveloped lot to create a high-intensity commercial use in the middle of a low-impact mixed-use area. As I stated in the last time, this is the second oldest residential neighborhood on Fort Myers Beach. That's the textbook definition of spot zoning as described in Bird Kindle versus Metro-Dade County and other cases, which I had listed and I sent you all those. The proposed use of food truck with alcohol, live amplified music, commercial restrooms directly contradicts the town comprehensive plans. And I stated the policies. You're taking a subdivision that was 20 acres and you're putting a postage size half acre and you're putting the most extreme use. I mean, if you do the research, and now I'm an expert. I've been in real estate since I was 18. I've been a licensed broker for 18 years. I've been in real estate my whole life. And I'm active now, and I can tell you for a fact that would depreciate all the values of those properties. This trailer, truck, trash park, whatever you want to call it. But this is a commercial parking lot. And I have a private road that goes down to my two parcels, and the National Transportation Study says we're going to end up with about 900 people a day. Now, this proposal has it to where there's a public bathroom servicing the people on the beach. You're going to have 900 people walking between my property. Now, I lived there for 35 years, and I can tell you with certainty I've got over 200 calls into the sheriff's department for complaints. I'll bring those into you. I probably have called the beach patrol almost on a daily event from all the illegal parking that goes on. I have to kick out people every day out of my driveway that want to park and unload and load there. This will exacerbate that 100-fold. So I think you need to consider the people who have lived there a long time, that have been residents a long time. My family has paid probably over close to $500,000 in property taxes. And this is not what we're looking for. So I'm asking you not to approve this. It is way beyond anything that should go there. And I can assure you, this will be a lawsuit of epic proportions. Thank you.
No, you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, counsel for the record, Noel Davies on behalf of the applicant. You have ample, substantial, competent evidence in your record from first reading with respect to this item. Applicant relies upon that. I think that addresses and counters testimony that you've heard from interveners. We do meet your criteria for amending this CPD to expand boundary, and we do that in accordance with the governing legal standards. With that, I have nothing further, Mr. Mayor, but I'm happy to answer questions, as is my client and its team.
Counselor Safford, do you have any questions for Noel?
I have a question for our attorney, but not for you at this time. May I ask? No?
Yes,
Sure.
that's fine.
And I asked this in the first hearing. Your legal opinion is spot zoning.
So spot zoning, a case was cited, is basically very fact specific. The facts in the case that was cited, probably, I did not pull that case. I just found out about this last night. Are most likely different. So if this were to go to court based on an allegation of spot zoning, the court would look at the totality of the facts that are present. And in my opinion, looking at all the facts doesn't appear to be spot zoning.
But you, Mr. Davis,
It's not spot zoning. That's a different situation. We meet your criteria. To your town attorney's point, those are very specific facts that have to be analyzed in each case and in each application and put up against the criteria of the town. And that's not the circumstances here. This is not a spot zoning request.
Anything else, Counselor Safford?
No.
Counselor Woodson?
That was the same question I was going to have, so I'm good.
Vice Mayor? No. Okay.
None.
Thank you. Anyone else with your team want to say something? Ken, you sure? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now open it up for public comment. Is there any members of the public that wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Is anyone that would like to speak on public comment? You did? Go
I
ahead.
have Susan Bonfigli, and following Miss Bonfigli would be Ed French.
Okay.
Good morning, I'm Susan Bonfigli. I live at 2434 Cottage Avenue. My husband and I are full-time residents. I wasn't actually going to speak on this issue, but points did come up. And I don't know if you take a single residential property on Cottage Avenue and apply the CPD process to it, and all of a sudden it's commercial. If that's not spot zoning, I don't know what is. But effectively, by moving it into this larger parcel, you are taking one of my residential neighborhood properties, which formerly had a home and would still have a home had Ian not knocked it down, and you're changing its use. And you're expanding, and the idea of bringing and expanding the commercial entities around my residential neighborhood does not soothe me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, hold on. Yep. You're good? Okay.
Okay.
Who else, yeah?
Sandy Spitzer, and that's all I have signed up after Miss Spitzer.
record, Sandy Spitzer, my husband and I am sworn in. My husband and I have been owners in Pelican Watch for 44 years. Ladies and gentlemen, you've had a long day. You've had meetings. You're looking forward to getting home, putting your feet up, getting a glass of wine. It's quiet, but wait, you cannot do that any longer. There's a food truck park 10 feet from your property. Okay, so now you have people, you have noise, you have smells, you have generators. Okay, it's the end of the week now. You're looking forward to the weekend. You think, okay, Saturday, I'll get up, be nice and quiet, maybe get some things done in the yard. Throughout the day, at the end of the day, it'll be quiet, nice breeze, cold drink. But wait, you can't do that anymore. You have a food truck park 10 feet from your property. And this is 7 days a week, 365 days a year, starting early morning, going into the evening. So much for your sanctuary. You have people parking on your property. They want to just run in, get some food, run back out. They're going to just park on your property. They're not going to use the parking area that's supposed to be designated. So gone is your sanctuary. You can no longer put your feet up. You no longer have quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
That's all I have signed up.
Dave, you wanna come on? Just come on up. Gotta wait till you get to the microphone.
All right. Yeah, I just want to reply back to what the attorney said. First of all,
State your name for us again, Dave.
David Tezak. The town attorney publicly stated belief that the rezoning proposal does not constitute spot zoning and suggested it would prevail in court. Such an opinion requires clear grounding in Florida law. As residents directly impacted by this rezoning, we firmly believe her assessment warrants reconsideration as a rezoning proposal aligns closely with Florida's established criteria for unlawful spot zoning. According to the city of Jacksonville Beach versus Marisol Land Development by the first DCA in 1998, unlawful spot zoning occurs when a zoning change confers special benefits to a single property owner. That's the case here. Introduces incompatible uses to the area. We don't even have an ordinance for it. That's against Florida statute. You got to have an ordinance for it. So that doesn't come in compliance. Is inconsistent with comprehensive planning and provides no substantial public benefit. So there's your criteria for spot zoning. If that's not exactly spot zoning, you need to get a new attorney because I'll see you in court over it.
Careful. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak in public comment?
I have not been sworn in.
Come on up. We'll get you sworn in.
I'm kind of taking this over for my family, the
Hold on a
Goldberg.
second.
My name is Sally Goldberg.
Okay. Let's get
We
you
are.
sworn in.
Ma'am,
Let's get you
ma'am,
sworn in.
let's get you sworn in first. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Again, my name is Sally Goldberg, and we are on what was 60 Chapel Street, and then it was rezoned, and we found all this out after Hurricane Ian took everything, that it's now 2518 Cottage Avenue. And if anyone knows Chapel and Cottage right there on the corner, my family has owned that for almost 60 years. And I got put into the situation just within the weekend because of some health issues with our family. Excuse me. So this is all new to me, other than I did hear that they were going to put commercial use right in 10 steps from our property that we've owned. And I just can't imagine that there any good conscience of anybody on this board would be okay with that kind of zoning. So I just wanted to let you know that 2518 Cottage or 60 Chapel Street, whatever you want to call it, will be on the side of the legal rights for the residents in that neighborhood who have lived there for 60, 40, 20 years. And thank you for your time.
Anyone else would like to speak in public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Any additional comments, questions, rebuttal from the applicant? No?
One quick comment for the record, Mr. Mayor. At first reading, you heard plenty of testimony that confirmed specifically from experts, both from the town and from the applicant, that the subject request is consistent with your comprehensive plan, that it meets your regulations in the land development code. And that testimony, which goes to the legal standard of competent substantial evidence for the request, overcomes any allegation of spot zoning. And with that, I'm happy to answer any other final questions. Thank you.
Scott, any final questions?
None.
Okay.
I am confused by what Ms. Goldberg said. How does 60 Chapel Street now become 2518 Cottage?
I'm not sure. I don't think that's a question for me or related to the subject request.
Okay.
I think that I
I'll
expect
go
that's
back
some
to this.
addressing issue on her end.
Vice Mayor? No. Council Key?
None.
Thanks. Thank you. All right. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion.
Mayor,
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think
did I miss
staff,
one?
did staff have
Staff?
any comments on this
Any more
one?
comments or any questions for Judah?
Well,
Come on.
I'm prepared to go over the findings and conclusions.
Let's, oh,
during
yep, we
the-
gotta do that.
Okay. We're gonna go over Land Development Code sections 34-85B, 34-85C, and 34-216-2. Okay. So starting off with 3485B, considerations. In reaching its decision, the town council shall consider the following whenever applicable. Where there exists an error or ambiguity which must be corrected. We do not believe errors or ambiguities exist in this case. Whether there exists change or changing conditions which make approval of the request appropriate. The purchase of the two adjacent properties initiated the request for the expanded boundary. The impact of a proposed change on the intent of this chapter. Staff finds that no impact on the intent of this chapter will occur, although the LPA or town council may desire to consider additional regulation to govern this use in the future. 4, the testimony of any applicant. 5, the recommendation of staff and the local planning agency. 6, the testimony of the subject of the public. 7, whether the request is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies, and intent, and whether the densities, intensities, and general uses as set forth in Fort Myers Beach comprehensive plan. The expanded boundary is consistent with the town of Fort Myers Beach comprehensive plan. This is in the Boulevard future land use area. Both properties that you're considering here are contained within that section of the future land use plan. Whether the request meets or exceeds all performance and locational standards set forth for the proposed use. The proposed development, which you're going to hear about in a moment, will be required to meet all performance standards as set forth in the Land Development Code. Whether urban services are or will be available and adequate to serve a proposed land use change. Staff finds the urban services exist in this location. Whether the request will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources. Staff finds the request will have no impact on designated environmentally critical areas and natural resources. The request does not include any revision to the environmentally critical areas. Whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, and other detriment to persons or property. Staff finds that the expanded boundary is compatible. Whether the location of the request places an undue burden upon existing transportation or other services and facilities and will be served by streets with the capacity to carry traffic generated by the development. Staff finds the location is compatible. And then for plan redevelopment zonings, we move on to 34-216 for additional considerations, and we'll get there in a moment. Land Development Code Section 34-85C. Before granting any rezoning, the town council shall find that the requested zoning district complies with 1, the Fort Myers Beach comprehensive plan. Staff finds that the proposed use and requested deviations for the CPD, which you're going to hear again in a moment, will comply with the comprehensive plan. 2, this chapter. Staff finds the proposed uses comply with this chapter. 3, any other applicable town ordinances or codes. Staff finds the proposed request complies with town ordinances and codes. And then for plan development rezonings, section 34-216. Land Development Code section 34-216B2, the recommendation made to the town council must be supported by the guidelines set forth in 3485, which you just heard. In addition, the findings must address whether the following criteria can be satisfied. A, the proposed use or mix of uses is appropriate at the subject location. Staff find the proposed uses are not being altered under this ordinance. As we said in the beginning, we're going to cover uses in the second ordinances. This is just about the boundaries, so at this moment, the uses remain the same. B, sufficient safeguards to the public interest are provided by the recommended special conditions to the concept plan or by other applicable regulations. We believe sufficient safeguards are provided for the public interest through required buffering of the property boundaries. C, all recommended special conditions are reasonably related to the impacts on the public interest created by or expected from the proposed development. No special conditions are requested as part of this application for this ordinance. The proposed use meets all specific requirements of the comprehensive plan that are relevant to the requested plan development, such as the following. Policies 4B4 and 4C3, which is not applicable in this case. Policy 4B5 and 4C3 on commercial rezonings. It's not applicable in this case. And the other policies herein listed are found not to be applicable specifically because we're not talking about a change of use at this time. We'll get to that in a minute. Policy 7J2 on traffic impact analysis and potential design improvements that could offset traffic impacts. We do not anticipate adverse traffic impacts by the addition of these 2 properties into the CBD zoning area. With all of that, staff finds that the CPD amendment meets the criteria set forth in sections 34-85B and C and 34-216.2 of the Land Development Code, and staff recommends approval of DCI 20240137.1.
It's a lot. Scott, you got any questions for Judith?
Not at this time.
I'm good.
Vice Mayor?
Judith, just to confirm, what was the LPA vote on this particular provision in this ordinance?
LPA voted unanimously to approve.
Thank you.
Recommend approval.
She covered my questions in her presentation.
May I ask, just for clarification purposes, Judith, this is simply adding additional land to the existing zoning. Could you
Correct.
state in the record what the existing zoning allows?
The existing CPD or
Yes.
the other 2?
No, the
parcels?
existing,
So the existing CPD, which is 0728, it the approval came with a master concept plan and a schedule of uses for that property. With the addition of the 2 additional properties, that master concept plan would no longer be valid. And even if they wanted to use those same approved uses, they would still have to come back to you for a new master concept plan. That proposal at that time was for building that could be used for office or retail. Multiple retail entities would have been allowed in this building, along with 3 apartments, dwellings, condos, units as well, and some parking that would go along that fronting Estero Boulevard. So the 2500 and 2510 Estero Boulevard were already allowed to have commercial uses on them. Restaurant was not included in that proposal. You going to list all of them?
no, I thank you.
Okay.
The only question I have, maybe this is a question for you. I know why these have to be together in the way that they are. Does it make more sense to hear the other hearing before voting on this one?
So that was a question that I think has been discussed with the applicant do they want to go ahead and change the zoning on these 2 additional parcels, and then whatever decision occurs on the subsequent one, it doesn't matter at that point because they will have changed the zoning on those 2 parcels. So do you have a preference? Do you?
I don't necessarily have a preference. I was just asking if it made sense legally or
I
wise.
thought that, and I don't know, Mr. Davies, if you want to speak on behalf of your client, I mean, do they have a preference as far as moving forward with the approval of the addition of the 2 additional parcels? Or would they prefer to wait and then see what happens later?
We're fine with however you all want to handle it procedurally. I know we went back and forth on this at first reading and then LPA because it is a little confusing as far as, I mean, we filed an application to expand the boundary and amend the uses. And I know historically, as far as the procedures on this item as it went through the process, your town attorney recommended bifurcating those out into 2 different ordinances. We're fine with that. That's what we've done to date, right? So I think you've heard evidence and public comment on the first item, and I'll leave it with your discretion and the will of the council as to whether you want to take a vote now or later.
Yeah, the only reason I bring it up is, this probably isn't going to be the only scenario where we're going through the same situation. And just trying to make sure that we're going to be consistent with the way that we do it. And the way I look at it is, does it make sense we don't know all the details yet of the reason of the second hearing, right? Things may change.
Correct, but let's just, we're assuming that the second hearing is heard, and let's say that use is denied, they would still go forward with having a rezoning of those 2 additional parcels to the prior uses that were adopted in 2007.
And I get that, but I guess what I'm trying, and I don't have a preference necessarily either way, as long as we're doing it consistently. If nobody else has an issue with moving this one first and then the other one, I just didn't know if it potentially could change the thought process through the second public hearing as to what your thought process might be on this. You haven't given us your proposal yet for the second one. So, and I know that we've had this discussion before, you're changing the land use without knowing all the details. Doesn't mean you can't do it or ask for it. You could ask for anything afterwards. So that's why I'm okay with
But
it.
at this point, those 2 additional parcels would be subject to the restrictions that were approved in Resolution 07-28. However, they would, before they began, they would have to come back and amend the concept plan for that parcel. So they are getting something by separating them out.
Yeah, so basically, just so maybe the people out that are watching understand, essentially what they're doing is, if this gets approved, we'll be allowing them to expand the uses based on 07-28.
Correct.
The conditions that were already set within that. The next hearing could potentially change that.
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I understood it so everybody else understood it.
Understood. No preference on our end, whatever you guys want to do.
Mr. Mayor, can I take a step back for a second?
Certainly.
I apologize. Glancing at the staff report, it says approval with conditions, Judith, and I didn't hear any conditions, I guess. So is that not valid then, or there are no conditions, or?
So I'm not sure, in the current version, we're recommending approval. I don't have any conditions. Doesn't say in my version.
Are you on page 148?
I'm just looking at this staff report.
Yeah, it's on mine. It's on
Staff report,
145.
expanded boundary, CPD amendment.
Okay, on the cover sheet. So we are not recommending any conditions. for
Okay,
this.
thank you. That's just what I wanted to clarify.
And to be clear, without recommending any conditions, what I said before, so say this was approved and the other portion was not approved, they would still have to come back to you for a new master concept plan.
Thank you.
All right. So this was just a Scrivener's error.
Yeah.
Such a fancy.
Whoa.
Look at you
It's a
using it correctly.
substantive Scrivener's error.
There you go.
It's on page 145.
Yeah. That's what you were referring to, John?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're referring to her staff. Yeah.
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 It's not an ordinance.
All right. there's nothing else, I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion. John?
No, I've got nothing at this time.
All right. Counselor Woodson?
I was going to discuss Jim, but he's back in the room now.
I wish I could blame it on coffee, but I have to attribute it to age.
You proceed.
Counselor Safford?
No, I just want to make a comment that I'm glad we're separating these and keeping them separate.
But that we should also be consistent in how we go forward with these kind of things too,
Right.
I think. So to do the parcels or whatever, the rezoning first and then the project.
Vice Mayor?
Nothing.
All right. I'll entertain a motion. Where's the thing here? Approval with conditions, or denying with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. I guess my discussion with this is just that, you know, Hurricane Ian was horrible for all of us, and you know, it's changed some things, and you know, those houses were there. My mindset would be probably a little bit different than it is today. But those houses are not there, and the uncertainty of what is going to go there. We got to look at what we have in front of us. Our town staff, and we go by what our town staff recommends, our town attorney, and all the information we hear from both sides. So I'm going to support this request today based on the recommendation from staff, LPA, and all the experts that were here today. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 25-02 for the 2500 Estero CPD boundary expansion.
I'll second.
A motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Councilor Safford. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. Does anyone need to take a brief 10-minute? All right, we're going to take a brief comfort break. We'll come back at 10:30.
He's a trendsetter.
See, we're ahead of the curve.
ready?
Joe's always ready.
All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. It is 10:30. The next agenda item is ordinance B. It is the second reading and public hearing of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the Town Council of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions the commercial plan development zoning for the property located at 2500, 2510, and 2518 Asteria Boulevard and 2543 Cottage Avenue, generally identified as strap numbers 19-46-24-W3-0120A.0100, 19-46-24-W3-0130.0000, 19-46-24-W3-0130.0000, and 19-46-24-W3-0128.013A in Fort Myers Beach to allow a mobile vendor food truck park with shared parking, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council members had any ex parte communication to discuss, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor King?
Same as the previous ordinance.
Vice Mayor? Mine is the same as well. Councilor Woodson?
I'm the same.
And Councilor Sackler?
As well, the same.
All right. Judith Brinko has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on her education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Everybody's already been.
Yes, Mayor, could I just briefly ask council, having made those prior disclosures in the prior case, which are incorporated by reference into this case, is there anyone that could not render a fair and impartial decision? No one has already made their mind up before coming to this hearing?
Second.
I haven't made my mind up yet.
Councilor Woodson?
No, I have a few more questions, so I have not made my mind up.
Nor have I. Vice Mayor?
Nor have I.
Councilor King?
Ditto.
So again, asking the applicant's attorney if you want to ask any questions regarding any of the disclosures that have been made concerning ex parte communications. Okay.
Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? You're saying yes. Okay, go ahead, Judith.
Good afternoon again, Judith Frankel, Community Development. The applicant, Neighborhood Company, on behalf of the property owners, Empire Holding Corp. I'm reading off the wrong. Previous one. Category permits a maximum 1.5 FAR and states that land development code section 34-953 states that building placement, size, design, and all other property development regulations in a CPD zoning district shall be the same as for the CB zoning district, which permits a maximum FAR of 1. The proposed redevelopment will be well below that maximum, which is compliant with town regulations. As we talked about at the last meeting, Town Ordinance 96-14 allows transient merchants. Transient merchants would include food trucks or any other type of retail entity operating from a temporary or movable situation. And that ordinance allows such operation within the town. That specific ordinance provided guidelines for permitting of these businesses. The conditions of the permitting has been preempted by state regulation, Florida State Statute 509.102. In addition to mobile food, from requiring permitting in addition to mobile food dispensing vehicle, which is licensed under the Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation. So, which is to say, food trucks are permitted in zoning areas where there is a commercial use that is compatible with what is happening with it, whether it's food or retail, where the zoning allows for a commercial use. The commercial use can be done from a transient vehicle or entity. We cannot permit it in terms of health regulations, health department regulations, or general professional licensing, which is done at the state and or county level. There was some confusion at the first meeting, so I just want to clarify, food trucks are allowed use in the town where appropriate. Okay. There are some changes with what the applicant is proposing now versus what you saw at first reading. I expect that they are going to walk you through that. I'm going to hit on the highlights there. The proposed master concept plan depicts improvements to the site to provide a layout containing mobile vendors / transient merchant park with outdoor seating, entertainment, recreation area, and a commercial parking lot. The concept site is still designed for 5 improved pads with utility hookup for mobile vendors, transient merchants. Additionally, a public comfort station and a permanent support structure with food beverage service. That permanent support structure, which you'll recall from the first meeting, was a topic of conversation. They have increased the proposed size of that structure from 2,500 square feet and revised it to a maximum of 3,000 square feet. My understanding is the intent of that is to fully enclose the live music area and to provide a better buffer using the building structure as a buffer between the adjacent residential single family and multifamily properties. Additionally, in order to accommodate that, as well as to increase the buffer along the Pelican Watch boundary, there is an additional deviation. So there were 6 deviations, and now you're going to see 7, which is necessary to provide that increased buffer along Pelican Watch. It increases the landscape buffer on that side and then reduces it slightly on the Chapel Avenue side. So the applicant is, I believe, prepared to go over that. An additional change I wanted to draw your attention to, if you recall, at the first meeting, we talked about the lengthy list of conditions for the property. With the staff report, if you look following the staff report, I don't know if you can see in color in your version, I added the applicant proposed changes that were somewhat viewed as favorable at that meeting in blue, and then the town council requested changes in yellow, so you can see the progression there. And then if you look at the ordinance, so
Starts on page 170.
yeah, so the ordinance is coming before the staff report, I think, in your order. So if you look at the ordinance, we have an exhibit which has the conditions. And what I attempted to do, and hopefully is not too confusing, is I provided what I did in the staff report with the applicant changes at that meeting and then the town council changes at that meeting, and then followed it by trying an attempt to reorder them into a more cohesive way for general understanding. And my suggestion is, if you are to adopt the ordinance, that we use that second version, just because it's a little bit clearer about what goes where. So the first version was just kind of, we added on conditions as we went, and then I made an attempt to kind of recategorize them. So the categories we came up with for clarity for those conditions of approval are standard regulatory conditions, so having to do with the general regulation of the property, so it would have to comply with all Florida building code, all FEMA regulation, general zoning requirements, unless otherwise stated. State and local permits have to be applied to, and those are kind of general conditions pretty much for any project. We're just restating them in a clear manner in the ordinance. The second category I called site conditions. Those are things we're going to see on the master concept plan and that the zoning reviewer is going to be able to see clearly when they're looking at the development order when it comes into staff. So they'll be able to go through the site conditions list and check off, yes, they have the buffers, they have the hedges, they have the, right size, the comfort station, all of those things that you would see on a site plan are listed there under site conditions. The third,
Can I just say that's on
Yeah.
page 178, if anybody's trying to follow along?
178. So then the third category I created was what I called operational conditions. And that was some of the more complex discussions we had at the last meeting. And that has to do with the hours of operation, the hours for the comfort station, the music restrictions, how the site is going to be managed, how we're going to handle the code compliance issues if that becomes a problem, and then the traffic impact statement, which we also talked about. So it's an attempt to clarify, which I understand may provide more confusion, but if you have any questions about how I've reordered that, please let me know. It's the same information, it's just in a different way that I think would make sense moving forward in the ordinance, and I wanted you to see it in that order so that you could approve it that way if you choose to. Third, I've included the exhibit provided by the applicant, and that's 181, and that they've titled Schedule of Deviations and Justifications. So there they have their new deviation, which is deviation number 7, and they have done a strike through and underline on that document, so you can see clearly there what is different from the last meeting. As I said, deviation 7 is to accomplish that change in buffers, to provide an additional buffer on the Pelican Watch side. And then, following that, they have their proposed conditions, which are slightly different than what staff is recommending. And I want to just point out specifically one way in which they're different. The staff has no problem, and again, this is in the same order that you previously saw. So the first version of the conditions order without the reorganization. Okay, so staff has no problem with the changes to the landscaping buffers. If that is so desired by the town council, we're happy to move those over. But we did not, they have asked for the hours of operation to be 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Staff is continuing to suggest the 9 p.m. end time for operations. So they asked for that at the previous meeting. I didn't hear any desire from the town council to make that change, so I have not made that in my recommended conditions. But I wanted to point that out to you in case you are interested in taking up that issue. The other thing that was a little bit unclear in my review of this afterwards, we had talked about limiting the number of special events permits. And you may want to think about whether that is for specific days. In my hearing of the meeting, Vice Mayor Adderholt said like 4th of July, specific days. Do you intend that 6 days of special events or 6 special events permits? Because a special event permit can be for a farmer's market that happens monthly, that kind of thing. So maybe that's important, maybe that's not, but that's another place where their interpretation is a little bit different than mine. And then in the discussion about the music, the maximum, they're suggesting a maximum of 4 days a week and 6 hours per day between noon and 8. There was a different discussion happening at the last meeting. So you may want to think about those specific conditions and whether where you agree or disagree with either staff's recommendation or the applicant's request. Does any of that need more clarity?
No, I think I don't need any more clarity. I'm Vice Mayor.
I need quite a bit more clarity,
Okay.
Judith, because
There you go.
I'm confused on, there was one of the issues that seemed to be one of the most sensitive issues was the amplified sound issue. And we had an extensive conversation about limiting that to 2 days, 3 hours per day. And I don't see it reflected in your notes at all. And that was what I thought we moved to second reading.
Okay, so there was some, there was some discussion. So following the meeting, staff met with both the interveners and the applicants, and everybody kind of heard something different at that meeting. My notes indicated what you have said, but the council didn't vote on that. So there was a suggestion for that. And I think that that's a good place to provide more clarity here, to look at that condition specifically.
So just for the record, that was discussed at length during the
Mhm.
meeting. The condo association, to their credit, made a recommendation as to what they could live with. And I thought we codified that into the document, so then that would then become the point of discussion for the second reading ordinance. So that confuses me. And also, you're right about the special events dynamic. There was initial discussion about specific holidays, and I think Councilor Safford wisely said, let's just limit it to a particular number, which I was fine with, and I think that's reflected here. That may still need some additional clarification, but the amplified music, there was really no confusion. They literally read from their sort of declared statement. The Pelican Watch condos said that this is what they could live with. This was their number one concern. They said that they could live with amplified music for 3 hours on 2 days. They didn't select which day. That would be up to the applicant. And it was at least to me, it was self-evident that became the working document at that point. That doesn't mean it's not open for discussion today, but that should be the sort of the premise or the foundation from which we're building from or deconstructing from, however you decide to approach it. But I'm concerned about that because that was one of the reasons why I supported it to go to second reading. And I thought that was pretty clear. I don't blame you, but because there was a lot going on. But that was pretty clear, and I don't mind, reopening that to discussion, but that should be the foundation from which we begin today. That was the number one issue, at least from in my interpretation. And the applicant, to their credit, they were very candid. I asked them directly about amplified music. Is that central to your business model? And they were very candid. They said, no, that's not central to our business model. They would like more amplified music, but they said it was not key or central to their business model. And so I thought we had, I don't know that they were thrilled with it, but I thought we had sort of a working compromise at that point, and it doesn't appear to be reflected. So I just wanted to say that for the record. I don't know, we can resolve that here, but I was kind of hoping we would have that as the foundational document. That way, if the applicant and the remonstrators wanted to do some negotiation and do some horse trading for other things of greater importance or lesser importance, they could have worked that out. But I thought that foundationally would have been helpful for negotiating purposes. But I just wanted to make sure I understood your document, and I also wanted to reflect on what I thought occurred on first reading. But that's neither here nor there at this point.
I have a feeling we'll be discussing.
I think so too. Yeah. But I just for the record though, it's important that that's where we were after first reading, and it's fine to discuss it, debate it, and amend it, but foundationally, that's where we were, at least according to my sort of recollection, if you will.
Okay, so if you wanted to restate that at any point, we can add that as a condition. There was a number of different opinions on that. So I call that out specifically. I mean, you're absolutely correct that was definitely a point of discussion at the previous meeting, and that we should get to a place where that's resolved.
No, I just wanted to make that point just for the record. Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilor Wilson, questions for Judith this time?
Not at this time. I have my notes, but not yet.
I do not at this time, but Vice Mayor, I think there was all kind of proposals about the time, and I think we definitely need to talk about it, but I don't my recollection is it wasn't that strict. But I know it's one of your reasons to, to move forward. So let's.
Yeah, I'm happy to discuss it. Yeah, I just thought that foundationally would be where we started from, is all I'm saying. We could obviously discuss it and continue to, but that I thought was where we would begin today. But we'll work through it.
Thanks, Judith. Ken, Noel?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Again, Noel Davies on behalf of the applicant. I think we addressed this the prior matter. For the record, our experts were previously accepted by you all as experts last time. We'd ask that they be accepted as such again today. We do appreciate all the feedback we received at first reading, and also the feedback from the neighbors and the public. It's been, I think, a month since we were last here. We've worked very hard, both attorney to attorney and directly with the folks you heard from at the last reading, to present you something today that is an additional set of compromises that my client has agreed to make. Our hope is that today focuses on those specifics, what's new. I don't think it's necessary legally or for any other reason to go through everything one by one. So rather, the hope, I think, is to narrow in on those specific items, including, to your point, Mr. Vice Mayor, those on amplified sound. We were hopeful that we would be able to be in front of you today with an agreement satisfying opposition in full. That was our goal. That was our hope, and our discussions with them were in good faith throughout. You'll see the significance of this final round of changes that my clients were willing to make, but we cannot satisfy every single request. Those requests seem to change, and again, Dan's here, my client representative, and I can assure you that every effort was made to try to accommodate. We want to be a good neighbor. We want to continue to make tweaks that you'll hear from Mr. Glander today. That's happened since first reading.
No, before we move on from that, what from your perspective, what was the big hangups? What would you say the biggest hangups were not being able to get that unified agreement?
The specifics on the hours for the sound,
okay.
I think is the primary one. I know that they wanted money for security gate. We for their security gate, we can't agree to that. But Ken's going to walk you through it, and we're going to try to again hit the highlights of that. The PowerPoint we would request is incorporated into the record, and that has applicants' latest and greatest. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Galander unless there's specific questions for me.
Scott, any questions? No?
Not at this time.
Okay.
I'll wait and listen.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I'll wait as well.
Coach King?
Nothing currently.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you all very much.
Morning, Ken.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, fellow council members, staff. For the record, can I get the presentation up, please? Again, for the record, I'm Ken Galander with the Neighborhood Company. I've been sworn in and found as an expert and here as an agent representative for the applicant. I don't really need to go through this request. What I want to do is now just methodically and casually and consistently go through what our understanding of what the direction was given to us. Want to update you on some of our renderings and again into the record the conditions that we feel are applicable for at this stage. First is the parking operations and short-term parking. This was brought to our direction by Councilmember Safford. Just to succinctly go through this, parking is managed by an automated gated kiosk. Once you enter the property off of Chapel Street, you basically arrive, drive up to the gated kiosk, receive your ticket, and then find your parking space. As you leave, drive up to the gated kiosk on the exit side, insert your ticket, and then you would be required to pay at that required amount. No different than similar to what you experience at other parking garages or airport parking. With regards specifically, Councilmember Stafford, you were concerned with short term, as that is an element. We are proposing and committed to providing free parking for that first 20 minutes. So you come in, get your ticket, you find your parking space, get your food, and or let's say your Uber Eats or something to that effect, grab the food, and then you exit. As long as you're less than 20 minutes, it would be free. All other time frames, the operator's discretion to determine those rates based on being longer than 20 minutes, hourly and daily. That is our operations in terms of the parking. There is a condition 30 that says we needed to do a parking operations parking plan. We didn't hear that as being needed. I think what was asked of us is to outline in detail how we're going to deal with our parking, especially the short term. Site aesthetics, the visual buffering. This is Councilmember King and Woodson. Our previous concept, integrated sun sails or shading elements. We are bringing those back, and we're committed to providing those sunshade sails over the outdoor seating area. And I will show some of those in terms of our conceptual renderings as well. Increased buffer adjacent to Pelican Watch, pool, amenity deck, Mayor Allers and Councilmember Woodson. And it was for us to evaluate the reduction of the Chapel Street buffer to increase that 7.5 foot wide eastern boundary buffer. What we're providing now is a 12.5 foot wide buffer adjacent to the pool, Pelican Watch pool amenity deck area, and portion forward of our structure towards Estero Boulevard. Because of the existing driveway or the drive access point there, it starts to whittle down, so we can't provide a full 12.5 foot buffer in that area. But I can show you this on the master concept plan. Of course, the Chapel Street buffer would be reduced. We're looking at a 7 to 10 foot buffer. Now, again, we have committed to improving the right of way with landscaping, with those restricted barriers for parking. So that incorporates that buffering element with plantings. And this also, as staff mentioned, Judith mentioned, because of this, we had to propose and draft up a deviation number 7 and included that into the record and your submittal documents. By making this adjustment, it eliminates actually a row of parking for vehicles. Also, by doing this, it's enabled us to, we made some adjustments of relocating 2 parking spaces, but due to the reduction on the vehicle parking area, we're unable to at least provide some golf cart parking. So that was something that we thought was beneficial. It's another mode of transportation that the town is seeing being utilized. So now we're able to provide that mode of transportation as parking within the property. As Judith mentioned in her presentation, because of the widening of our site, it enables us to take the structure, the primary structure, and utilize that as a structural buffer between the outdoor area, the recreational area that's surrounded by the mobile food trucks and our structure. Widen that, it's approximately 500 square feet is what we're seeking to provide that separation between that outdoor seating area and the adjacent single-family homes. By relocating those 2 parking spaces and some of our site, we're able to move the proposed comfort station and the dumpster enclosures farther away from the single-family homes than they were on our previous master concept plan. With regard to amplified sound, and I hope this will spur the discussion a little bit further and based on our understanding about the amplified sound for live music and entertainment, specifically identified through Vice Mayor Adderhold's position. Originally, we were looking at any day from noon to 8, 56 hours. The neighbor original request was the 2 days per week, 3 hours per day, hours between 2 and 8, which was 6 hours. And that was, as during the first reading, or quantifiably or objectively looking at that, that's an 89% increase. So what we understood in our directive was we knew that there was that level that the neighbors were asking of us, and we had an objective for our number. What is that compromise? What could we come back to? And that was what our understanding was, is what compromise could we bring back? Our understanding right now, the current neighbor's request is not just amplified live music and entertainment, it's all music. We had put in our condition about ambient sound or ambient music. They would like all music limited to 2 days per week, 3 hours per day, between hours of 2 and 8. As this project and as this petition has been going on for almost a year, we have received additional input from the neighbors, and I believe that may be a new, they're offering a new request, but I want them to speak to that specifically. But we are wanting to propose, and we're compromising to reduce it down to 4 days per week, 6 hours per day, noon to 8. That would be going down from 56 hours to 24 available hours, or a reduction from the original commitment of around 57%. Next is the limit of special events. Before, we had no prior commitment. The neighbor request was to permit no special requests or special events. The number that we were at, that we are proposing, is limit the special events to 6 per calendar year. This is to look back. I'm sure it's etched in your brain. This is our March 3rd master concept plan. This is was the 5th version of our master concept plan evolution. Now we are moving towards what I'll walk you through is the 6th version. So you can see everything is shifted over a little bit between these two. So again, along the Chapel Street we've added the deviation 7, which allows us to have that reduction in that buffer and being able to shift things over. Again, that buffer is incorporating our commitment to do the on-street or within the right-of-way landscaping, and a 5-foot buffer within the property. Moving interior, you can see to the 2 mobile vending pads. That's where the golf cart parking is. Also along Estero Boulevard, we've incorporated and we're wanting to propose additional bicycle parking pads or nodes along Estero Boulevard, because we know that that is an element that the city is wanting to promote. So why not provide the infrastructure there? Again, within the middle of the mobile vending park is our outdoor seating and recreation area. That larger gray area is our proposed structure. Again, yes, we've asked for 500 square feet of additional area. Again, that is not necessarily the footprint. That's the area where we would want to put the building once it's fully designed. Again, this is a concept plan for us. You can see along the southern row of parking, just to the north of that, where we've relocated the comfort station, the 2 gray rectangles, and the dumpster enclosure, added those 2 parking spaces to provide that separation. It's enabled us to actually provide just a little bit more green space and open space between that area and those single family homes. This gives you a color representation of the green space and the perimeter open space that we're proposing with this project. Again, you can see the portion adjacent to the Pelican Watch pool and amenity area. That is that 12.5 foot wide buffering. Again, they have are required to have a fence along their property in terms of having that pool. We do not feel it's necessary to provide another fence because that would be that no man's land issue that we've discussed before. And again, that buffering along north of the proposed primary structure would be reduced to around 10 feet at its minimum. Again, that's adjacent to their existing landscaping area. These next set of slides are updated renderings. This gives you that site plan view. Estero Boulevard is to the south, Chapel Street, Cottage Avenue to the north. I'll just walk through these. I don't want to kind of belabor some of these images. Be happy to go back to them. This is just a dangled view from Estero.
Ken, the 500 feet, is it just extending the building out to the west?
Yes, exactly. Yes, it is going towards the parking area. From Estero Boulevard, Chapel Street, our concept is when we're committed to, as I'll walk through our conditions of the enhanced landscaping element within the buffers. Chapel Street view. Again, Chapel Street, we've committed to providing those restrictive barriers through the permitting process with the town. It will incorporate the appropriate landscaping types, not impeding vision triangles, and providing for the enhanced trees. This is Cottage, looking more north. Looking down Cottage corner, again, incorporating the restrictive barriers, committed to providing the no parking signage in accordance with town regulations, installing signage within the right of way. Again, this buffer shows that commitment of providing that restricted fencing between the parking area so people aren't able to move through that area without restricted. They would have to go through the appropriate infrastructure, sidewalks, etc. They just can't walk through the landscaping to get down to the southern portion. Just another view from above. The structure, this is the existing access point. That is where those bollards would be removable for the vendors to come and go as necessary at those restricted times that we've established in our commitment. Again, portion of the structure on this far side would be the Royal Scoop effort, having the restaurant, and within there is the beverage service. And again, the commitment to have the live entertainment music within that structure, within that corner, as you can see. One of the representations of the sunshade sails. This is the view from the parking lot looking towards the improvements. Again, we put a lot of effort into redesigning the structure to be more complementary to the neighborhood and the type of structures that are surrounding us. Comfort station, fully enclosed, appropriately designed dumpster enclosure. Of course, this for transparency purposes, with the size of the building increasing by 500 square feet, it changes our required number of parking spaces. We've lost some parking spaces, so our total required at this point in time is 36. We're providing 39 now, plus we just want to recognize the 4 golf cart spaces there as well. May take it. So these are, many have submitted these to staff, and hoping they would be incorporated. But I believe they're in the record. And again, per this presentation, these are our current proposed conditions and commitments. The first one is an effort simply to be consistent with what has been proposed throughout the original development or rezoning of identifying the commitments for the buffering. And this is a language added that states along the portion of Estero Boulevard, minimum 10-foot wide buffer, minimum of 10 trees per 100 linear feet, which is more than what the code requires, 3-foot high planted hedge, staggered row, and just acknowledging the commitment or the ability for us to provide those bicycle racks within that buffer area. For B, along Chapel Street, going from the 10 to the 5-foot wide buffer, originally proposed only 4 trees per 100 feet. We're raising that to 10 trees per 100 feet and a 3-foot high hedge planted in double staggered row. Along the east property line, proposed park structure. This is the elements of the buffering between us and Pelican Watch. A minimum 10-foot wide from the Estero Boulevard to the structure. And from the proposed structure abutting the neighborhood pool, that would be increased to 12.5 feet wide. And this area would provide a minimum of 10 trees per 100 feet, which is what we had before. And what was discussed before was our commitment to increasing the size of the trees. We were wondering maybe 2 to 5 feet. We're going from 10 to 12 feet commitment at time of planting. Again, maintaining that single staggered row. And in order for just thinking as we're preparing for design and down in the development order stage, ability for accessibility around the structure. So we're hoping that we could incorporate a maximum 3-foot wide sidewalk to access the structure. This would be for employee access or those requirements for building code. You may have to have an exit in certain sides of the building just to be able to have a small sidewalk to be able to access that structure. D, we're adding this buffer will provide, as we committed before, 8 trees per 100 linear feet. Again, this is the acknowledging our enhancement at time of planting, going to 12 feet. And again, at this area as well, that 3-foot wide sidewalk for access. Along Cottage Avenue, before it said Cottage Street, we acknowledge that it's Cottage Avenue. This buffer, again, is simply to acknowledge that we're committed to doing taller trees and planting 12 feet. Number 3, before we had 2,500, it says 3,000. And some of our discussions, interaction with the opposition, as they identified, rather than just stating prior to town approval, it would be an actual amendment to the CPD. That clarifying language would be fine with adding that as well. Again, and as Judith mentioned before, we would respectfully request to go to 10 p.m. That is what we originally had. Staff was fine with that recommendation. LPA, their recommendation dropped that to 9. And we just want to, again, acknowledge that you may have sunset around 8:30, 8:45. People will still be coming off the beach. Close at 9. We would just like to have that opportunity to serve those visitors and guests to the beach as they're walking through to that 10 p.m. Number 8, this is the amplified sound. We were agreeable again that none of the sound will be able to be coming from a mobile vendor. The ambient music, which was discussed before, is permitted, and we're committed that it should not exceed that 60 decibels in accordance with the ordinance. We are committed, as stated before, for that compromise of a maximum of 4 days, 6 hours per day, between noon and 8. The last portion of this was simply stricken because the OCP that was before that condition 29 the direction was given that we didn't need to have that. Number 11, 10 p.m. For 14, again, these were split out. And I just want to acknowledge that with, as Judith was walking through the operational conditions, the standard conditions, these number 13 and 14 were combined. So now 14 has its own. No more than 6 special event permits per calendar year may be issued associated with this project. That's more of that operation. No changes to these conditions. There was acknowledgement from our neighbors that we wanted to clarify that it's via the existing Estero Boulevard driveway connection. So we added that word. For 29, the trip generation study at time of development order rather than approval. The neighbors and the opposition spoke to it being more appropriate to state application, development order application for town staff to evaluate. We're fine with that. And additionally, the last statement is incorporated into prior condition. And 29 is that operational compliance plan that was, we understood was not necessary to provide. So with that, based on this prior competent substantial evidence submitted today and presented, we already have taken care of the prior petition, and with the recommendation of approval with conditions from town staff, your local planning agency, we respectfully request the town council approve the petitions with our conditions presented to you upon the second reading. Being more than happy to walk us through some of these or answer questions or go from here.
Scott, you got some questions for Ken?
Not at this time.
Councilor Woodson?
I have a couple of them that you brought up. So the 2,500 to 300 square foot building, I'm sorry, 2,500 to 3,000 square foot building.
Yes.
Is that what does that do? Does that make the bar bigger? Does that make the stage area bigger? What does that extra 500 square feet do?
Well, it's obviously a multiple story structure, so there'll be added space above that could be incorporated. But you could look at it. I don't know how far more it will be extended west, but yes, it could be incorporated as more area for interior seating for people being served by the beverage area or getting out of the elements, and incorporated for the performance area for the live entertainment or music. So don't know exactly to answer your question, but it's not going to be significant an area, especially when you're looking at 2 stories.
I actually forgot about the second story. And the other thing, and I know this has come up in several emails to me about the security gate for Pelican Watch, and you specifically said that that was not going to be considered.
That is still our position, yes. For us to put any of our resources into securing their property.
Even though one of the biggest concerns is people walking through, driving through their parking lots and everything else. I mean, it's a huge concern.
Sure. We can respect that. We acknowledge that we have understood through our conversations that has been occurring routinely, even without this property being developed. So we're of the opinion, are we going to majorly exacerbate that element? Especially now that we're committed to providing a design element of ride out only to help direct traffic back to Estero Boulevard turn left.
Position that was based upon negotiations with the remonstrators?
That was mainly a internal, our understanding of what we felt, and we respect that position that this use isn't critically needing music, but it is certainly an element that a lot of other businesses utilize in this town. And we feel it's appropriate, and we want to do that compromise, which was given that direction of reducing that down significantly. The conversations, as you can see, what the opposition, we use a different
Remonstrator.
yeah, and you know what they're asking for, we believe is too significant, and so I don't know if we'll ever get to that level, but I think what we've done is provided a significant compromise, what they were asking.
But it's your compromise. It wasn't a compromise that was made in conjunction with the opponents. I'm just trying to understand what's happened over the last month. Is that fair? This is the compromise you're offering, but it's not a compromise that was reached with.
That's
the opponents.
correct.
Okay.
No,
Okay, that's fine.
And it's simply pointed out because they've come back with even more restrictions asked of us by it being applied to all music.
The building itself, the area where the live amplified music will play, have you thought about structurally how you could design that to reduce sound? In other words, will there be sound absorbing dynamics incorporated into the building of that structure, the shell, if you will, the enclosure?
No, we haven't
I'm
got
talking about
to that.
from the back. I mean, obviously
Sure.
you wanted to project forward, but in terms of from the back, have you thought about or?
At this point, none of that level of design. I think that, again, I'll discuss it with the applicant, Dan, and see if that is an element that we can be committed to. That
Well, there are sound engineers that can do
Sure.
some pretty amazing things and direct sound certain ways and try to reduce it in other ways, but you've not looked at that at all.
not in that level of detail, but again, we feel incorporating it within the structure, orienting it away from the residential properties toward the Estero Boulevard is certainly accomplishing and limiting the hours. Certainly accomplishing the directive that we were given.
Thank you.
Okay. Couple things. The sunshade sales that Councilor Woodson and I talked about last time. Did I miss a depiction in your presentation on those, or because I didn't really see it?
There's one. That's currently the one we've shown over the outdoor seating and recreation area.
Okay. Also, Judith brought up a point that I think it needs to help. We need to get addressed somehow is defining what a special event is, because she alluded to a farmer's market would be just one special event over a series of weeks, correct? So I guess get an understanding of what you define special event as.
We would be following what is defined in your code as what a special event permit could be. So yes, that would be the intent. One could be utilized multiple times. Again, but if you say six, your code allows us to come back to you if we were to do special and do more than six. So what we're doing is committing to only doing 6 permits. So that could be a reoccurring, to answer your specific question.
Okay, thank you.
Just a couple of questions. And I went out and looked at some of the other similar properties that do this. And the one thing I noticed, and I didn't think about it the first time, was what was the reasoning for not putting the restrooms inside the structure itself?
So at one point they were in our master concept plan. What we wanted to do was integrate them more or closer to the beachgoers, or more centrally located. Again, the design, we could evaluate that would increase this square
Size of
footage.
the box, right?
Yeah, size of that box, but it would take away the structure footprint by incorporating it in, so.
It just was one of the things that stood out to me when I was looking at the other places that they had some inside the building like you had, and I just was wondering what the reasoning was for having it
I believe
external.
some of, I may, interior will also have. There'll be
Okay.
bathroom facilities for the employees.
And then the other question I had is, the concern that we heard and when I met with the residents around there, obviously was the traffic coming through. They did say that they have an issue with traffic now coming through their property. When it's backed up. But their issue is the cars now that are going to be coming in there. And I've asked about it before, and I don't know that our sign ordinance would even allow us to do it, but I've seen in other areas where they have signs, even down in Collier County, you'll see that they have signs that show how many parking spaces are available. So you're not getting those cars turning in. If they can see before they make that turn onto Chapel Street that there's no parking spaces available, that will deter them hopefully from driving down the street to look for one, because it tells you that there are none there. Again, I don't know if our sign ordinance would need to be amended to be able to do a digital sign. I know we have something in our sign ordinance that doesn't allow changing signs, but would that fall within? Is that something you guys would consider?
I think we can consider that, yes.
I think it would be beneficial
Yeah,
for
and
everyone.
it's no different than some of the parking garages,
Yeah,
that
Fort
this
Lauderdale
level has
Whether
10.
you-
Yeah, you see the red lights and there's
Yeah.
nothing in this row. Just something to alert people before they make that turn, and now they're making new turns and potentially
reducing
using
the
those.
impacts to the neighborhood.
Right. That's all. Those are the only two questions I had.
Very good.
All right, interveners? Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Perky, there's. You keep moving around here.
I gotta keep you guessing. And I
Yeah.
have 3 boys at home, so I don't sit still very long. I'm not used to.
Go ahead and pull the mic down just a little bit. for you.
And bear with me, we just have some record keeping items, if you don't mind, let me get to those before starting our 35 collective minutes on behalf of the interveners. Again, for the record, Katie Berkey, land use attorney and certified land planner at Becker and Polikoff, representing Pelican Watch Condo, which immediately abuts the east property line or project boundary line. Thomas and Deborah Danford, managing members of Coastal Cottages LLC, that own at 2520 and 2522 Cottage Ave, and Ed French, owner of 2548 and 2550 Cottage Ave. Both the Danford and French properties are about 31 feet from the project boundary on the south side of Cross Cottage. We've already been recognized as interveners. For record keeping purposes, the package of items I submitted into the record under the first companion application, item 1, are also submitted into the record for this second item. And again, they are first my resume for your reference that highlight my planning credentials. A letter dated April 4th from Matt Simmons, who appeared before LPA and Town Council at first reading, and who prepared the value impact statement on behalf of my collective clients. That report's dated January 31st of this year. And in addition to that supplemental from Mr. Simmons, we have a slightly revised version of that value report, just to affirmatively include the Danford properties by name and address, but the findings and conclusion remain the same as what's in your agenda packet. And then lastly, also a letter dated April 4th from Mo Sinsley, who's the traffic planner, that also appeared before LPA and Town Council at first reading. And his original expert traffic report dated March 3rd is in your packet as well at page 351. Right, with that said, the substantial competent evidence already presented by our experts and further supplemented today support denial of this application as being incompatible with the surrounding residential neighborhood in terms of noise, aesthetics, and safety, and also being inconsistent with the comp plan. The applicant is not entitled to the rezoning that's being proposed to you today, and the applicant will continue to derive ample benefits in the form of the existing CPD entitlements. As Mr. Simmons notes in his letter from April 4th, which I submitted today, the underlying proposed use is an open air food truck park with live music permitted in close proximity to existing residential uses, which in his professional opinion will result in significant negative value impacts, and which also cannot be fully mitigated by leveraging conditions of approval. However, if it's still council's pleasure to approve the application before you today, we respectfully request that the conditions as proposed by my collective clients at agenda packet page 581 be incorporated. In Mr. Simmons' opinion, as stated in his letter, the conditions at least provide a chance to mitigate his forecasted reductions in surrounding residential property values. Now, the remaining primary concerns on behalf of my clients relate to noise, hours of operation, aesthetics, and security. With this in mind, our foremost comments on the applicant's revised proposed conditions of approval at agenda packet page 185. I'll summarize those for you now, starting with condition 2C. Overall, we're supportive of what the applicant is proposing there, adjacent to the shared property line with Pelican Watch. But the applicant had been continuing to rely on Pelican Watch's existing pool fence as the primary security fence along the eastern boundary. As we understand, given a conversation from the applicant's agent directly with Mr. Brysath on behalf of the association who's attending via Zoom, Empire Holding the applicant is amenable to including a 4-foot tall buffer wall from Estero Boulevard running along the shared boundary with Pelican Watch to the support structure. So we would ask that that be included in the master concept plan and in this condition 2C. Condition 3, the increase from 2,500 square feet to the 3,000 square feet for the support structure was noted, and Ms. Frankel, I believe in error, had indicated that that structure is enclosed, fully enclosed. I just want to clarify it is seemingly only enclosed on 3 sides with a roof, so it is open on the far side, but I want to clarify that for the record. Let's see, conditions 6, 7, and 10, consistent with staff's recommendation, we respectfully request that the closing hour be 9 p.m. and not 10 p.m. given the interconnected nature of the existing residential uses with the proposed project. Now, condition 8 is of material concern to my clients. I'm a little disheartened. I guess there were discussions directly between the applicant's agent and Mr. Brysath on Saturday, where live and amplified music there had been an indication that the applicant was supportive of 3 days per week, no more than 6 hours per day between 12 p.m. and 8 p.m. And only yesterday afternoon, I guess the feedback from the investor group was now the 4 days per week, 6 hours per day from 12 to 8. So we are very much still asking for live or amplified music being limited to a maximum of 3 days per week, no more than 6 hours per day, only between 12 p.m. and 8 p.m. And then also to clarify further, any music, so ambient music that is not live or amplified, any music would only be limited between 12 and 8, subject to that 60 dB restriction in condition 8. So no music outside of those hours, and then the clarification on live and amplified for the 3 days per week, no more than 6 hours per day, also 12 to 8 p.m. Now, with that in mind, our request with respect to condition 9 is that it be added further to clarify that the
I'm
more.
sorry, can I stop you real quick?
Certainly.
Just so I understand, it's the live music you would like limited to 3 days a week, six hours per day from 12 to 8. But the ambient music you're saying would just be limited 12 to 8,
12 to
7
8.
days a week?
Um,
I'm just trying to understand.
yes, I believe that's the understanding of our group. And we're happy to clarify for that. And if we take a break, we can certainly
That's
discuss
okay,
with the
but
applicant team
just
too.
just so I make sure I heard you. So the ambient music would be 12 to 8, 7 days a week.
Well, our original request was all music. I just want to be clear, the various iterations
Right.
of this condition, all music was originally proposed from our end to be a maximum of 3 days per week, no more than 6 hours per day, and between 12 and 8. You know what? I have so many folks that I'm answering to, if we can come
It's-
back
it's
to you
okay.
on
I
that,
just- I
but
just-
our,
I'm just
but
trying to
definitely no
understand, yeah.
music outside of the 12 to 8 window. And then we're happy to discuss further in terms of the ambient piece.
I just want to make sure I understood you correctly. That's fine. Go ahead and regroup on that. Yep.
All right, and then condition 9, which is related, we were suggesting that the more restrictive between the noise ordinance and condition 8 control if there's a conflict. Because from what I understand, the 60 dBs on the ambient music is more restrictive than what the noise ordinance currently provides. So to minimize an enforcement problem later, our suggestion was that the more restrictive between condition 8 and the noise ordinance control. All right, condition 14 was another big ticket item for our folks. We are still requesting a maximum of 4 special event permits be issued for a maximum of 1 day per event, particularly to avoid a situation where, let's say it's a festival, a carnival that's carrying on for consecutive days. We thought a fair compromise because we had suggested 4. It's currently in the agenda packet proposing 6 with no restriction on consecutive days. Our suggestion was 5 would be a compromise, and that could include, for example, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, St. Patrick's Day, and New Year's Eve. But asking for a protection against consecutive days to avoid especially noisy carnivals and things of that nature that carry on. Condition 25, the design to encourage right exit only movements onto Chapel. We ask that that be clarified in the master concept plan. As we understand from the applicant, the design element that will compel those right exit only movements, they're contemplating a pork chop design. So some clarity in the condition itself and the master concept plan. And we also ask that there be a right exit only directional sign in addition to the pork chop to make sure that folks aren't inadvertently making a left-hand turn and then they're dead-ended within the neighborhood, which is already a problem. We understand from the applicant that they're agreeable on both fronts, the pork chop design that they've purported to include, and then also the addition of a right exit only sign. All right, proposed condition number 30 from my clients at agenda packet, page 591, related to the security gate, dead end sign, and no trespassing sign at Pelican Watch. We had proffered to the applicant to consider holding $7,500 in escrow for a 2-year period after the project is fully permitted, developed, and operational, to put in this infrastructure in coordination with Pelican Watch. And if it isn't needed, based on how the project is functioning and operating, then those funds would be returned and there would be no need for a security gate and additional signage. But as already has been testified on the record, they're struggling with that street ending right at their common element property, and folks are using it as a cul-de-sac. They're driving through and under their condominium property and moving back around. So we're trying to avoid a situation where and we're fully expecting this project to be successful if it is approved. So more automotive, pedestrian, bicyclist traffic, and the more they're aware of that dead end situation to avoid having to then utilize my client's property to back out is appreciated. At a minimum, a town permitted dead end sign at the east end of Cottage at the applicant's property line as part of the proposed 10-foot wide buffer detailed in the master concept plan. That could be incorporated into condition number 26. And we believe the applicant is amenable to at least a sign in that location to advise of the dead end nature of Cottage. Now, secondarily, so those were the conditions of most importance to our collective group. Now, secondarily, there are concerns that remain with respect to traffic, circulation, and parking. The applicant's proposed condition 2A related to pedestrian access and bicycle parking areas. These elements would not be utilized as safely without a companion operating agreement like we suggested between the applicant and the town, and in coordination with the county, understanding that Estero Boulevard is a county road, for the inclusion of a crosswalk or a traffic light. We propose that as condition 31 at agenda packet 591. This is also the case with the sidewalk referenced along the eastern boundary coming, or coming from Estero heading south towards the support structure in applicant's proposed condition 2C. And as we understand from the applicant, the sidewalk in that location coming in off Estero Boulevard to get to the support structure will be located outside of the eastern buffer area. I just asked that the applicant clarify whether it's in or outside that easterly buffer on the master concept plan and in this condition as well. The applicant's proposed conditions 2D and E reference a 6-foot high opaque fence along the south and east property lines next to 2553 and 2562 Cottage Ave. I believe those are the O'Loughlin and the Whitehead properties. And then also a 4-foot high decorative fence along Cottage. We asked that the applicant clarify the difference of the fence types and heights in those two locations because it'll be a different design and height uniformly on the south boundary. As we also understand from conversations with the applicant over the weekend, the 4-foot high fence along Cottage will be a wrought iron rail type fence in terms of style, but we don't have any clarity in terms of the fence material. We'd appreciate some clarification from the applicant's team on that. And let's see, the applicant's condition 29, they're proposing a trip generation study at time of development order application. However, we respectfully request a true traffic impact statement, and that's underscored with the letter from Mosin Salehi in your package that I submitted today, dated April 4th. A trip generation study only shows the number of trips to be generated by the proposed uses, but the TIS actually looks at those trip distributions and the possible impacts on roadways, intersections, and driveways, and any deficiencies in handling those new trips. Further detailed in Mr. Salehi's letter, any new TIS has to address an identified flaw in the original TIS from 2008. Under the 2008 TIS, the trips from option A, again, the food truck option is B, but option A had been incorrectly added to the non-failing and southern segment of Estero Boulevard between Voorhees and Tropical Shores Way. But the project, the food truck park, will actually front the failing segment between Tropical Shores Way and Center Street. So that baseline error from 2008 has to be corrected for this new study to be meaningful. And we ask that it be a true traffic impact statement instead of just a trip generation study. We also lastly request keeping in the condition 29 from our proposed conditions at agenda packet page 591, which is consistent with the discussion at first reading, keeping the parking operation plan in place. We appreciate the additional detail in terms of how the parking will function, namely the automated gated kiosk and free parking for the first 20 minutes. And the possible addition of a digital sign to show how many spaces are available. Although I'm not sure how you capture those short-term 20-minute turnover spaces in a sign like that, but I appreciate the suggestion. But our concern is without the parking operation plan in place for those first 2 years, as suggested, there's not a binding condition as to how they operate the parking lot to then ensure compliance over time. So we do, as requested at first reading, incorporation of that item with a 2-year kind of trial period to see how it's going.
Before you move on real quick.
Yes.
Amy, would it be possible to get someone to print us out these two different proposals of conditions? Because it's a lot of jumping back and forth and there's a lot of data. So it'd be nice to have them side by side. Unless somebody else doesn't need it, but I would really like to have them side by side because there's a lot of intricacies you just went through there that would be nice to be able to see the difference.
Understood.
Jim would like them.
Get them on paper.
Coming to the dark side. Coming to the dark side.
And again, the outstanding question that I'm happy to regroup if we take a break on is the special, I'm sorry, it was the, ambient versus the amplified and live. But our original ask was for all music. There might be a room for compromise in terms of the days
Well,
if it's all music. But
And correct me if I'm wrong, your original ask was not 3 days, 6 hours per day. Your original ask was 2 days, 3 hours
yeah,
per day.
and from
Yeah.
2 to 8. So we have compromise in terms of that range.
I think that's important.
Yeah, and as the applicant stated, we've likewise been negotiating in good faith and coming to the table to try to have something that, you know, no one's going to be happy, and that's the definition of a great compromise, right? And we feel like we're making concessions. What we put in the agenda packet for you, we haven't even come back to request, you know, the full compliance plan, for example. So we have moved the needle on our end, and I'm optimistic we could maybe get closer to an acceptable middle ground. And with that, thank you for your time. I'll turn it over to Mr. French next.
Good morning again, Mr. French.
Good morning again. Ed French at 2548, 2550 Cottage Avenue, and I apologize, I didn't say that I was sworn in this morning last time I came up to speak. Thanks for helping us get this close. We really appreciate everybody trying to keep the neighborhood, and certainly something was going to go in there anyway, and we're used to the old Holmes house and Mucky Duck, so it's getting a lot closer. And thanks to the applicant for stepping up to the plate and spending the money like he is. That's what we were after in the very beginning. It would have been nice to have that shoot out the gate at the very beginning, but here we are. We're darn close. Just to have a couple things to help me. Maybe you can help me figure this out. How do the deliveries get made? Being in a former beer distributor, we had deliveries. How does that truck get up and down our small streets? And I think Katie already hit on it. The parking for the customers that are just hit and run and just getting a sandwich and leaving. I hate to see them not have a space and start looking through the neighborhood to get a space to get that great food truck court meal. I don't know, I've kicked this around, the run with the land, since it is more of a concrete building and structure. I'd like to see, I'd like to see that this operation just stick with the applicant, and if it changes hands, it might be considered not available to the next person that buys it. It might be a tall order, but I think my fear is that this turns into a carnival kind of atmosphere, and if there's something better that comes along, that'd be great. I think that's all I have for right now. So we have to break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Next, we'll have Deb Danford come.
Okay. You still say good morning, good morning.
I'm Deb Danford, owner of 2522 and 2520 Cottage Avenue. I really don't have much to say at this point because you basically heard it all. But I will say for the record, the applicant neighborhood group has never directly reached out to the Danfords. Not sure why, but we are left to assume it was because they didn't feel the need to do so. As a directly impacted neighbor who will be forced to deal with the operation of this kind of a development 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 14 to 15 hours a day, one would think we would have at least received a phone call. As neighbors have repeatedly stated, we are not opposed to appropriate commercial development in this area, but you've seen how extremely close and intrusive this development and operation would be to neighbors. This should not be a difficult decision, but we want more of one common sense. My husband and I have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to protect our property and investment from the threat of hurricane damage. But we never imagined we would be faced with a threat to our investment from within. I'm just going to conclude my speech with a message to all residents and property owners of Fort Myers Beach. While this development may not be in your backyard today, it could be tomorrow. Don't be as naive as we have been. While our property rights and investments are at risk today, yours could be tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker from our unified intervener group is Mr. Bryseth, who's on Zoom.
And good morning. Since I'm on Zoom, I'm not sure. I tried to virtually participate in the oath, and I just want to make sure that I'm covered on that, or do we need to do that first?
We can swear you in again if need be here. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to recognize Ranger Tucci myself. What an amazing thing, and the fact that, and say thank you again to the council and town staff for allowing me to do this remotely, since my wife is undergoing chemo today. So it kind of puts everything in context a little bit when we're talking about saving people's lives, and so it was a real cool recognition of Ranger Tucci today. So and as a frequent person on the sand, I'm glad there's people like out there taking care of us. So kudos to all the town people for that. Again, Randy Bryseth. I've been an owner at Pelican Watch since 2012. I'm the current HOA president of Pelican Watch. And again, thank you for the time today. First, let me reiterate our message. And so I also want to say I'm speaking today strictly on Pelican Watch behalf to Danford's and French's, even though we have common representation. We all agree that we're entitled to our own opinions, so and our positions. So let me iterate our message from previous LPA and council meetings. We have never been against development of this site. Actually, many of our owners would love to see it, as Ed French said, return to the days of the mucky duck. But what that really means is was enclosed structure and specific use parking, not the intrusion levels of an open air food truck with an open air bar and open air music. So that is the distinction here. So we remain opposed to this development and ask the council to vote no on the current proposed setup, as it is overly intrusive to our privacy and the image properties and property values of our building. One of the things that is kind of most frustrating to me is I've grabbed onto this project as the new HOA president, and then the LPA encouraged us to be fact-based when we came to the meetings, and we did that. We hired experts, and one of the most interesting findings, I think, amongst all the other issues, is that we had Matt Simmons, who's a known expert in the space, do a national search, not a Southwest Florida search, a national search to find another food truck court that was allowed this adjacent to residential properties. And guess what? Couldn't find one. Not a single one in the United States has been allowed to be built this close to and adjacent to residences. So we're in essence the new experiment. And that's kind of frustrating. It's surprising and a little frustrating. The Lee County guidelines itself talk about at least a 50-foot buffer off residential areas. The other properties that are mentioned, in the neighboring counties in Naples or Cape Coral or Fort Myers, have at least an 80-foot, in most cases greater than 100-foot buffer off residential properties. To me, that speaks volumes of the suitability of this project. Other people have determined this is an improper use or an improper placement of a facility like this. And so it's quite, again, surprising and even disappointing that we're here having this conversation based on all the other evidence that all the other communities have already developed. And Fort Myers Beach has no in-place ordinances for this. So we are in essence the experiment. And once you guys decide to go, you vote yes on this, we're forever beholden to that experiment. So please consider that as you take your votes and wonder why Fort Myers Beach will be the only one in the United States with immediate adjacency to a food truck court with live amplified music. So it's a really interesting, I think, almost compelling story in and of itself, because other people have studied this a lot more than we have. So having said that, if as Katie said on our behalf, if you're still compelled to vote yes, then it really comes down to the conditions. If you're going to mitigate the issues to the local residents and communities. So I think it's paramount that whatever happens next is really zeroes in on these conditions. So we have had a few calls with and discussions between the attorneys and the applicants, and I would say constructive professional calls, and I've appreciated being able to talk about those things with Dan Myers in particular. So that has been the issue is we haven't been able to reach a solution. I would say that at no point have we got to the point where we've said to each other, or nor were we asked, hey, if we do these things, if we do these following 8 things, will you drop opposition? That's never been asked of us, which I find kind of surprising too, because then you get to find out where the real rubber hits the road. And so that's kind of an interesting take. And I think, you know, as you go along, I do negotiations for a living. And it's interesting, you know, when you have power, you don't give. So having passed through LPA and first reading first reading unanimously, it really shifted the power in these negotiations to the applicant. And I think as we've tried to close these gaps, they're a little bit emboldened by knowing that this project's probably going to go through. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but I mean, the momentum kind of and the vote structures kind of show that. So so it comes back to conditions once again. A couple of other things to just mention as it relates to the mindset I'd ask you as council and city staff as we get into this is the city, we would ask also then recognize that we have enforcement problems on the beach already. Noise, parking, whatever those are. All you have to do is go down to Mom's Food Truck on a Saturday or Sunday morning and find that street completely lined with illegal parkers. Nothing is ever done about it. And so what's going to change, right? So now they're going to come down our streets, or for those familiar with Pelican Watch, we have an outlot parking spaces that it's not fenced in, we will tag it, we'll tow, but people that are running over for a taco will likely risk it. So all that parking is going to go down onto the streets into our lots when they don't want to try to, you know, maybe 20 minutes of free parking helps with that. I would agree, but can they get in and out in 20 minutes? Don't know. And many won't try. So that is, I think I'm asking the city to also think about what the enforcement possibilities are for both the parking trespass and I think noise abatement. If noise becomes an issue, what do we do about it, right? So we can codify this stuff, but let's say the amplification is up above 75 decibels, we make the call, what happens, right? And I think that's been an issue with residents here on the beach for since Ian, it was some of the other establishments already. At the last LPA, I showed a video coming from Eats at the Beach. I was 110 feet away and you could hear it like a rock concert, right? So it's really quite an important issue to us as we try to protect the sanctity of our neighborhood. So the other issue is so with that said, I just asked the city signage enforcement, please consider how the city's role in all that also. I want to highlight or reiterate some of the key conditions that Katie spoke about. The noise amplification issue is we are willing to come to the table on that. And I can't remember, I mean, sorry, I don't know all the names. I think it was Vice Mayor Adderholt who said something about 2 days. We're willing to come to the 3 days, 6 hours a day, which is even a lot. I mean, I think the longest live music that gets played on the beach is probably at the beach bar, and that's usually from 1 to 5, which is a 4-hour stint. So I'm not quite sure why 6 hours required, but we're willing to come to that. And I guess Katie's going to get our group together at a break here and talk about that a little bit more. So the other issue is it is clear that the music is not a vital thing for the commercial success of that thing. They have parking revenue, food truck rent revenue, and bar revenue. They've stated that it's not crucial. So why fight it? I don't understand. If you're really going to say you want to be a good neighbor, then be a good neighbor. I think that's something I want council to hear is like, oh, well, if it's not needed for the commercial success of it, why not come to the neighbor's side? Why are we fighting so hard on that? I don't know, but we are. And then I think also there was a discussion with the applicant and myself that talked about the a fence or a wall being placed along the Pelican Watch fence, because I don't believe our fence should have to be the property line buffer, the physical property line buffer, because, and excuse I'm trying to say this as politely as I can, we don't want people that are having it at the bar, or the line can't get in the bathroom. Guess what? The Pelican Watch fence becomes a really good place to go. And there's no reason for our fence to be the primary physical buffer, even though there's plants and shrubs. Come on, that's what people are going to go walk into to do their business, not the other way around. So we're doing. I thought we made progress on that yesterday. I'll leave that for the applicant to come back with, but I thought we had an agreement on some sort of a structure along that property line. Special permits. It's a really big deal to us. I mean, it shows the width of the gap here is they think 6 permits, which could be food markets for every Wednesday all year long. We're at, hey, how about 4 to 6 days a year and non-consecutive days? And our number one complaint is big drawers like carnivals that bring a lot more cars, a lot more people, a lot more traffic. You know, we get wanting to have an antique car rally or a small some other venue, but that's what our ask is no more than 4 to 6, ideally 4 non-consecutive day special permits for the site if we're again going to really protect the neighborhood. The third is the security gate. So we have had it. I think the applicant has been consistent in their no on this issue. And there's this commentary, which we agree to, that we already have the cul-de-sac effect. We already have the pass-through effect. But now you're talking about a couple hundred more trips a day with bikes and golf carts and everything else coming down there. There's no way. Common sense says we're going to have a bigger problem. And it's not our problem. They're making it our problem. So why wouldn't they have to participate in the cost of remediating that problem? That's kind of frustrating to me that, I have a daughter who teaches and she tells parents all the time, don't make your problem my problem. And that's really what we're being asked to do right now, which is, I think can be addressed through a condition or support of the city here. So please consider that. It's really important to us. In closing, I guess I just have a few last comments. The irony of this project, again, and the state of mindset of the applicant is that this be neighborhood friendly. I'd say yes, it is if you're not immediately adjacent or within a block of it. So it's great. If I lived down the street, I'd want to come down there for a hot dog or a burger or a taco or a glass of beer. I get it, but it's not friendly. Not without the proper conditions. So as you guys go into deliberations, please consider proper conditions or even aggressive conditions on this property so it is more neighborhood friendly. Our requests are reasonable, we think. I would also say the effect on our homeowner value, maybe not by law should be considered, but there has to be something that Pelican Watch has made an investment in this community. We've put $10 million plus into our rebuild. We have debt of $2.8 million. And now we're at risk of having our property values affected negatively. That's a hard pill to swallow. We get it. That site is zoned for development. And so we can't stop everything, but this one is going to have a detrimental effect. And the facts and the expert testimony prove it. So at some point, we have to be equally important as the applicant itself. We even have a unit up for sale 104 that we've now had, and we have documentation from the realtor to support it, that we've had buyers say no simply because they're looking for a quiet part of the island, and they know about the food truck development and say, hey, that's not what we're looking for. So it's already affected a couple of buyers. Now, whether they would have made an offer or not, nobody can really know, right? But it's been documented by a local real estate agent. The process itself, all the way back to LPA, has seemed a little upside down from the start. Yes, no traffic impact study has been required so far. Estero's bad, but to ignore further impact is kind of interesting as somebody who has to also, with all of you, drive on and off the aisle many days. The city has no current ordinances to govern food truck courts and is mostly taking advice from the applicant itself and other places. But if you look at other places, nobody is allowing this close to residences. So we're not sure how that jives, but it's really an interesting thing. So our ask is, and I'll conclude with this, is yes, Fort Myers Beach needs development. And we owners are leading the recovery phase with our wallets. We have to, because we like to live here. And based on expert reports, the many issues that will come with the development, the significant negative impact on our property values, the city's responsibility to enforce the policies, and the overall intrusion of this development, we're asking the council to vote no. However, if you do vote yes, then please give full consideration to our list of requested conditions, as none of them unduly burden the applicant. None of them. None of them affect their commercial viability. As much as their revenue and will come from those other three sources, as I think everybody has acknowledged. You have the opportunity now, today, to approve the project and still further protect the adjacent owners with more restrictive conditions. Once done, this cannot be undone. So please, the proper conditions are absolutely critical to this. And the last thing I'd like to say to as someone who sits on other community boards and has sat, thank you for your service to the community and the ability to state our case today. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best to you and your wife.
Appreciate that. We'll need it. We'll take it.
Thank you, Randy. And he was the last speaker from our intervener group. With the caveat, we would appreciate an opportunity to confer on the music hours collectively. I have input from Pelican Watch, but I'd like to get with the Danfords and Mr. French before responding to your question.
I think if everybody's okay with it, Dave, did you want to take your 5? Okay. So we'll hear from David, and then that may be a good time to take a break.
Could I ask a quick
Yes,
question of council
Sure.
and have our council respond? Mr. French asked a very interesting question. What's your legal opinion with respect to whether if this property was moved forward as proposed and is 5 years from now sold, is it your legal opinion that usage would transfer to the new property owner?
Yes, that's my understanding. It runs with the land, which is why the conditions are so paramount, because we may trust the owner operator today to do right by the community, but that could very well change.
But do you have any language that you'd suggest to if it was sold, that it would then that the new owner would have to come back and start from scratch? Is that your position? Is that your hope?
I think if we get the conditions to a place that we've all attested to, that would run with the land regardless of operating entity. But I'll defer to Ms. Stuparich to.
So there's private restrictions and there's public restrictions. So your zoning is a public restriction, and all the conditions that are in the ordinance would carry forward to any future owners. The only way it would change is if the future owner came to you and asked for a zoning change.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to have his question answered. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think after Mr. Tezek, then we'll hear if you guys want to respond, and then we'll take a break. Good afternoon.
Hello again, David Tezek. A couple things. First of all, there was a food truck park that was put close to a residential area. It was in Oregon. I've read the study, and what they found was, and then this particular food truck park didn't offer alcohol, and they found that it reduced the property values in there. And I've got a copy of the study. I've done extensive research on it. So it was detrimental to the area. No different than this would be. I know we all have differing opinions, and I would say this, you know, Jim, you've been beating this sound this way and down and days. I don't want it. I don't want this project, period. Unless you close that access to my house, you're driving 900 people through my private driveway. There was never platted. It was never dedicated in the plat. You have no easement on record that shows it. There's nothing that shows that you even have legal access to it. So you're trying to drive 900 people through there. Judith never even did a study on pedestrian traffic, people coming in with bikes, like the one guy said, golf carts and all that. That's never been done. We're going to have more people from that 5-story Neptune you guys approved, which you could have put a public access through there, but you didn't. You rather drive them all through our neighborhood. So let me ask all 5 of you, would you want this development next to your house? I got $6 million in property, and I know it's going to devaluate. So would you want it, John? John, would you want this proposal?
This is your public comment, not mine.
No, but you're making a determination to destroy the value of my property.
I've got a bridge next to my house. Do you want a bridge next to yours?
I have a bridge where a walkover. It got washed out, and that was illegally put there.
Please just,
The question is, Dan, would you want this next to your property?
I'm here to make a decision. I'm not
Okay,
here.
so here's the decision. When you make a decision to destroy the value of my property, I'm going to sue you for the damages. I have that right. Now I'm going to go into the laws. The proposed rezoning violates Article 10, Section 10.2C of the town charter, requiring zoning changes to comply with general law and comprehensive plans. Prohibiting arbitrary zoning benefiting private interests. Notably, no current ordinance in the town's land development code defines or authorizes food trucks as a primary use. Establishing use without pre-existing regulatory framework violates Florida statute 166.033. You're violating the Florida statute. Plain and simple. Look it up. Which mandates municipalities must only approve developments that fully comply with their comprehensive plans and land development regulations. Failure to comply with this statute could result in legal challenges and invalidations of any approvals. Additionally, Florida statute 163.3194 demands that development approvals be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Approving this rezoning proposal would directly countervene this requirement. You're in violation. Potential legal consequences and liabilities. Approval of this development will expose the town to multiple serious legal challenges. Bert Harris Jr. Private Property Rights Protection Act. Neighboring property owners could seek compensation for substantially diminishment of their property values and property rights. By you saying that you're going to take the beachgoers and bring them through my private driveway, 900 a day to a public bathroom, that's a Bert Harris Act claim. You devaluate my property by $1.5 million, and you pay for it. You cut me a check for it, because that's what I'm suing for. Damages. I got 2 properties, $1.5 million each. The property next 2 doors down sold for $3.1 million. If I don't get that, then you devaluated my property. Inverse condemnation. Have you ever heard that one? Approval could lead to substantial interference with neighboring properties' use, resulting in inverse condemnation claims. I'm constantly pushing people out of my driveways. When it starts to rain, I'd get 20 people underneath my tiki hut. I got a permit in to build a house, and I'm really upset, Dan, that you would sit there and say, boy, if there was houses there, I'd have a different frame of mind. But now that it's all empty, hell, let's just build whatever we want. You know what? My life has been there for 35 years. I remember my kids walking my dog down the beach, my daughter becoming the shrimp queen, all those things. My memories are there. I'm planning on rebuilding. So when we all build back, does that go away? Roadway and accessibility, non-compliance. That road was platted at 30 feet. If you go measure it today, it's 16 feet wide. And if you go measure the other roads, they're barely 20 feet. You're going to have to go in there and pave 30 feet, but you don't own it. We own to the center of the road in Sea Grape subdivision. All you have under the statute is what you constructed and maintained. 361 of the statute. Well, you've only constructed and made 16 feet. Commercial development requires 50 feet, Jim. How are you going to bring all these trucks in? And for 30 years, I've been making a left out to go to the doctors or the Costco or whatever. You want me to make a right and get in the bottom of the line of all the people trying to get off the beach? You're not thinking it through, folks. Not one of you have ever taken the position of the residents that will suffer the losses. Not one of you have ever taken that position. You're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. With 29 deviations, I'll get this damn thing in there. I'll get it to fit. It doesn't. Comprehensive plan land development code violations, policy 4B4, 182, 1D2. Those are all violations of the code. Now I'm going to go into this. I filed a Freedom of Information request 3 weeks ago. I filed one 2 years ago when you guys were driving through my property and dumping contaminated sand on my head. I filed it and I sent it to the town manager. He said, "Well, stay off your property." But I've never heard back, and all the Freedom of Information requests I've sent, I've never gotten a response. I've never heard from any of the developers, any of the attorneys, none of them, and yet I'm affected the most. And not one of you, other than Scott replied to me just over the weekend, has ever contacted me, ever met with me at my properties, and ever discussed anything that would affect my property. So I want my Freedom of Information request. As far as I'm concerned, I have not been given due process in this entire process. And until I have that, nothing should be determined. And the fact that you passed this today on the spot zoning, I will file a writ of certiorari within the next 30 days, challenging that alone.
Thank you.
Oh, one last point.
I think your time is up, sir.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I have as much time since this affects me. That's my due process. This
already
developer right here.
Sir, we already voted on it.
Time to
Mr.
move
Kizak.
on.
We've already voted.
Then I want to make it note that I was denied my due
You're welcome to
process.
speak in public comment when we open the public comment portion.
I was using my time from the first time, but I'll speak again then.
Judith?
So I just wanted to clarify, because the conditions of approval are so pertinent to this case, that what you, I believe that the town clerk printed out for you are the 3 working versions we have right now. So there's the first version, which is staff's, and that's in 2 different orders. I think it makes sense just to look at the first ordering of those conditions just for comparison's sake. And if you're okay with reordering them later, we can talk about that later. So there's staff versions, there's the applicant's version, and
I don't see the one for the Pelican Watch group. I don't see the one that's perfect. I don't, maybe I didn't get that one, but
so it has the same title as ours, which is a bit confusing. I don't know which ones you have in front of you. The staff version, for anybody following along, is pages 174 is where the staff versions begin.
yeah. I got
And
that.
then the applicant's version starts on page 180. But they've provided their own copy, which reflects what they presented today.
Right.
And you have
I
that.
have
That's
a 185. I don't have a 180.
Yeah, I have
Yeah, it's
185.
185. I think you meant to say 185.
185 to 187
thank
is the applicant's version. And then in the packet,
Judith,
page.
This is the one they should have, right? The one you just handed out?
Yes, yes, that the applicant provided those copies.
No,
And that's
it's
their,
this one with
the
the
most
star.
recent version of
The one
that.
with the
And then
star.
No,
the
this one.
interveners version begins on page 592.
Got it. Okay, so we do it.
And so their numbering system is not, they have more conditions, so it doesn't exactly line up. So whenever we get there, if you want to go through them one by one and make any changes that you have, it may be worth it just to
Yeah,
go
that's
through
why I
them.
think I noticed. The 592 page one isn't like the other ones where it's underlined, crossed out.
Right,
That's-
right.
Okay.
So if you want to do that at whatever point, just let me know. Do you want to hear public comment before I go over the findings and conclusions?
Well, let's see if, is it pertinent to let the applicant?
If
see
the
they
applicant
want to-
would like to respond to any of the interveners, if you have any comments.
Thank you, Noel Davies, for the record. If we may, I think we'll just rebut one time after public comment, and we'll address interveners' comments as well as any other public comment.
Okay. Well, do you want to do, we can do it after. I think we've heard a lot of information that I think both sides maybe want to hash through a little bit. Maybe now is a good time to take a break. Are you guys okay with that? Is there anything you need to discuss or not discuss? I know that you wanted some time, right?
Yes.
To discuss with your app or your group.
Yes, we'll discuss with respect to music hours generally while we're on break. So if I could just have a minute or two to come back and report back what our collective ask is on that one condition.
Okay.
Thank you.
One suggestion, if I may, is I think if you do staff and public comment, then we can take a break, talk to our respective clients, talk to each other, and then report back to you.
We can do that. It makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
That way, if you hear what you need to hear, and then you got it. Okay, go ahead, Judith.
Okay. So I'm going to read through the requested deviations first. There are 7 altogether. Deviation 1 is from Land Development Code Section 10-285 that requires driveways to be located at least 250 feet from the center line of a local street such as Chapel Street to allow a distance of 100 feet from Estero Boulevard. This was a condition that was approved in the previous iteration of the CPD, that 07-28, and they're asking to continue.
Judith, I'm sorry,
Sorry.
what page are you on in the packet?
193.
Okay, thank you.
So this is, again, the deviation. So deviation 1 was there in the previous version of the CPD that was approved. Staff response to that is there is insufficient distance from Estero Boulevard to Cottage Avenue along Chapel Street to allow full compliance with this code section. The deviation is necessary to allow access to the site. Deviation 2 seeks relief from Land Development Code Section 10-285 that requires driveways to be located at least 250 feet from the center line of the intersection of Estero Boulevard and Chapel Street and to the driveway of Pelican Watch condominiums. In general, the code wants 250 feet distance between driveways and intersections. It's not possible in this situation. And so they're asking for relief from that. Staff response is that applicant should provide site signage indicating access location, which is something they have agreed to in the conditions. Parking lot access from Cottage Avenue would be a nuisance to the homeowners on that street. So therefore we're putting it on Chapel. Parking lot access from Estero Boulevard would burden the flow of traffic on that road. The location of the Chapel Street is the most appropriate for a site configuration. And then it refers to some of the conditions about that entrance. Deviation 3 seeks relief from Land Development Code Section 34-706D, which states that existing driveway and parking spaces shall be relocated from Estero Boulevard to allow for the existing access point to remain from Estero onto the property. Right now, there is a driveway entrance from Estero to the portion where they're proposing to put the mobile vending pads. And they would like to keep that, but restrict that access only to the mobile vendors coming and going during off-peak hours. Staff's response is that the access should be restricted, which they've agreed to, and not for general public or even for service or delivery vehicles would not be allowed to use that entrance. And again, asking the applicant to provide appropriate site signage, which they have agreed to. Deviation 4 seeks relief from the Land Development Code Section 34-706A, which requires that off-street parking lots be placed in side or rear yards. This deviation will allow the parking lot to be located along Chapel Street between Estero and Cottage Avenue. Staff response is that the proposed master concept plan configuration with parking along Estero is appropriate to accommodate additional parking spaces for the commercial parking lot. The deviation is necessary because of the mobile vendor park. Without a mobile vendor park, they perhaps wouldn't necessarily need this deviation. The commercial parking, however, may provide increased accessibility to beach access number 26 although parking rates are not known at this time. Deviation 5 seeks relief from Land Development Code 34-2017, which requires high turnover parking lots to have a paved surface to allow, in this case, for a crushed shell or limestone rock surface. They're asking for this flexibility. I don't know that they fully decided exactly what the surface would be. Staff recommends that the applicant utilize a gravel crushed shell stabilization grid paver system, which essentially, instead of just having the crushed shell on the lot, there's it's sometimes plastic, sometimes other materials to stabilize it, to make sure that that gravel or crushed shell doesn't migrate off the property and end up in the storm sewers. That is a condition in the condition list, that if they choose that option, that they have to provide some type of grid stabilization, and then they would present that during their development order, what exactly the material is. Deviation 6 seeks relief from Land Development Code Section 10-416D2, Table 10.8, which requires a 15-foot wide Type D buffer when the proposed parking and vehicle use area abuts the right-of-way or road easement, to allow for a minimum 10-foot wide buffer. The staff's response is the applicant is proposing double staggered hedges at a height of 3 feet, which should be sufficient to block headlights from parked cars infiltrating the right-of-way. The additional trees proposed, which are again in the conditions, will provide shade for the public sidewalks as well as for the parked vehicles. Deviation 7, which is the new one you're seeing now, seeks relief from Land Development Code Section 10-416D2, Table 10.8, which requires a 15-foot wide Type D buffer when the proposed parking and vehicle use area abuts a right-of-way or road easement, to allow for a minimum 5-foot wide buffer. This deviation is necessary to allow the reduced buffer along Chapel to provide a greater buffer along the Pelican Watch property boundary. So if town council prefers the master concept plan presented today as opposed to the one presented last month, this deviation needs to go along in order to make that that version possible. Are there any questions about the deviation before I keep going?
John, any questions?
None.
Vice Mayor? No.
I have one question. So this deviation 7 just came about at this meeting, correct?
Yes, so the applicant, when hearing the comments of the previous meeting about the Pelican Watch and their concerns about noise and disruption to the use of their pool deck, they came back and they made that adjustment. And in order to make that adjustment, to have a little bit of a wider buffer there, they need to kind of essentially move their activities over slightly. So there's a slightly smaller buffer along Chapel Street. So they've kind of like slid it over a little bit in addition to the other changes. But so this buffer becomes necessary to accommodate that change. So that's what I'm saying. If you like this new version of the master concept, then this deviation has to go along with that.
I guess where I'm coming from though is that this deviation, I'm getting into the weeds here, technically has only had one review. It's only had one hearing. Does that make a difference? Does it need to have two hearings? Do we?
Well, because
We don't
it
know
is.
what it is.
Good.
We don't know what the deviation
Please,
is. We couldn't hear it, sir.
we'll reread it for you.
Okay.
All right.
But then again. we
All right,
don't know
enough.
due
Please stop.
process.
Please stop.
So there is the title that was read to the public encompasses the fact that there are going to be deviations, that there could be deviations, that this is the project. So conceivably, within the title language that was read, the public, the neighbors, the affected parties, everyone is put on notice that there will be some changes made to this. You know, it's always better to have it in advance, but sometimes that can't happen. So if you wanted to proceed forward, I think you could. If I had my preference, it would have been to have had it as a complete package. But
So-
things evolve.
But
through the
could this also
process.
just be something that can be discussed when we take this break and everyone can discuss so that there's no questions and then we come back?
As far as possible conditions?
Mhm.
Yes.
So I'm just going to reread that number 7 and
Okay.
basically say, I think what you said, I'll try to say what you said.
Okay.
So it says deviation number 7 seeks the relief from LDC section 10-416 D2 table 10-8, which requires a 15-foot wide type D buffer when the proposed parking and vehicle use area abuts a right of way, a road easement to allow for a minimum 5-foot wide buffer. And essentially what that does is in the first meeting when we had the discussion, there was discussion to shift the project closer to the street, further away from Pelican Watch's fence line to create a larger buffer between the fence and this proposal. But in that case, it then shrunk the amount of area that there would be a buffer available on the other side of the project. That is the reason this deviation was added to this second reading.
Which is on a street
Which is on a street versus a
versus
property.
a property. Okay.
Yes, correct.
So that was the reason that this deviation number 7 came on this reading versus the first one.
Correct.
Did I hit it?
Yep.
Right. All right.
Good job.
Okay, so I'm gonna move on to findings and conclusions.
We'll just make sure, Scott.
Oh, sorry.
you have any
I'm good.
questions? Okay. Got it. Go ahead.
Okay. Again, as we did with the first ordinance, we're looking at Land Development Code, section 34-85, B and C, and 34-216-2. Okay. 34-85B, considerations. In reaching its decision, the town council shall consider the following whenever applicable. 1, whether there exists an error or ambiguity which must be corrected. No errors or ambiguities exist. Whether there exist changed or changing conditions which make approval of the request appropriate. The site was vacant prior to Hurricane Ian. The majority of the site, the redevelopment of the site makes the request appropriate. Mobile vendors / food truck parks are growing in popularity, and this use is not directly addressed in the Land Development Code, which makes the CPD process appropriate to resolve any potential conflicts with this new use. So just say that again, that all of the uses contained within the park are addressed in the Land Development Code. So restaurant, food sales, retail, bar, commercial parking lot, all of those uses are addressed in the comprehensive, in the Land Development Code. And as I said previously about the food trucks, we do have an ordinance on our books that allow for it. The CPD process is appropriate, as I said, to resolve potential conflicts and to ensure that any development would be sensitive to the site conditions. 3, the impact of a proposed change on the intent of this charter. No impact on the intent of this chapter will occur, although the LPA or the town council may desire to consider additional regulation to govern this use in the future. As the applicant presented in their narrative, other jurisdictions have regulations specifically designed for food truck parks, which would allow them to be developed potentially by right without review from their board or council. We have the CPD process, and it's been staff's determination that any food truck park, mobile vendor park, anything that involves uses that we have, but a specific configuration that we don't have, then we're guided to use the CPD project. So if something similar came forward in the future, we would push them through the CPD project process, just for clarity. Okay. 4, the testimony of any applicant. 5, the recommendation of staff and of the local planning agency. 6, the testimony of the public. 7, whether the request is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies, and intent, and with the densities, intensities, and general uses as set forth in the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. The density and intensity requests are consistent with the Town of Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. The mobile vendor / food truck park will program a space that has been vacant for many years preceding Hurricane Ian. It is, by its scale, pedestrian oriented for the existing neighbors and the several newly approved development projects in nearby locations as addressed in Goal 7. Also, the location is accessible from Lee Tran service and a reasonable distance from the downtown zoning district on bicycle. Mobile vendors / food truck operators in general are small business owners who may add to the Fort Myers Beach small town character as addressed in Goal 4. The outdoor nature of the proposed development lends itself to integration with the public realm as addressed in policy 4A2. The following policies are addressed by the applicant in the project narrative. I'm going to list several of those policies. Policy 4C3, policies 4B5 and 4C3, policy 4C4, policy 4C8, policy 4E1, policy 7D3. And I would like to state, as I did at the previous meeting, policy 4B4, which really defines the Boulevard Future Land Use District, does call for this area to be a mixed use area with both residential and commercial uses. It does call for any new commercial development to be sensitive to existing residential. And that's what has been attempted with this list of conditions here, is to address that requirement that new commercial developments be sensitive to the existing uses. 8, whether the request meets or exceeds all performance and locational standards set forth in the proposed use. The proposed development will be required to meet performance standards set forth in Land Development Code Section 34-2013 and 34-2032. 2031 and 2032. Whether urban services are or will be available and adequate to serve a proposed land use change. The urban services exist in this location. Whether the request will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources. The request will have no impact on designated environmentally critical areas and natural resources. The request does not include any revision to the environmentally critical areas. Whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property. Staff finds the request compatible with the surrounding land uses. The potential for nuisance is minimized through provided buffers, as well as several staff recommended conditions for approval. These suggested conditions include limited hours of operation to reduce the potential for noise nuisance to surrounding properties. 12, whether the location of the request places an undue burden upon existing transportation or other services and facilities that will be served by streets with the capacity to carry traffic generated by the development. The current request is less intense than the previously approved master concept plan and should not place an undue burden on transportation services. 13, for planned development rezonings, see section 34-216, which we'll get to in a moment. Land Development Code section 34-85C, which is findings. Before granting any rezoning, the town council shall find that the requested zoning district complies with: 1, the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. Staff finds the proposed uses and requested deviations for the commercial plan development comply with the comprehensive plan. 2, this chapter, the proposed uses comply with this chapter except in regards to the deviations. 3, any other applicable town ordinances or codes. The proposed request complies with the town ordinances and codes except in regard to the deviations. 4, for planned development rezoning, see section 34-216. Okay. Land Development Code, section 34-216, B2. The recommendation made to the town council must be supported by the guidelines set forth 3485, which you just heard. In addition, the findings must address whether the following criteria can be satisfied. A, the proposed use or mix of uses is appropriate in the subject location. Staff response is that the proposed mix of uses is appropriate in this location as it is in the boulevard future land use. The expanded boundary area, which you heard under a separate ordinance, additions to the schedule of uses and the master concept plan are appropriate. The mobile vendor / food truck park concept with commercial parking is not directly anticipated in the comprehensive plan or land development code, but is not in conflict with either regulation. B, sufficient safeguards to the public interest are provided by the recommended special conditions to the concept plan or by other applicable regulations. Staff response is that sufficient safeguards are provided for the public interest through required buffering at the property boundaries, and additionally, staff has suggested several conditions to further safeguard the public. C, all recommended special conditions are reasonably related to the impacts on the public's interest created by or expected from the proposed development. All conditions are related to the impacts on the public interest. D, the proposed use meets all specific requirements of the comprehensive plan that are relevant to the requested plan development, such as the following. Policies 4B4 and 4C3 on commercial uses in the mixed residential category is not applicable here. Policy 4B5 and 4C3 on commercial rezonings in the boulevard category. The mobile vendor / food truck park contributes to the pedestrian character of the town and the boulevard future land use category. The proposal is sensitive to the surrounding residential land uses. Policy 4C4 on building heights taller than the standard height limit is not applicable in this situation. Policy 4C8 on density transfers is not applicable. Policy 4E1 on pre-disaster build back is not applicable. Policy 7J2 on traffic impact analysis and potential design improvements that could offset traffic impacts. There are no anticipated adverse traffic impacts. Findings for deviation requests. Per section 34-216.4, all deviations must be approved with modification, or rejected based upon the finding that A, each item enhances the achievement of the objectives of the plan development. The requested deviations are related to the efficient functioning of the master concept plan. B, the general intent of this chapter to protect the public health, safety, and welfare will be preserved and promoted. The proposed deviations preserve public health. Each deviation operates to the benefit or at least not to the detriment of the public interest. I'm gonna have to go to the computer. Okay, the deviations are not a detriment to the public interest, and additional conditions are recommended for the master concept plan. And D, each deviation is consistent with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. The deviations are consistent with the comprehensive plan. So now recommendations. Staff finds that the CPD with deviations meets the criteria set forth in section 34-85B and C and 34-216.2 of the Land Development Code. If the town council finds that the applicant proposed parking calculations, which we didn't discuss this meeting, but we discussed at the previous one, based on other local regulations is appropriate, staff recommends approval with conditions. The recommended conditions are listed. I'm not going to read them now because I think we're going to go over them after public comment, and then we can go through them one by one if that's all right with you. I did also want to state for the record, when we're talking about conditions, because they go into the ordinance, to keep in mind that the ordinance should be, one, enforceable either through zoning or through code compliance, and part of an agreement with it's a regulation for the town. So if there is something else you'd like to consider, it may be appropriate to consider an additional agreement or an agreement between two parties that don't include the town. So when thinking through the conditions, to keep in mind things that are either enforceable by zoning, so they're going to be reviewed. That's why I've separated into those three categories. So the site specific, so those are going to be reviewed upon development order. So staff can enforce them. We can go through the checklist and make sure everything that they're proposing is there. Or things like the operational hours, which would be enforced by code enforcement. So the noise, the hours of operation, things like that. If it's something outside of that realm, and Nancy may be better able to help you define that, it may be more appropriate in an agreement that doesn't happen within this ordinance we're considering now. Because as came up previously, this is a rezoning ordinance that's going to govern the use of this property, and should be specific to the boundary and the location that we're discussing here today. Okay.
All right. All right. Public comment.
I have the same as the first hearing signed up. Would be Susan Bonfigley. Following Susan is Ed French, if you, nope, Sandy Spitzer.
Okay. Hello again.
Hello, good afternoon this time.
Yes.
I'm Susan Bonfigley. I live at 2434 Cottage Avenue, and I have been sworn in. I just want to make a few points. I've written to each of you, so you've received several emails from me. Obviously, the business operates outdoors. It's not just the amplified music. That means people playing cornhole, screaming, all the noises that go with that encourage more noises. That's going to be an issue. I'm not sure exactly how a commercial parking lot fits in with the need of more walkable businesses, but we're looking at a commercial lot that is not supporting a business on that property, because once those originally 45 spots and now 39 spots and 4 golf cart spots are full, there is no parking available for this food truck park. It's going to bring vehicles onto our residential street. Great, you have the right turn out onto Chapel Street, but even if you have those signs, there's no parking available. I live there right now. We have the parking lot on Mango Street. People going through all the time. Mom's right now doesn't have parking. People could be parking in that Mango Street paid parking lot. They are not. I have to, at times, wait for someone to move their car from across the street so I can get out of my driveway. The streets are narrow. Two-way traffic is difficult. I have had opportunities where I want to turn left onto Chapel Street. There is a left turn lane there when you're heading northward. I can't turn in because the person coming out is blocked both sides of the road. It's very narrow and people are unfamiliar and they don't realize they're blocking it. I have pulled up and I've turned onto Mango to get through, but I foresee that this is going to be a major congestion point. And now with our new firehouse right across the street that might be counting on that middle lane to get through, they will not be able to because people are waiting in line to get tickets to get into the parking lot. So that's a big concern for me as well. I also want this council to consider what other councils have considered in the past. Again, I just mentioned the Mango Street parking lot. Ordinance 18-07 applies to that particular parking lot. It's only one street over, and that ordinance says that they can only operate year-round, but only between the hours of sunrise and sunset. That parking lot, which is a neighboring competitive parking lot, already has that restriction. Again, it's ordinance 18-07. Moms has ordinances applied against it. Again, on the same opposite corner of Chapel Street, ordinance 17-03, that says that they have to close by 4 p.m. and they are not allowed outdoor entertainment. And now we're saying directly across the street, we are going to allow it when there's an ordinance applies to moms. Basically, commercial endeavors are fine, but keep it inside, not impacting the neighborhood. It needs to be sensitive to neighboring residents, as stated in some of the things that were listed.
Need you to wrap it up for me. Susan.
That's it. That's what I have to say.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sandy Spitzer?
Sandy Spitzer, owner and Pelican Watch, and I had been sworn in earlier. The very fact that we are having to consider buffers, landscaping, trying to move the sound so that they're not intruding on property proves that this is an intrusion on property. Otherwise, why would you even have to consider it? Why would you have to consider buffers? And oh yes, we're going to have trees, we're going to have shrubs, we're going to try to keep people away from the fence at Pelican Watch with landscaping there. Well, that tells you right there, that proves right there that there would be a problem, that there is a problem. Thank you.
All I have signed up.
Come on up.
I haven't been sworn.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Okay, that was hard to say.
It was.
Monica Tezak, 244 Cottage Avenue. I just want to bring up that, again, the developers never contacted myself, who is directly impaired by this project. Only Pelican Watch and a couple others. They've never contacted us. Again, the concern with the parking on the road, 30-foot wide Chapel Street. For 18 years that we lived there before Ian hit, I called every day. Somebody's parking for moms. They're blocking it. I can't get out of the road. Who's going to maintain it? What staff member is going to be there 24/7 to get these people off the road? You guys aren't. The beach patrol is not. I called them every day, every single day, and I had to call them again. They're right across the street. Town hall's right across the street. Every day I had to call because I can't get out of the road because people are parked on both sides. Put a food truck parked there with moms. Never going to get out of my street, ever. How many times did I call to say, look at all the garbage that needs to be cleaned up? The beach patrol doesn't do anything about it. How is this going to be any different? It's going to be worse. The other part is, the owners don't live next to this property. They want this. They want to make revenue. I get that, but it's not affecting them. And evidently, it's not affecting you guys. It's affecting us as property owners, our devaluation of our property. That is unfair to the property owners. You guys really should think about that. How is it going to affect the residents? Who voted you guys in? The residents. Think about that. As the Pelican Watch owner says, that the distance for food trucks. Never had them in a residential area. Couldn't find anything. Why would you even consider putting this in a residential area? Consider putting it in Times Square. That's where all the businesses are. Why would you consider it a residential? It's beyond anybody's comprehension. And the last thing is the neighborhood group. I see you guys do a great job. Nothing has been, they've never lost with you guys. The staff working around the clock to get this to work for those guys, not working for the residents, not working to see how it's going to impact us. They don't care about us. They care about their developers. So think about that when you guys are voting. It's shameful. It's just shameful that our town has got to this point that they don't care about the residents at all. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Yes, sir.
Hi, DT. I can't reiterate that anymore. You know, I mean, we've given you every reason not to. And you're bending over backwards for a developer that in March of 2023, Rainbow Realty Group, the developer associated with this project, reached a $750,000 legal settlement with the Fair Housing Center of Central Indiana after being accused of running a predatory rent-to-own housing scheme. The program misled low-income families, many of them in minority communities, into believing that they could own homes only to later evict them after they had invested time and money into repairing uninhabitable properties. This is during COVID. What a scumbag. This is not speculation. This is well documented by multiple legal filings and press releases from the Fair Housing Center, National Fair Housing Alliance, and the legal representatives involved in this case. The developer used exploitative contracts, inflated pricing, and deceptive promises. The settlement included loan forgiveness and restitution, but importantly, Rainbow Realty did not admit wrongdoing, a red flag in itself. How can this town seriously consider granting special zoning permissions to a developer with a history of preying on vulnerable individuals? If the town moves forward without examining these facts and their implications for our community, it opens itself up to liability, public backlash, and long-term damages to the integrity of our zoning decisions. We must ask, can this developer be trusted to act in the public's interest? I say not. It's not acting in my best interest, and I'm a resident. I'm one of his neighbors. Is there any measurable public benefit to this project that outweighs the demonstrated history of the harm? Tell me, is there any benefit at all? You could put that, food truck parks go to the commercial places. When my mom when she was back in the 60s, the food truck would come to their places. They're not permanent structures. Bay Oaks would be the best spot for it. If not Bay Oaks, the town. But the towns with its zoning has limited the downtown developers to putting in parking. So they're pushing parking into the residential areas. I got property on Palermo. I got a couple empty lots now because my house floated off. And you know what? I can't keep people off it. Just like when I'm not home over at Chapel, I can't keep people off it. So by limiting in the amount of downtown parking has pushed it now into us. We're becoming, C-grade subdivision is becoming the parking area for the town of Fort Myers Beach.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, come on.
I've been sworn in. Carolyn McCowan, Pelican Watch Condo.
Carolyn,
I
can you
just
pull that
wanted
down?
to,
Thank you.
is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to comment on Pelican Wedge's request for the security gate at the north entrance. And it has to do with cars coming into the area, the volume of cars, especially during season, spring break, and all the high traffic events and moments that we all have on Fort Myers Beach. And it's the volume of traffic coming in. It's not the 45 spaces that are being vacated by people leaving the lot. It's people coming in, deciding for whatever the reason that they're not either going in or can't get in or whatever. So what are they going to do? They have to decide on a way to get out. That is our concern. And it is a dead end at the end of Cottage Street. And that's the north entrance to our building area. You've all seen it. We've invited you all to the on-site, and that was a big concern. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Anyone else like to speak? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. No, you guys wanna? You have any rebuttal for anything? That's what my cheat sheet says I'm supposed to ask you.
I think we were gonna do that after a recess where we have the opportunity to talk to prospective clients. and
Okay.
meet, If that's
Alright.
agreeable to the council.
I think it's fine. Everybody okay with them? We'll take a break now. It's 1 o'clock. We'll come,
This is a lunch break or?
a lunch break, yeah. We'll come back at 1:30. That work for everybody? That gives everybody enough time? Or do you need more time?
We can revisit it at 1:30. if they need more time.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Then you have to come back on. Okay, we'll stand recess till 1:30. Back. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. It is 1:32. Who would like to go first? You guys?
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Patrick Vanass. I'm a certified planner with RW, with the neighborhood company, but the name my previous company. I have been sworn in, kind of feel compelled to address some major issues. First of all, I want to thank you for your time, and I really appreciate the efforts of some of the folks that have come up and provided some constructive criticism and trying to find a compromise here. But I do feel compelled to address some major issues that came up, and then I'll turn things over and they're going to go into the details. So the first issue I really want to address is this testimony from Mr. Simmons. And then that was reiterated by the condo association president that they've done an extensive national search of all food trucks. They haven't found one food truck park next to residential uses. I'm confounded because if I look just in our neighborhood, Southwest Florida, we have a food truck park along Bayshore in Collier County that is right next to residential. We have a food truck park in Bonita where the side streets next to the food truck are residential. Mr. Simmons was at a real estate conference showcase 2 weeks ago, and he presented to a crowd of over 1,000 people. And he mentioned that he was working on this project that was very exciting, and they were going to put a food truck park in Cape Coral, right next to redevelopment with some multifamily, and that people were very excited about this new food truck park. And last but not least, I had a conversation with Mr. Safford after his recent trip, and one of the discussions we had is he stopped by Mexico Beach. Again, that's the other community in Florida that most resembles Fort Myers Beach that's been devastated by a major hurricane. So he stopped by and he went to see that, and he was telling me that about the only commercial they have right now is a food truck park right next to residential. So I want to make it very clear that this is not a precedent, and I don't know what kind of national search was done, but I think it started maybe in the Northwest and never made it to Florida. So my first point. The other points I want to make is look, we've got to be careful, and we got to look at these projects and step back a little bit, because some things that are being suggested here, I think I'd be concerned about some of these precedents for this island. There's been mention of and a request to put in a crosswalk and a traffic light along this arrow right by our project. I think many of you know that to be able to put a traffic light, you don't just choose as a municipality to do that. You have to work through FDOT, Lee County, DOT, and it requires certain warrants. So you have to demonstrate and prove that there's a need for the traffic light.
Before you move on, I was thinking about that during the break. Isn't there a crosswalk already at Chapel Street?
Yes, and there is an existing one. The other thing when it comes to amplified sound, live music, we've had a discussion. I think our client is willing to make a further compromise, but I just want to address this from the standpoint of wanting our businesses on this island to succeed. So it might not be the primary driver of the business plan, but they're trying to build a successful business, and they have many tools at their resources, and that's one of the many tools. But as we know, we have summer season where things get very quiet. We've had to struggle with red tide and storms and major issues. And if we can give them one extra tool that can help them be successful, I would say let's please consider that. They're willing to make some significant compromises, but let's not take that right away. Um, the other thing, when it comes to the security gate for Pelican Watch, by all means, we representing the applicants and working with the applicants want to do everything they can to address traffic and to mitigate that. They want to do everything they can on their property. I think it sets a dangerous precedent that somehow an issue and a problem that has existed even prior to Hurricane Ian, that there is a lot of traffic in that neighborhood and that people go turn around on an adjacent property. They've known about that issue for years and years, and they have done nothing to rectify it. And then turning to another entity, another property owner, and asking us to rectify that for them, I think that's very concerning to me, and I think it sets a dangerous precedent. Last but not least, by all means, I think we are very willing to accept conditions and this idea of providing safeguards to address any potential impacts. But when it comes to land use law, and I'll let our attorney address that in further detail if he has to, uses go with the land. And again, let's not start talking about changing land use law and somehow limiting this use only to the current owner. We know that it's not how it's done throughout this country, and there's a lot of law and precedents backing that up. So with that said, I'm happy to turn this over. If you have any questions for me, I'm going to be right here and available for discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Ken Galander, for the record, neighborhood company. I believe staff, is when we made some copies, provided you our latest strike through. It's a redlined version of that. In our effort and what we've worked on in prior, about a week and a half ago, we also had conversations with Nancy and staff. Unfortunately, Judith, you were out of town. A way for us to further clarify our conditions, what was directed of us. I do have a version of that that's additionally color coded similarly. I hate to give you another document to look at, but again, our proposed conditions are what we presented to you before. Those are where we would like those to be established. Now, I want to highlight what we heard up to this point and what we'll do in terms of further edits to that. So I can just jump into those, or I think what we're trying to do is, do you agree with our conditions or staff's conditions, or I don't know how best to proceed here. I just want to do it methodically.
Well, I think, are there any changes to what you've given us already? You said you've got something up there.
Sure. So why don't I just hit on
Yeah,
those?
so let's hit the,
Okay.
start with the
These are
changes.
just tests.
Yeah.
And again, we're looking at the red underlined one,
Yeah, I just
right?
want to make it has the star on it.
Has the star on
Has
it.
a star on it, yeah.
I just want to make it.
I guess I never
So
saw the
from
star.
what we heard in, we're going to look at condition 8. This is the amplified sound. I thought you just wanted me to hit on what we're wanting to now make changes to.
Well, I think what we're gonna do is shoot this.
John.
Hey, Nancy, what's gonna be the best way to do this for John?
It is very confusing. My suggestion, and I don't know, Jason, if it would be possible to somehow put the language on the screen. so that you know exactly what you're talking about and what you're voting on.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at more is,
One
it sounds
eight,
like there may have been some discussion, there may have been some changes to it.
Yes.
How are we gonna get to the,
So I could
Make
jump
sure that
to those or just go,
yeah,
I can just jump.
the ones that you have discussed, that would be
Yes.
changes that you both have agreed
That's
upon?
what I was hoping that we could start with.
I don't see Mr. Tezak because he should have a copy of this as well. He left? Okay. There you go.
they're working on bringing that up.
Okay.
Okay. So looking at the starred sheet, we're looking at condition
thank you.
8.
Okay.
Got it. Great.
And we are wanting to alter the maximum. So it's a maximum of 4 days per week and 4 hours per day between noon and 8.
This is 6.
They changed it.
So you're just changing the hours per day from
From 6
to 4.
to 4, 16 hours.
And but
With-
still 4 days a week.
4 days. With that, we've reduced that beyond what we heard from our neighbors, the opposition. It was 18 hours, so we're dropping that additional 2 hours. But we want that 10 p.m. hours of operation.
So then the
7.
So
Go
then
item
that-
7.
So
6 and 7 would stay the same.
6, 7, and what is now number 11.
And you said, and this was agreed upon from both sides, or this was just your?
We hadn't had a chance. Yeah, this
Okay.
is, we're putting that out on the table.
All right,
It's
got it.
unfortunately, this, I believe, how we're gonna have to. Then condition 14, which is the added language regarding special event permits. We're wanting to delete that number and require any special event permit that this property has to come to city council for approval.
So you just want to eliminate the number and just add
Anything,
language
if
that
we
says.
want a special event permit, we have to come to
You have
city
to come.
council for you to evaluate it, the request, what is being proposed.
Isn't that the way it's done now currently?
This is a guarantee, so we can do up to 6. You can grant more, but no matter what special event permit, no matter what the topic is, if it's, because it lists a series of what those special events are under the.
I'm just saying
regulations.
though, currently, special events come to the council.
Some
that
can be administrative.
Well, that was kind of where my conundrum was. That was the 6 basically granting you 6. That's the way I read it. Was the way this was worded. You were going to get 6, and you wouldn't have to necessarily get approval from council for a special exception. The way it was written before this discussion.
Correct.
Was that the intent?
No more than 6 special event permits per calendar year.
And now what you're proposing is to eliminate the number and do the process in which we do now. You come before council for every special exception that you would want to ask.
Correct.
Okay. Does that help, John, or did I confuse you anymore?
Nope, you cleared it. Thank you.
So they're not spending 6. They don't have to. They just come in.
Even if
That's
it's,
government part-time.
even if it's administrative, because
Even if it's administrative, they want to come before council.
Yeah, we want to be transparent. We're going to bring any special event to you, whether it's.
So just, if I may, Mayor, just for the record, you have to have plenty of notice. You know, you can't come in 3 weeks before the event and expect it to get to the council. It'll be, I won't be here, but it'll probably be denied. So
Do we
just
have an
understand
what your process
the
is?
process.
Yeah, it's usually 45 days. So once you come in for that application, depending on what it's going to be, if it requires fire or police, which would be LCSO, you have to get those simultaneously as you're getting the towns. Those work independently from the towns. They all come back together. We look it over. It gets presented to council. That's what everyone else in this community abides by. And it's right. So once it gets approved by those other 2 entities, fire and LCSO,
Staff kind of coordinates everything and we bring it before council. It's usually 45 days before an event.
To submit your application.
Correct. That allows.
And then that process is an additional, once it's submitted, right? It has to be put on the agenda.
Yeah.
That's, for the record, Patrick Vanass. Just to clarify, let's say we have standard events that we know are reoccurring. We can kind of put in a reoccurring request also and have it 6 months, 8 months in advance.
Yep.
That's fine. Okay, thank you.
The larger advance time, that's what you're supposed to do. You know, we've kind of gotten barraged over the last year or so since we kind of got back up and running, where people come in the Friday before the event on Saturday. Where we just cannot coordinate that, especially with the other two entities, Fire and LCSO. They require a lot of time to evaluate staff, easing off and egress off the islands, those type of things.
Yeah. So, and the reason we're doing that, and I think to address Scott, is, you know, we see that it's a point of contention. We are confident that when we are going to request a special event, it'll be for good reason, that it'll be welcomed by the town. So by all means, if it's going to be a point of contention, let's eliminate that and we'll come to you guys. Not a problem.
That's
it.
That's it in terms of those amendments.
Okay.
And again, what we presented during my testimony before are the other conditions that we would like your consideration and approval for.
All right. Judith, you want to go through all these?
If we're working from the same sheet that we just talked about, in terms of going through from the beginning, staff has no issues with their changes to item 2, which includes all of the various buffering and number of trees and everything. They're actually proposing to install taller trees than staff had suggested initially. So they're going to be more mature trees at time of planting, which will immediately provide more of a buffer and more shade and more, greenery to the project. So we have no problem with their proposed changes to 2. Number 3.
So 2 in its entirety as it's written here.
Yes.
Okay.
Unless anybody has any questions about that, I think that that's actually providing more landscaping to the property. So
sure,
we're okay with adopting that as a whole. Number 3, if you intend to adopt the master concept plan as presented today, the amended one, that has the change from 2,500 to 3,000 square feet that they're requesting. So that's what that is. And then again, 6, we have 9 p.m. on ours. They're asking for 10. So that's for you all to decide on. And then you heard about their suggestion for 8. I'm sure the interveners representative has their own thoughts on that as well. It was, so this, I just want to be clear when we're talking about that. So how it's written here is that amplified live music or amplified live entertainment is going to be restricted to those hours. So that's performance music 4 days a week for 4 hours a day. So that ambient music, canned music could be the remainder of the time. If you want to further restrict ambient music, non-live music, you can add that there in that place as well, but it's not there right now. And then, I don't know if Ken said this or not. So in 8, ambient music is permitted and will be no greater than 60 decibels. That's less than the town's ordinance. So 9 is all sound generated will be in compliance with the Fort Myers Beach noise ordinance. we should probably add a comma or a semicolon there, except in cases where the conditions are more restrictive.
Well, is it even, I suppose you still need number 9 because of the live music aspect of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Excuse me, what is the decimal? What is the required decimal for ambient according to town?
75 or
72?
72 or something.
72, isn't it?
Something like that.
It varies depending on the time of day.
It's 60 for restaurants. That's what this is based on.
I don't think it's by, if you give me a minute, I'll look it up specifically. We have a
Yeah,
table
we'll see.
in the.
We got
in
enough
the code
computers in
book.
front of all of us. We should be able to figure it out.
Challenge accepted. Can't reach that page.
So it says the sound levels, residential or public space from 7 to 10 is 66. Commercial or business is 72 and 65. That's what I'm seeing anyway.
Yes. So the 72 is 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then the 65 is 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. So, and that's just general commercial business.
Commercial or business. it
So
says.
what I'm talking about is potentially editing what's here because what we have written now is that ambient music is permitted and will be no greater than 60 decibels. Is your intent that live music also be limited to 60 decibels? No. Okay. So in this case, 9, which says all sound generated on site in compliance. I mean, it's all going to be in compliant because 60 is less than 65 or 72.
Right.
But what they're proposing is more restrictive for the remainder of the time that you're not permitting live music.
Right.
So
The
number
ambient
9,
music's gonna be less.
the ambient music will be less at those outside of those times. So number 9 could be edited to say all sound, I mean, number 9 applies except when further restricted. So no, all sound generated on site will be in compliance with Fort Myers Beach Noise Ordinance, Article 2, Chapter 4, comma, except where further restricted by this agreement.
You okay with the legal end of that?
Yes,
wording?
except where otherwise
More
more
restricted.
restricted. Yeah.
I think we can get the language correct.
Yes.
We don't want to.
Except where otherwise restricted herein.
Noel, can you live with that? Okay.
Okay. And then they have the following one, which is 9 or 10. We kind of deviate numbering wise, but they're again asking because the comfort station with the restrooms is limited to the hours of operation. So whatever you decide for the hours of operation, whether that's 9 or 10 p.m. will have to be changed for this condition also. Next, per deviation 10, we talked about that, the stabilized, and that was the LPA asked for that to require them to use the grid or semi-pervious paver system to retain the materials on site. Okay, and then we talked about the special events. In thinking about this, the one above, where it says temporary use permit must be obtained for any special event. I'm not sure it makes sense to require them to get a temporary use permit and a special event permit. A special event permit, I think we could strike through where it says temporary use permit and just put in special event permit must be obtained for any special event where additional vendors of any type and or increased visitor numbers are expected. I think that would cover it and reduce
No
the.
objection to that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all that's requested.
Okay. And then if you continue down to the end, So we had taken out the operational compliance plan. We heard last meeting that that wasn't desired. I had included on my list the parking operational plan. We can include that as one of the operational elements if you like. I mean, you heard what the applicant presented, whether you wanted that included here or not. Also not included here is the sunshades. It's on, is it on the master concept plan, the sunshades? Not on the master concept plan. So if that is a vitally important, we would include that under the site elements that would be reviewed upon development order. If those are important, we would add that as a condition.
So the sunshades, and what was the first one? The parking or
The parking operation plan, as the applicant has presented. If that is agreeable to you, and the sunshades. Sun sales?
Sunshade sales.
Sunshade sales.
Yeah, you're
floppy things.
Okay.
right.
The intervener has some additional items that they're asking for.
Okay.
So I don't know whether you want them to go over those. I think that
I
probably
think it
makes
would
the
be
most
best.
sense.
Can you work off of the same sheet that we've? Okay, perfect. Because as much as I thought this would be helpful,
Sounded good.
You just
Thank
gave
you.
Jim more papers on.
Thank you.
Jim's
very-
in his comfort zone over here.
Thank you very much. And again, for the record, Katie Berkey, I have been sworn in on behalf of Pelican Watch, the Dan Fords, and Ed French. Working off of this list and just funneling into what's material at issue. We already presented our conditions in full, enclosure 7 in your agenda packet, but I'll hone in on these particular ones per the red lines. 2C, the east boundary line buffering. Again, there was a conversation had on Saturday between the applicant's agent, Mr. Myers, and Randy, the president of Pelican Watch, where it was agreed to that a wall extending from Estero Boulevard to the structure along the eastern boundary, again, which is the Pelican Watch amenity and pool area, that was agreeable to the developer and the investors as we understood as of Saturday. So we would like that reflected, whether it's a fence or a wall, we can be flexible, but
Okay, well let's find out. If you don't mind, he seems to be ready to answer that question.
I apologize. That was an item similar to what we're proposing on Cottage, would be a 4-foot decorative fence from Estero Boulevard to the structure. It's consistent with the language on 2E, a 4-foot high decorative fence. So that same language would be on 2C, along the east property line extends from Estero Boulevard to the proposed park support structure, a minimum 10-foot wide buffer with 4-foot high decorative fence.
thank you. So we asked for that to be incorporated in 2B and also on the master concept plan. I'm sorry, 2C. Moving along to the hours of operation, again, we feel very strongly and are in agreement with staff about the 9 p.m. As a compromise, we would be open possibly to 10 p.m. in the summer only because their expressed concern was for sunset. And again, this was purported to be a family-friendly project. I don't think families necessarily desire that one extra additional hour, but in the summer when sunsets later, that would be accommodating of that desire. Otherwise, 9 p.m.
What would your definition of summer be? Just during daylight saving time, or from after season's over?
Daylight savings are, I don't know the true date of summer. Is it summer solstice or
would you go with hard dates? Like turtle season. I'm just using that as an example. They have hard, if they have hard dates, it's going to start this day, it's going to end this day.
Yeah.
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Daylight savings seems reasonable, or turtle season, but not for the balance of the year when sunset is much earlier. And that would be applicable to conditions 6, 7, and 11 as revised.
So can I ask, is it turtle season or is it daylight savings time?
Well, it sounds like
It-
they were
Either
proposing
one.
daylight savings time.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine with my client during daylight savings time, the 10 PM during daylight savings time, 9 PM outside of daylight savings time.
Okay.
So I think we have agreement on that one.
Okay. Look at that.
All right, with number 8, I'm afraid we're going to still have to agree to disagree. Our request remains, we're open to ambient music 7 days a week from 12 to 8. And then for live or amplified, again, we're seeking the 3 days a week, 6 hours max from 12 to 8 p.m.
Okay, so just ambient only from noon to 8.
So other words, no music outside of 12 to 8 ever.
Okay.
7 days a week, ambient up to the 60 dB. And then for the live or amplified, 3 days a week, max of 6 hours per day. So that would be, for example, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 12 to 8.
Okay.
And the live and amplified music would be governed as you all already discussed, by the noise control ordinance. The ambient would be governed by the 60 dB, which is more restrictive than the noise ordinance, depending on the hours and that table there, which is again prompting the need for the requested revision to condition 9, where the conditions are more restrictive that will control as compared to the noise ordinance. I think we're all in agreement on that one. We already touched on 11, the hours of operation, the closing hour, namely. Condition 14, the special event permit. And again, we're asking for individual event permits on singular days and still remaining a concern on consecutive days, with the opportunity for council to approve with an opportunity for public input, as compared to the blank check to come to you all for any number without any ceiling, because then the burden becomes on the public to keep apprised of your agenda and physically be here and testify on each individual request.
Okay.
Number 25, again, the applicant was agreeable to the design to restrict to right only exit movements onto Cottage. I just want some clarity in that condition. And on the master concept plan, they had indicated to design a pork chop as an example. So if that could be reflected, and then also a right turn only sign at the exit, which they had expressed in previous conversations they were amenable to doing, and that could be incorporated into 25.
And just to clarify this, because there was a speaker earlier that I think was maybe a little confused and was thinking that the right turn only was going to be onto Estero Boulevard, the way that they were talking.
And that's an existing driveway for the applicant today on Estero, but that will, as I understand, only be limited to the mobile vendors in and out.
Right.
The primary entrance and exit will be onto Chapel. I hope I'm not, Chapel. And so it would be a right exit movement so folks don't then get dead-ended in the residential neighborhood trying to get out.
Yeah, I just wanted it to be clear that it wasn't a right turn only off Chapel onto Estero Boulevard. Because I
Correct.
think that's where the confusion was with one of the speakers earlier.
Okay. And we're clear on where that particularly is, but we just need clarity on what that design will look like on the master concept plan and in that condition, and also request the addition of a right exit only sign in that space. We are still supportive of staff's, and I guess it was the town council's recommendation. I'm sorry.
We're okay with that last one. Just want to put that on. the
You're okay.
record. So right turn only is fine, and then adding language that requires a pork chop, standard pork chop style design to make sure that the cars
Have to turn right. Okay.
Thank you. And we're remaining in support of town council's discussion at first reading and staff's recommendation about the parking operation plan. Just like the sunshade sales, if it's not binding in a condition, it's a great graphic. It's a great ambition, but it's not binding. So those parking policies or operational notes, while appreciated, this would have some enforcement mechanism going forward and be binding, just like the sunshade sales that are seemingly going to be incorporated affirmatively as a condition as well. And the last item, less of a priority than the special use permit items and the hours and whatnot and live music. But again, 29, we respectfully request a traffic impact statement, not a less robust and meaningful trip generation study. And we ask that the TIS include that error in the 2008 or account for that error from the 2008 TIS that I already referenced. And most incidentally, he referenced in the record already. And we remain available if you have any other questions of us.
When do you guys want to come back up?
And again, we respectfully request the security gate and signage at Pelican Watch, which we already put on the record. The other item was, I'm sorry, bear with me because it's not in these latest red lines, was the inclusion. So our proposed condition number 30 is at agenda packet page 591. That was holding funds in escrow for a 2-year period after the site's operational. And if a security gate and these infrastructure elements are not needed based on how the site's functioning, that money could be returned. But in the alternative, what we proposed was a town permitted dead end sign at the east end of Cottage at the applicant's property line within the proposed 10-foot wide southern buffer as shown on the master concept plan. So that would be condition and I'm sorry, with the numbering changing.
33 maybe?
2E, the south property line buffer, and then where it's shown on the master concept plan, if that could include a town permitted dead end sign, again, at the east end of Cottage. As you get closer to Pelican Watch, so as people approach, they know that the street dead ends and people are less inclined to use Pelican Watch as a cul-de-sac.
Don't we usually have like no
outlet
or something?
No through traffic or, you know. So that's what's also prompting the fence discussion, because I guess before Ian, there has been signage, but without enforcement, and it tends to fall on deaf ears. But we did present those two options. And again, I think it was Judith had mentioned that some of these discussions are ripe for either an agreement with between the applicant and the town, or the town, the applicant, and the county, and some things are ripe for private agreement. We did approach the development team with the prospect of a memorandum of understanding. So to the extent they were amenable to certain things outside of your proceedings today, we could agree to those privately, but unfortunately they didn't take us up on that offer. So the hope would have been the fence and things that are personal to individual aspects of this could have been incorporated in that agreement, but they declined.
So we need to get everything inside this agreement if it was to be approved, is basically what you're saying. Or what is being said. Okay.
Any other questions of me at this time?
No. Scott?
No.
Karen?
I'm good, thank
Vice
you.
Mayor?
Not at this time.
Okay. John?
Good.
Thank you very much.
Do you guys want to come back up about those couple of things? You can either say yes, no, but at least when we're going through our discussions, we know where you stand on the ones that you have been already said.
I'd just like to better understand the desire for additional signage. You want that identified on the master concept plan, where those go? And written into the condition in terms of our buffering?
I understood it as they want the sign within the buffer, the dead end sign.
Should be within the right of way. All your directional and traffic movement signage is within the right of way. So
It should be the right of way.
So it should be, if we're gonna add language, it would be 25, where we're discussing directional and restricted vehicle access signage, e.g. no through traffic.
Right.
Will be provided primary access along Chapel Street and Cottage Avenue. We're committing to that. There are standards, from what I understand, in terms of where signage goes, in terms of separation from intersections and things like that. So we can go through and figure all that out on a master concept plan, but it's really appropriate at the time of permitting within the right of way, in my opinion. I would like if staff has.
You're correct, Ken.
Yes. Oh, sure.
Can I borrow your MCP for a
Sure.
second? Oh, it might be a proprietary note, so you don't
No,
want me to see.
no, I'm just trying to make sure I don't-
And what I was envisioning, and I understand it's right for time of development order, but I think a condition that's protective of that intent at that time is preferred. So right now, for example, it says minimum 10-foot wide buffer, town permitted right-of-way buffer, no parking signage and infrastructure. And I think there was one other spot that said town approved. Oh, yep, on the western side, no parking signage and infrastructure. And what I'm envisioning is kind of, and I'm not sure if it's O'Loughlin or Whitehead, but in that the southeastern quadrant, not necessarily within that buffer, but a note on there that it's town permitted, either no through, dead end, or whatever would satisfy public works and town management. But that's the hope. And because it does refer to town permitted signage in other spots on the master concept plan. So we're looking for a similar note with respect to that particular sign.
Do you planners understand what she just said?
So I think on our master concept plan, as she pointed out, we do speak to that effort of putting the chain or the rope and the no parking signage. We can further clarify those notes to say, and restrictive signage, no through traffic.
I think, Ken, that's what I'm trying to get at. Are you looking for specifically a sign that says this to be put in here, or just restrictive sign saying that it's no through traffic or it's a dead end?
Dead end, no through traffic.
I'm trying to understand exactly what you're looking for them to. It sounds like we're close, but maybe Judith, you can help.
Sorry, so this is probably not going to be that helpful, but there were signs prior to Ian. I'm not sure what the plan is to sign replacement. I would caution some of that there's an easement in front of those two properties there before you get to Pelican Watch along Cottage. I'm not sure what ability the town has to put sign. We'd have to look into that. What ability the town has to put signage on these easement right of ways. I would be more comfortable if we're putting it on town-owned right of way. But then I would look to our public works director, like, is this part of our long-term plan to put signage there? Do we have enough width on the right of way? There's a couple of questions here. I wouldn't want to put it as a condition and then find out later it's not part of the town's long-term signage plan. I don't think I think it's helpful to have that, but leaving staff a little bit of leeway about exactly where the sign gets placed, I think would be helpful. And I'm looking at Frankie. I mean, I think there's a plan to put signage back in certain locations. So if it's already part of the town's budget, let's say, well, then there's really no problem. The question is, are we having a private developer install a sign on the town right of way? Then they need to get a permit to do that. That's a public works permit. It just complicates things a little bit. I don't have a problem with the signage. I think it's a good idea, but I would ask for a little bit of leeway for staff to be able to accommodate that.
That makes sense. You're basically saying we shouldn't put in the agreement specifically where a sign's going to go.
Well, if you put it on the master concept plan, when they come in for the development order, I'm going to go through it and check off. Oh, they don't have a sign because they don't know. Maybe they don't know where the sign can go. Maybe town staff has said, please wait. We're doing this in a certain order, or we have a plan for that, and then I can't approve their development order because they don't have the sign, as part of their proposal because they don't know where it's going to go, and then that holds them up a little bit. Just some things to think about, giving at least town staff a little bit of leeway in deciding where that sign goes and when it goes in, and to be in compliance with their right away.
Okay.
Judith's concerns.
Yep.
I was not suggesting a specific location, and certainly not on the Whitehead or O'Loughlin property where the easement is. So in the right of way before that easement starts. And the note we're looking for is very similar to the note they're proposing on the master concept plan on the east side where the no parking signage and things are. So looking for a similar comment. And as I understand from Pelican Watch representatives, before Ian, near the corner of Ed French's lot, which again, Ed French is the owner of 2548, 2550 Cottage Ave. Before Ian, there was a dead end and no through traffic sign, which we would love to see put back in keeping with our request today, but also prompts or underscores why we were asking for the Pelican Watch fence. Because the security fence, I mean, because those signs were not historically effective for a historical problem that's pre-existing this project that is foreseeably going to get worse as the project becomes operational and is very popular.
Okay. Musical chairs.
Quick final comments. I just want to zoom out contextually. I think from here, you've got what you need, council, to make a decision on this. I think that there's substantial competent evidence to approve it and to approve it with the conditions that are in front of you. So at this point, we need your guidance and final decision making on the specific language of those conditions. My clients, I think, have been very, very generous with this process and are continuing to give and give. And so I think you've got before you that the final set of language. I think the position is clear on our side that if we haven't agreed to it on the record, we can't at this point, but there's certainly a lot of evolution and changes and concessions and compromises since we first started this process with the town a year ago. So with that, nothing further from applicant unless there's questions.
Okay. I did have a quick question about the TIS, the traffic. You guys haven't really touched on that. They were, you want
about the TIS?
Yeah.
Sure.
So our opinion again is that the condition 29 with the trip generation study and being at the time of development or application for the town, again, if it perhaps we consider if it is found that the TGS or the trip generation study is of an impact, then we'll be more than happy to do a TIS. So by finding that there is an impact, then that triggers the TIS.
Is that is that how it works, Judith?
Yeah, I'm not a traffic engineer. My understanding is that I'm not sure the intervener is saying that their expert said there was a mistake. I know there's been a change in policy, how these things are done. They revise their guidelines over the years. This was done in 2008, so it makes sense things have been changed. That's what makes sense to me, is to do this trip generation count, and then we'll see whether it's warranted to do another traffic impact study. What I would ask you to consider is, say there is a increased trip generation and they are asked to do a traffic impact study, then what happens? It becomes part of the record, but it's not really impacting the design or the development of the site. It would just become part of the record in case, in 5-10 years or whatever, they came back again.
Okay. I think I understand what.
So basically, you're saying at least you'd have it documented, or what the results were documented, not that it would change the building or what you would be doing?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think just to clarify, and I think it's going to be helpful for you, but also the public. So let's keep in mind that there was a CPD already approved on the property. They did a TIS at that time. The reason we did not submit a TIS associated with this round of request is that we were deemed to generate fewer trips to have a lesser impact than what was already approved. So I think moving forward, the idea is you go through the trip generation study. And if the conclusion is, yes, that assumption still holds true, that it's fewer trips, then no need for TIS. Should there be more trips at the time of DO, then we would go through a full TIS that would talk about where the distribution of those trips are going to go. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit.
No, it does, at least for me.
Yep.
And then the only other thing was the parking operation plan. You guys want to touch on that, or there was?
We can put what we presented into a condition.
Okay. I think that's what they were asking for, essentially, is what you presented into a condition.
Yeah.
You're
I
okay.
just want, it was a
Yeah,
council member
no,
Stafford's
I'm
position.
very happy with that.
So we can just write
And
that
I
as.
guess there was some questions, how you're gonna know how many short-term or long-term, doesn't really matter. The way those things, those parking things work with the number is it's just open tickets. So they don't know if it's short-term, long-term. It just knows that, hey, there's
When you
20
came
open
in.
tickets, so there's 20 spots available.
Yeah.
That's all. It's super easy.
So we were willing to put that language that we
Okay.
presented early into a condition.
All right. We already did public comment, so we'll get back. All right. Nothing else from either side? You both are good? Yes?
Nope.
Okay.
Just one final thing on
Sure.
the TIS. There's an assumption that the trips will be fewer, and we're still unclear on what basis that assumption was made if traffic analysis hasn't been performed at this point. So while I agree to disagree with the applicant team on the value of a TIS at time of development order.
Well, I certainly don't want to speak for Patrick, but what I took out of what he said was they did do a TIS for the previous, the 0728 master concept
The
plan,
2008, which
was more intense and more dense than what they're proposing now. That's why they didn't move forward with another TIS. That's what but again, I don't want to speak for Patrick, but that's
Sure.
what I heard.
Although what our expert noted was a flaw in the segment. They purported to be fronting a segment that was not failing when it is in fact fronting a segment that is failing. So any kind of analysis at time of development order needs to correct that baseline error for this endeavor to be worthwhile too.
Okay.
All righty,
All right,
thank you.
All right, then with that, I'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or continuance to a time certain. Discussion. Scott, you want to start us off?
Well, I'm very, very pleased with the progress on the hours. I think that's a good compromise thing. Thank you both parties. Again, thank you for the parking, short-term parking fix. I think that was one of my big concerns. I mean, I know that neighborhood. My wife had her business there, and there's cars always parking on the streets there, and that's a very big concern of mine, is to get those cars off those side streets and minimize the intrusion of the neighborhood. I think probably the biggest thing that's still open is what are the hours of the music, and I like the fact that the ambient music starts at noon. I don't think you need ambient music at 7 a.m. I think starting at noon is just fine. And I agree with the traffic study. If you guys find that there's more, then just go ahead and do it. The security gate, I don't think that should be on them. I mean, when I went over and visited you guys, there was kids on scooters zipping through there. People cut through there all the time. I think there's a problem that exists now, and it should be addressed by you guys. I'm sorry. So that's where I am right now. I think we just have to. I'm struggling with, should it be 3 days, 6 hours, or 4 days, 4 hours? See what you guys think.
All right, Councilor Woodson.
I don't know where to start here.
I got notes everywhere.
Yeah, I do too. I do really appreciate all of your work on moving things further away from the Pelican Watch pool, adjusting all of that, putting in more buffers, putting in the decorative fencing. If it looks anything like those pictures, it's going to be fantastic. I think we do need to settle on the music. You know, the ambient only noon to 8, 7 days a week. But when I think of live music, you know, if I just look at the town and what everyone is doing, it seems that for sure Friday, Saturday, Sunday are definitely music days. No ifs, ands, or buts. And then you see a ton coming in on Thursday. So, you know, I think you have to look at where is the traffic. I don't think it's important for a Monday or a Tuesday to have a band or anything like that. Plus they cost money for you. But I would probably be leaning more towards the 4 days. And maybe even it's lesser on a Thursday. And then, you know, if you take the 4 days as Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, figure out the hours of that.
The beach bar work. I mean, beach bars 4 hours a day, and in off season, they typically just have it Friday, Saturday, Sunday, sometimes Thursday.
Sometimes they're, and yeah, I guess I'm thinking more a season too. But I do think we need to come to some conclusion on that before we vote. I think that, you know, you do have in the picture, and you've all committed to the sunshade sails. And I think they look great personally. And you're looking down on color and stuff and blockage, and I think that's great. I'm still, you know, I'm going back and forth on the security gate. The signage, I have no problem. The signage should be put back. What was there should go where it's supposed to go in the right of way, all of those things. We cannot help it if it is not red. But there should be some enforcement with that goes along with that too. You know, the more I think about the security gate, if it's a problem now, do they also have to put gates on everybody's driveways? No, I don't think so. So I can let the security gate go as long as we have all the signage and the enforcement of the signage taken care of. So I think really for me, the only outstanding is the music.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Well, let's just for the sake of discussion, let's take on the music issue. We came in here this morning after first reading, somewhat gray, but under the premise that we were working under Pelican Watch's position. This was their, and I don't want to characterize it for them, but from what I heard, their number one concern was the amplified music noise. And they asked for 2 days, 3 hours per day. And that's what we came into today under that premise. The applicants countered earlier today with four days per week, 6 hours per day. That was their counter to the 2 days, 3 hours per day. So I'm no mathematician, but it seems like to split the difference, if you will, that would be 3 days, 4.5 hours per day. Now, as I understand it, the opponents came in today in a spirit of compromise and offered even more than that, more than the halfway point, and offered 3 days, 6 hours per day, again, within that 12 to 8 time span. So that seemed like a generous compromise. And quite frankly, it still seems that way to me. And that would, to me, seem like a good compromise between the two parties. It was offered in good faith by the opponents who have to live with this music. Again, I love live music, but it's right next to where they live. And that, to me, that seemed like a generous counteroffer from them this morning, and I would support that as a compromise.
John?
I'll just kind of piggyback on what Scott and Karen had said about the parking and actually, I think that Karen kept using the word enforcement, and that was running through my mind during a lot of the testimony earlier today is we're failing these folks on Chapel and Cottage Avenue with our lack of enforcement, I guess, because if it's just such an effort currently to get out of their street because of a food truck there on the other side, then we're letting those folks down, and we need to step up our game in that aspect and enforce it. And then even more so if this comes to fruition. The sunshade sales, I think they look good. I didn't see them over the parking area. I kind of would like to see it maybe under the parking area too, because I think that would be a benefit also for your customers, protecting their vehicles. It gives, like we said in the first reading, a good aesthetic for those folks that have to look down on it, I think. Might block some noise and some smells as well. That's it for me right now, I think.
All right. Take a stab at my notes. So, well, the security gate, although I understand the position, when I did meet with Pelican Watch people, that was one of the things that they had concern with, that people were currently coming through their property and driving through when it's a rush. I think it was a pre-existing condition. And in my opinion, I don't think it would be fair to put the financial burden of putting that up on the applicants of the property. I think they've done a good job of trying to do the best they can to convince everyone that what they're going to do to, confine the people to their space the way it needs to be, should be done. So the gate thing for me wouldn't even be a starter. If it was something that was going to happen because of this, that would be a different story. But because it's happened before, and it came from the folks that I met with at the Pelican Watch, I don't believe that should be a burden. The other thing is the sunshade's been covered. The parking plan's been covered. Music. The other one that we haven't talked about is the special event permits. Again, the way I understood this was, now you're saying 4 versus 6. To me, the way this was worded, or the way I would interpret it, is that they would basically be guaranteed 4 instead of 6 based on the recommendation. I believe coming before the council, like everyone else does for special event permits, doesn't necessarily mean that they get it, but it gives an avenue for everybody to have public comment versus just guaranteeing that they get 4 special event permits a year. They may get none, depending on the special events that they want to do. So I'm okay with the language, the way that it's in there, at least for the discussion, to have it come to before council and not set a number on it. Not that I can recall, have we ever done a specific number for any entity to have the ability to ask for a special events permit. So I'm okay with that. The music. This is obviously the biggest contention, as you said, Vice Mayor, that they made to me, amongst other things. But as this has evolved over the LP meeting and the last 2 meetings, the more and more I think about it, I think about, when you go to other places, most places open at 11 o'clock around you. If you're going to have lunch, you're going to have whatever, most places open 11 o'clock. What's ambient music? Who's to say everybody at Pelican Watch doesn't have their Bluetooth stereo out on their patio playing ambient music at 9 o'clock in the morning? The live music's a whole nother conversation. Or if someone's sitting at the pool next door and they're having a pool party and they've got ambient music and they're doing it at 9 o'clock, but now we told them they can't do it till noon. So I'm a little stuck on that. I want to be respectful of the neighbors, obviously, for the time, but to me, noon to 8, the fact that it's already in here that it's more restrictive for the ambient music outside of the noise ordinance and the live music, to me, is sufficient enough. Do you need music at 7 a.m.? I don't know. I'm always listening to music at 7 a.m., but does that necessarily mean I want to listen to my neighbor's music at 7 a.m.? So maybe I'd be open to talking about the different times, but when you can have maybe 7's too early. They've already compromised. I think they came to the compromise on the time frame of when they're going to be open till 10, which I think will help alleviate some of that. I'm with you, Karen, on the 4 days versus the 3 days. I'm okay with the time frame. It seems like they all kind of came to what was the ultimate? Was it 4 hours?
6
Mhm.
hours.
Well, the applicants
They-
proposed four
four.
days,
4.
4 hours a day.
Yeah.
And the interveners were at 3 days, 3 hours a day. Is that 6 hours? That's where my notes got off. So I'm okay with the 4 days, at least the wording to take it to the vote. 4 days, 4 hours. The noon to 8 seems between noon and 8 is when you're going to have the amplified music. The unamplified music, I don't know that I'm in favor of restricting it to. I mean, we're talking just some speakers. It's not like I don't know what they're going to have, but I don't know. I guess I'm just open a little bit. I see where you're at, Vice Mayor. Both sides have come, I think, a long way since the beginning as to what was originally discussed at the last hearing versus where we're at now. So I think we're pretty close. I can move either way a little bit, but I'd prefer more of the 4 days per week versus the 3 days a week, based on all the conditions and all. I mean, I think what's getting missed in this, in my opinion, is both sides have said they've been good neighbors this entire time. They've let them use that property. They until they do something that's not a good neighbor, it's hard to assume that they're not going to continue to be a good neighbor. And this is a pretty lengthy condition list to be able to follow. So I'm open to the discussion of altering these a little bit, but I would prefer to stay at the 4 and 4, and we can talk about the timeframes for the non-amplified ambient music. But did I cover it all? I think it got it all.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I could go back for a second, you triggered something in my mind as well. I have trouble supporting the gates as well. I sure feel for the Pelican Watch folks because at a condo at the south end where we're battling folks all the time wanting to use our parking lot for beach access. I completely understand. I'm just wondering if as a town, if we approve this, if there's something we can't do outside the box other than signs to alert at the beginning, folks, this is not a turnaround area. I don't know if it's something, thinking outside the box, something as simple as speed bumps. I know I hate those things, so I avoid them as much as I can. If we have them down there, maybe towards the end of Cottage Avenue, I don't know if folks will avoid that area and not proceed down there. Just some outside of the box thing. I think that the town, it wouldn't hurt us to step up and do something to help out.
Well, take that a little step further. Where does, when people are parking in the right of way at moms that we see, we all see it now, parking on I agree with what they've said. I don't think the town is doing a good enough job in enforcing those people to being in the right of way. Where can we get support from the fire department on this? The fire department are the ones that if they can't get their trucks through there, it's a life safety thing. And everything I've read, the fire department has far more teeth when it comes to public safety than the town of Fort Myers Beach does. And maybe I'm wrong, but is there a mechanism that we have in place, or we should have in place with the fire department on some of these right of way issues? It's not just that one street. There's other streets where dumpsters are sitting out in the right of way, and there's no way that you'd be able to get around it with a fire truck. So I think we need to leverage the fire department for some assistance on this.
It's a good point, Mayor. Thank you.
Policing these right of way problems with parking. All right, Vice Mayor, let's come back to you.
Yeah, I would say this. If I live 2 blocks away, 4 days seems great because it's always great to have live music with your food and beverage. But I think that what's unique about this particular proposal is how close these folks are to the live music, where literally if they're in their condos or their homes, doors shut, air conditioning running, they're going to hear this music 4 days a week, 4 hours, every, from likely, 4 to 8 or whatever they'll do, or maybe it'll be less than that. That's 4 days a week that even if you avoid the food truck park, you're impacted by it. even in the comfort of your own home. That seems, I mean, 3 days a week seems invasive, but I understand we're trying to find a compromise here. And they have compromised, they have offered the compromise, the in-between position between 2 days and 4 days. They put that forward, which I thought was very gracious. I thought they put forward the compromise to let them stay open until 10 during the summer. I mean, I think they've made some, considering most of these folks absolutely oppose the project, they made some pretty constructive concessions along the way. And quite frankly, the applicants have made some good concessions along the way. This live music piece, though, again, I love live music, but you know, that vibrates within inside the home and it's heard within the home, and that really impacts quality of life, even when you're not outside. So it's one that I would just urge us to be, I know everybody's trying to be sensitive to all these things, but that's a lot. And I wouldn't be as strong on this, but the applicant, and again, I credit the applicant for their candor. They didn't say this was central to their business plan. It's really not even part of their business model. Now, Patrick this morning said, hey, it's a nice tool in their toolbox. I don't disagree. I'm sure it is a great tool in the toolbox, but at whose expense? And it's not like they're not going to get the Friday, Saturday, Sunday night, or whether some would do Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. But boy, that fourth day, that could really wear on the nerves of folks who already have serious concerns. And it seems like a reasonable compromise to do the 3 days, but that's just my thought.
Yeah, I mean, I could see if this was outside, the fact that it's inside the building is the reason that otherwise it'd be probably in your camp. But the fact that it's inside the building.
But you know, is it inside that building? It's an open front.
Yeah.
And they discussed this morning that they have no preparation for sound absorption within the architecture of the building.
But they were open to it.
And maybe but we don't know what impact that'll have, but I would have loved to hear them be a little more proactive on it. But boy, I know how the bands get. I was I guess the example I would use is the Pinchers on the south end. Those bands were not in a shell, and they would generally play for 3 hours, and you could hear that probably 10 condos down pretty well, and it was wonderful. I loved it. But for the folks and the folks all there knew that was coming and generally embraced it. But boy, the proximity to these particular condos, it's pretty intense.
But Jim, what it does say in here is amplified live music and or amplified live entertainment will be restricted to only solo and duo performers, no bands, meaning 3 or more performers or drums, percussion, unless approved through the town's special event permitting process. So
let me just say that's a very fair point, because at Pinchers they would have full bands with
right,
drums.
right. And this is saying it's already in here saying only solo
Dylan Dynamics
or
would just
duo
rock that place.
and no bands.
And it was awesome. But we're sort of at the, I mean, this is really the key request from the opponents, the key plea, and your point is well taken, Karen, because there is a difference there.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love to see some architectural work done to sort of protect the back of that from sound that comes. You know, there's ways sound engineers can project sound. There's things you can do with speakers to project the sound away from some areas and towards others. But I don't know. I did this the 3 days a week. Again, if this was you know, Dan's music house, and that was the key. That would be the key. That was the key part of their business plan. It's a food truck park. It's not a music venue. It's a tool, and I appreciate that. But I don't know. I think 3 days is a reasonable ask from the opponents. But I'm not. You know, I think these are subjective things. I feel strongly about 3.
What about some of the other things? You've only kind of talked about the.
Yeah, well, that was one of my frustrations going in here when it wasn't in the actual proposal. The 2 days, 3 hours wasn't in this first reading formal proposal. I wish it was in here, because my hope is that during the time between first and second reading, that would give the opponents some negotiating room. Maybe the applicants want that 4th day, and maybe they give them the storage or the security gate. Maybe there's a little little horse trading going on. You know, that instead of us being the arbiters, I was hoping that they would have negotiations during that interim time and solve some of these problems instead of putting them before the council. But I mean, you know, that's why we make the big bucks. We got to make these decisions. But I'm comfortable with the compromises that have been made thus far. But just that music piece, I really think that would. Again, Karen, you make a good point with the solo performance, but I think that would impact my vote if it's 4 days, because that seems oppressive to me. And again, given the business model, it doesn't seem necessary that they need those 4 days. If they did, I'd be more sympathetic.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like 3 or 4 days, the 4 hours is what was, I believe the intervener said. Do your notes say the same as mine?
The opponents offered 3 days for 6 hours per day, and then the applicants, their most recent compromise was 4 days at 4 hours.
So we're talking the same amount of hours, I guess.
Just
No, we're talking less hours.
Well,
16 versus
I'm
18.
an Ed Ryan math major, so.
Well, we know where you stand. How do you stand? I think we've got close on everything else, at least as far as to be able to vote on it. Unless you, John, do you have anything other than the?
No.
Karen, how do you feel about the 4 days versus the 3 days?
You know, I'm not locked into either one, although I do think that because it's a duo, because there's no percussion, because it's not, drums, that type of thing. I mean, it is a 3-sided building, but it faces out towards a Estero. It faces away from residents, away from Pelican Watch. And I think and we've seen it happen with Rude Shrimp in a couple of different locations and everything else, the way you position speakers for amplified music changes the direction completely. You also can lessen the decibel with smaller speakers, that type of thing. I mean, I can go with either one, but I guess it's, I personally think Thursday through Sunday seems to be the music time around here, especially during season.
I would ask the applicants to think about it a little harder while we're sitting here, because, obviously to be successful as a business model, particularly in the off season, you want to have the neighborhood in support of what you're trying to do. And I think it would be a nice gesture by the applicants to unilaterally agree to that, and then build some goodwill with your neighbors around you, because you're going to need their support for your business model, and I hope you'll have it. But I would encourage you to think long and hard about that while we're sitting here, because I think it's a nice gesture to make to the opponents who are trying to wrestle with this.
Yeah, well, is there a hybrid, right? Because it's confusing as the 18 hours of amplified music is okay, but 16 hours is
But
not.
a band's not going to do a set for 6 hours generally.
No, but 2 could.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, two or three.
You could do 2 sets of bands for duos in this case.
Could we, just out of curiosity, I don't know if everybody's still here, but they're all here. So is there a way to just maybe proceed out of order, Mr. Mayor, and see, is everybody still hard set in their position out there? Or is there an opportunity for a compromise here? I would ask for unanimous consent to proceed out of order,
Please.
Mr. Mayor.
I don't have any objection. John?
Yeah, please.
Karen?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, sure. Scott?
Sure.
Dan, you want to come up?
Good afternoon, council. My name is Dan Myers from the applicant. So I think a lot of the amplified entertainment that you're discussing, everybody's thinking music. Everybody's thinking, the singing, the songs, the instruments. And I think from an operational standpoint, where I would like the flexibility is to use some amplification for if we'd like to have Beach Talk Radio come in for an afternoon, or if we do a Tuesday bingo night or a Thursday trivia night. While some of those things still require amplification, they don't require the music aspect, but having the ability to have that 4th day And that's why we reduced the hours from 6 hours to 4 hours, because you're not going to have 6 hours of bands. That's just not a reasonable band request at a restaurant. That doesn't happen. But to have that day to use as more of an entertainment side rather than a music side. So amplification, people think music, and I'm trying to see it as a different amplification in a different way.
Dan, could we figure out a way to put that in writing? Because
What if-
3 days of music and 1 day of non-music?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Could we also then shift it if I do 1 day of music and 3 days of non-music? Just saying, I'm just trying to use that fourth day, or to have that option to use as, you know, if we had a bingo in a beach talk radio, that only gives us 1 day that week to have a performer per se. So yes, I'm absolutely open to that language, but that I wanted to just clarify that amplified sound does not mean amplified music.
Notice you strategically left out the word karaoke.
Didn't even think of that one, but I'm not good at that, so I always sit on the
I wouldn't
sidelines
want to
during
put
those.
anyone through that.
No croaky.
So, Jim, what would you, to Dan's point, and I think your point, what if is there a way to do the wording where it could be duos not to exceed 3 days a week?
Okay, I'm good with that.
Then you would
Yeah, you
achieve
know-
what you're trying to achieve.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. My goal is, and maybe it's an unattainable goal. It's instead of me negotiating with the applicant, I'd love the residents to be negotiating with the applicant. Maybe just take a 5-minute break to see if you could come up with, take another crack at finding a solution on this. Because I don't want to be the arbiter of this. I want you guys to talk to your neighbors. And if we could just take a brief break and maybe you guys could talk to each other.
I'm open to that. And Randy and I did have 2 discussions over the weekend. And he came with the 318, 3 days a week, 18 hours. I came with the 424.
Hang on a second. Hey, it's kind of hard to hear Dan. up here.
Crosstalk. Yeah.
And I think where we figured out in the last break is that what if we go under the hours that he requested, but go up a day, and we found a compromise in our hours of operation. But that's where the 318, 424, us dropping down to 4 hours a day. That was kind of the hope there.
16 hours, yeah.
But yeah, I'm absolutely open to talking. That's not a problem.
Mr. Mayor, if I would make unanimous consent, I would ask for unanimous consent to recess for 5 minutes.
I have a concern inflicting at Ryan on the neighbors for that length of time. I'm willing to listen.
John, are you okay with the
Yes.
5 minute? Scott?
Yes.
All right. We'll come back in 5 minutes. 3 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna call the meeting back to order. It is 3:03. Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're close, so Katie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have agreement on 4 days a week, 4 hours per day. 3 of those days would include the live entertainment piece, so, but again, limited to solo or duo. And the 4th day could be some form of amplification, but not live entertainment amplification. Does that make sense to everyone?
it could be bingo, it could be.
And then I think where we don't have agreement is on ambient music. I think her clients want a limitation to 12 to 8 p.m. We're happy. We're trying to work through the live music stuff. Ambient music's ambient music. If an employee or someone turns on the radio, I don't think that should be specifically regulated, and we're not agreeing to that.
Okay. All right.
If I may, for the record, I think the other outstanding issue here, which I feel compelled to share for the record, my understanding is that at least Ms. Berkey's clients, are still intending or considering filing litigation, with respect to an approval here. And so in part of the dark cloud, so to speak, in having these conversations is that, I think my clients feel they keep moving and moving and moving and moving, but there's been no point at which the opposition has said, okay, we're not going to proceed with anything with that if you do this. So we are agreeable to what I just shared with you, and that's fine. But my understanding is that that important compromise on their end has not happened.
If I may, for the record, Katie Berkey, again, Pelican Watch's counsel, Ed French, and the Danfords. With the 4 days a week for 4 hours between 12 to 8, 3 days of those could be amplified live entertainment music. We include karaoke in that, just for clarity. And then that 4th day being
do it.
talk
Don't do
radio
it.
or something non-musical. So I just want to be clear, we consider karaoke to be on the music side that would be eligible for the 3 days versus the 1 day of non-music. We do still respectfully request the ambient music, again, 7 days a week. We had started with the same limitation on ambient in terms of the days of the week, but 7 days of the week, also from 12 to 8. In terms of the dark cloud that opposing counsel has referenced, that's why we came to the table with our enclosure 7 or proposed conditions to get discussion going and possibly have a private agreement in place that would horse trade some of those things privately. And unfortunately, we just couldn't come to terms. So it wasn't for lack of trying. And the threat of litigation has been expressed from others that are outside of our group. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands we have not threatened litigation. We do have a court reporter here, but even if we agree now and come to you, it might not be your pleasure to incorporate what we agreed, which is why I was suggesting a memorandum of understanding that would be binding outside of these proceedings. Unfortunately, we just never got there. So
okay,
we'll just let the chips fall where they may in that regard. And while I appreciate the sentiment that they've incrementally come a long way, so have we, as the Vice Mayor has already acknowledged. We've identified a compromise that we feel is fair on the closing time, and among other things that we've let go. So thank you again for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to do my best at making a motion.
Good luck.
I will make a motion to approve ordinance 2501 with the conditions laid out as agreed upon by both sides through our discussions here today. The one it seems that we have not been able to come is the ambient music part of the time frame. My motion will be to accept the agreements from the two parties for the 4 days a week, 4 hours a day, one of those days being non-solo or duo performance music, but not putting any conditions on the non-amplified ambient music at this time. Does that cover it, Nancy?
I think so. Judith, that's clear for you?
So, just so it's crystal clear, what we have in here with the all amplified sound controlled by the property owner, management staff will not be permitted, will be controlled by management
Judith,
staff.
can you pull that mic down?
All amplified sound will be controlled by the property owner, management staff, and will not be permitted from any mobile vendor. You're good with that? First
Yes.
sentence. Okay.
Yes.
The second sentence, ambient music, which to me is like recorded background music. Is that your understanding as well?
Not
No.
somebody's radio.
Yeah,
Or-
it's because the first sentence is controlled by the property owner and management, right? So ambient music to me is background music, canned, recorded, played from a CD.
It could be a country radio station.
Yeah,
XM.
sure.
XM or whatever.
Okay.
That's what I consider ambient
So
music.
the
to be.
ambient music, you want to permit noon to 8. That's your proposal?
No, I did not want to have. No,
Can
I'm
we
going.
separate amplified from ambient? Have one paragraph that talks about amplified and one paragraph that speaks to ambient?
Yeah, because to me, ambient and amplified were the same thing. Like the
Well, I think it
live
would
music
make
would
sense.
also be.
I think it would make sense to do that for the amplified because it's been very well. That's already kind of laid out here specifically when you can have amplified music.
Okay. So you want
Well,
sorry,
Right.
your proposed condition is to have no restrictions on ambient music. Sorry, why don't you go ahead and restate it so that I can.
Can I ask a question before you restate it, Mr. Mayor? Is the applicant even, I thought, I may have misunderstood, but I thought the applicant was okay with no ambient music outside of 12 to 8. Am I misunderstanding your position? You want no limits on ambient?
Yes,
Okay,
that was my understanding. The limitation was specifically on the amplified music. Well,
So I'm just
from
trying
the
to-
hours of operation, let's put it that way.
There you go.
Hours of operation.
Okay, so ambient music, what the language now, ambient music is permitted and will be no greater than 60 decibels,
Which is less than
less than the noise ordinance.
Correct.
During the hours of operation.
During the
During
hours
the
of
hours of
operation.
operation, yes.
So that's okay.
I think that covers that, yes.
I'm hearing a no from over my shoulder, but okay.
Well, that could be coming from anywhere.
60 days permitted in accordance with town ordinance during operating hours. Okay,
Not to exceed the 60 decibels that was agreed upon.
then those 4 days that we're talking about, that's for amplified live music.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
3 days,
No, three.
only 3 days can have a dual or single performer,
So four days.
4 hours a day.
Mhm.
3 of which can only be music related, I think is how,
Yeah.
Of the days, not the hours.
of the days, yes.
Only 3 days with music. Or musical performance.
Or live entertainment.
Live entertainment.
Live entertainment, okay. And what can happen on the 4th day?
It could be a non-music related, I think is what the agreed upon language
Non-music.
was. It could be a bingo, it could be a podcast, it could be a
Okay.
trivia,
Music, but it could be entertainment.
but not music trivia. Just kidding.
Okay,
That too.
and those 4 days will just comply with the regular town noise ordinance.
Those hours.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I got it. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that?
No, I think you pretty much covered it.
Just wanna make sure we're on the same-
Do you need to do any of the other conditions specific that wasn't clear or will be clear on the record from our discussions? The agreeance of the time with the daylight savings time, that's clear. The
The
4-foot fence.
The
that's
4-foot
clear.
fence, as long as you're okay with that, the applicant and the intervener all seem to be okay with the addition of the 4-foot fence in 2C. If the,
And
that's
then
part of
number
your motion.
14, the change, the special exception. They have to come before council for any special exception permit.
So what I would do there, so I'm gonna
Special event,
change, I'm
sorry.
gonna, cross through temporary use, and so it'll just read, a special event permit must be obtained for any special event where additional vendors of any type and or increased visitors numbers. And we're not gonna put in the number 6, and so typically any of those things would come to you anyway, so I mean, I can add in a sentence there, but that's,
No.
we're not providing any additional restriction there, they'd have to follow the typical procedure.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that'll cut down one condition. I think
that
that's
pretty
it,
much
daylight
covers it.
savings, and then we're gonna add in, I have the stuff about the traffic island, for number 25.
Yep.
I'm gonna incorporate some of the language that the interviewer used in number 24 on theirs, with the traffic island and the right turn only onto,
Yeah, whatever
Chapel.
they called the bone, whatever the wishbone,
chop.
pork chop,
Pork
yeah.
Pork chop. Pork chop.
The pork chop design.
Pork
And then they
chop.
also agreed to the parking operation plan being memorialized in there that was discussed or presented today.
right, the sunshade sales. Counselor King talked about that being over the parking. Do you want that to be included? Right now, they're only showing it, over the seating area. Do you want that as a condition that they have to provide that over the parking area as well?
I would not add that to my motion. I would
Yeah.
keep, I would keep it over the
Yeah,
seating
just
area,
over
but
the
not
seating
parking.
area.
If they want to extend it further, however.
Okay. And then with the TIS, do we want to leave that as is, or do you want to require the
I'm gonna,
traffic impacts?
my motion is gonna follow your recommendation, which
Okay.
was to,
Do the trip generation
exactly,
first?
yes.
Okay. Okay.
I think you had something on 9, just to say, all sound generated will be in
Yes.
compliance except where otherwise
Yes.
restricted herein.
I got that.
Okay.
You got your cheat sheet?
Yes.
Okay. The longest motion on the planet, but we got through it.
By committee.
All right, I got a motion. Is there anyone that would like to second the motion?
I'll second.
All right, got a motion by Mayor Allers, seconded by Counselor King. Discussion. Vice Mayor?
I would ask three things of the applicant. This is not obviously part of the agreement, but it's good neighbors. I would ask you to utilize sound mitigation technology when you build your structure. See if you can help on the back end from having sound go backwards. I would ask that you be respectful of your neighbors with respect to the ambient music. How often you have it going, and is it really necessary, and how loud is it? And I would also ask at the end of the day that you're, and I don't mean to be patronizing, because I'm assuming you're going to do this anyways as a good business person. Just visit the grounds of your property and maybe outside the grounds of your property, and have your staff person just pick up any litter and trash, and just kind of do those little things to be a good neighbor, and try to work with your neighbors to address their concerns as they come. But you know, I think we've come to a compromise here that's not perfect, but that's generally means it's a compromise nonetheless. So that's all I have.
Counselor King?
Nothing.
Counselor Woodson?
Ready to vote.
Counselor Safford?
Ready to vote.
All right. I'm an aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Earl?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
And Counselor Safford?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. All right. Our last public hearing is the second reading and adoption of public hearing of an ordinance entitled an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Article 3 Beach Bicycle and Vehicle Safety, or Chapter 28 Traffic and Vehicles of the Code of Ordinances of Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Hold on. See. Everybody's ready to file. We're going to stall for a second.
Sure.
We have to read it in, though.
I'll read it again. Have a good day, everyone.
Can I just say something? Can I just make one comment? Please.
Does anyone have any objection with proceeding out of order?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Ken.
I apologize, but I just wanted to say Pelican Watch was not trying to gouge or get a security gate out of the developer. I just don't think they are willing to be in touch with the fact of the volume that this development is going to draw. And that's where our concern was coming from. And I just wanted you to understand that. we were not trying to take advantage of their purse or wallet, whatever. Thank you very
Understood. Well,
much.
thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Hopefully
I'll try
everyone
not to be out of
continues to.
order ever again.
No.
I would be disappointed.
Yes. Okay, we'll start this.
I said I would be disappointed if you didn't want to be out of order.
Have a good day. All right, we'll start this over. This is a second reading and adoption. An adoption public hearing of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Article 3, Beach Bicycle and Vehicle Safety of Chapter 28, Traffic and Vehicles of the Code of Ordinances of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to allow the operation of electric bicycles on sidewalks, establishing safety regulations, establishing a maximum speed and passing procedures, requiring operation with the flow of traffic, establishing responsible parties and penalties, establishing additional regulations for the safe operation of bicycles on sidewalk, providing for codification, severability, conflicts of law, and an effective date. Based on the recommendation from the attorney, I will make a motion to continue this to a date certain of June 7th. Second, you said second.
I know, I messed up this
June
morning.
2nd.
Yes,
Second.
Mayor,
Yes.
I understand there
Yes.
is someone here in the public that would like to just
Oh,
provide some public comment.
okay. Well, come on up. We'll open up public comment. How about that?
That's awesome. I've been here, I left for a little bit for lunch when you guys ate. My name is Debbie DePaul. I was here last time and I appreciate you listening to me again. Real quick, since you are going to put this off and I may not be here in June at that time, it's my husband's birthday.
Well, happy
So,
birthday.
yeah, we're heading out. So I just had a couple questions in reading through the way the ordinance was written in this last go round. Are markings down the sidewalks going to be allowed? Is that something that because it's a
Right, that's something that I think we were going to discuss with the county.
Yes.
And that is really the reason for the continued, or the
Oh,
request for
okay.
continuance, because we want to all be on the same page. with that.
Okay, that's okay. That was the question there. And then I was also reading through, and it wasn't clear to me here. Maybe it's in another section of this ordinance about whether or not e-bikes. Not that I want to ride my e-bike on the sand, but someone might. Are they going to be allowed on the beach? The e-bikes.
This was just specifically for the sidewalks at this time.
Right.
Okay, because that's okay. But then that goes to one of the questions I have in one of the section 2884B. It says, it seems like it says no bicycle having any type of helper motor. Wasn't an electric bike a helper motor? Which shall be driven on any public sidewalk, path, or beach. So I don't know if that needs to be.
But that's what we're voting to change.
I can look at that again. That language sounds, to me, it sounds like it's from
Like-
the past.
Right.
Because I think,
Exactly,
yeah,
yes.
maybe
Yeah.
outdated language
Yeah.
is one way.
I mean, if
to
it was, I
phrase
can
it.
understand if it was a gas powered motor or something, if that's
Right.
what was
What was
meant by
that section again? Could you just repeat that?
28-84B as in boy.
Okay, 84B. We'll look at that before it comes back.
Okay, and then one other question was, the last one is about segways. I saw someone riding a Segway down the sidewalk. Not that that's bad. They were being very nice with it, but is that considered under one of those motorized micro mobility devices that are not allowed on the sidewalk?
That's what the discussion will be about.
Oh, okay. I mean, because that's spelled out in here, motorized micro mobility devices, including but not limited to scooters, electric skateboards, one-wheel devices, and hoverboards are prohibited. So I didn't know if that was in there. I mean, is that
We will look at that.
Okay.
And possibly add it.
okay? So what was the next date for the next?
June 2nd.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I can always watch you guys.
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
much.
All right.
I did second your motion, Mayor.
Yes, you did. Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? You want a roll call vote? Yes, I would do that. I'm an aye.
Aye.
King, Vice Mayor Hall. Aye. Counselor Woodson.
Aye.
Counselor Safford. Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Next is our administrative agenda. The first is the town manager selection process. Who's starting? Lisa. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon.
My name is Talisa Oliveira. I'm the Human Resources Director for the town. Today we have an update on the town manager search process. The town has been actively recruiting for a town manager since January 28th of 2025. In our search, we have received 66 applications, and today you will be voting on which of these applicants you would like to interview. On April 18th, 2025, we'll be having town manager interviews if you choose to proceed and do so. It is also important to note that each member of the town council received the resumes in advance of this meeting in order to be prepared. So in your packets, you will find a summary of the candidate pool. Out of the 66 candidates, 17 were identified as meeting the qualifications. And then in accordance with the town council policies and procedures, we have provided 5 candidates along with 2 alternates who we believe could be a strong potential fit for the role. However, it is ultimately your decision on who you would like to interview. You are able to select any of the 66 candidates that are provided. And we ask that you identify 5 with 2 alternates in order to proceed. So, and just to be clear, the alternates are selected in case one of the 5 do ultimately withdraw their candidacy. So then we could call on them to be interviewed. And that's all I have for now. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I've got a couple questions.
Okay.
Maybe just one, because I'm bad at math like Ed Ryan. But last week when we talked, and you have it on your sheet here of best fits, you were going to check with those individuals to see if there was still an interest, and you thought maybe one had already accepted a position. What did you find out?
So I have contacted each person and they have confirmed that they are still interested, and they are all tentatively holding on to April 18th as a date to come and interview.
Thank you.
What happens if we only really think 3 candidates, or can we just vote for 3 or 2?
Absolutely. Yes. I mean, you do not have to have a minimum of 5. We want this to be a good use of your time. So I think whoever you identify that is worthy of the time to interview. And, also the town will be covering the expenses for them to come, for the, any travel expenses. So whoever you deem as you would like to interview, it could be 3, it could be 5, it's up to you.
I thought our charter dictated we had to have 5.
I don't think it was our charter, was it? I thought it was our
It was
policies and
policies.
procedures.
Up to 5?
It says the town council may direct the acting town manager or designee to review the proposals submitted and provide the town council with a list of 5 candidates with 2 alternates for interviews as provided herein. If there are less than 5, all candidates shall be interviewed. So I think they've accomplished what they needed to do.
Okay.
So we've passed out a form or a ballot to you where, if you write your name and your signature, the first column is a listing of all 66. The second column is meets qualifications as Talisa identified. The third column is the best fit, and then your council vote. We were going to proceed in the same manner as you do for your appointments to your committees. After your discussion, if you vote, then Amy will read your vote. We'll just verify and certify that that is your vote, and then you can direct the town manager or Talisa to schedule the interviews. Okay,
Talisa.
Talisa to schedule the interviews.
Are we voting for the alternate as well? The 2 alternates?
You should pick in that column for counselor vote, just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then A and A.
But I don't know. I don't think you want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because then you'll be ranking them. So I think maybe just
stars.
Stars.
Yeah. Or yeah.
If I may, can't they vote on as many as they want? Doesn't have to be 5. It could be 25. We just had to present 5 and 2 alternates.
Well, he is correct. I mean, if you want to go that route.
You can't just put our name next to it. Tell me, you want stars or our name? Well, we don't have to be that.
Whatever
difficult.
is
All
your
right.
preference.
We'll figure it. Well,
And the two alternates
You're
will have
gonna-
an A.
Yeah, just put 2 A's. So we know they're alternate.
okay.
Did you want to discuss first or?
We can. I mean, does anybody want to discuss the recommendations? I know I have had a meeting with staff and Talisa to discuss.
Yes.
So I'm
I've
comfortable with
discussed
your
everybody.
recommendations.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else wants to discuss. I'm assuming everyone had meetings with you.
Yes, everybody had meetings, but I am happy to answer any questions if needed.
Scott, you got any questions for Talisa?
No, but just for the record, I had a meeting with Talisa last Wednesday to review the candidates. And might I add, you did I consider you did a fantastic job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I had a meeting last Tuesday, so, and I was able to go through all the people that we discussed in detail, so I'm
Yes,
comfortable.
we wanted to provide the information to you before, so you had, what you needed to make an informed decision. And thankfully so, or we would be here very late this evening.
You guys done?
No.
Okay. They put their names on it.
No, I need Jim. Did you pick up Jim's?
What do you say? Same thing.
Okay, I have a question. What if I only choose 2
That's fine.
and then 2 alternates or something?
That's okay.
Do we want to read for the record who this,
You want to grab?
who
Yeah,
the staff highlighted as their recommendations, or does it?
These are names that they've provided, not necessarily.
Well, I shouldn't say recommended. They'd meet the qualifications and best fit category.
This is in the packet.
I'll yield to Nancy
Yeah.
and proceed however
Yeah,
she recommends.
You can.
Okay.
I mean, it's all public record.
And would you like me to identify who met the quals or just who were provided as the best fit?
I think just the ones that you felt met the qualifications and best fits.
Okay. So
Okay.
for the record, the 5 candidates and 2 alternates that were provided to the town council as a strong potential fit for the role. That first candidate would be, and this is in alphabetical order, there's no significance in order. Michael Brillhart would be the first candidate. The second candidate would be the second candidate would be William Lawrence. The third candidate would be William McCanny. The fourth candidate would be Scott Moy. The fifth candidate would be Jeremy Schaefer. And the 2 alternates would be Patrick Jordan and John True.
Ready?
Sure, go with it.
Ready, Jason? Okay. Vice Mayor Adderholt has Michael Brillhart, Lawrence or William Lawrence, William McCaney, Canay, Scott Moy, Jeremy Schaefer, and the alternates are John True and Patrick Jordan. Yeah, mark the alternates with an A.
Hey,
Can't even see that. Good. That was, that was Vice.
Vice Mayor, can you confirm that those are correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, Mayor Allers has Michael Brillhart, William Lawrence, William McCaney, Canay,
I go with McInerney, but that's me.
Scott Moy, and Jeremy Schaefer. Marked as an alternate is Patrick Jordan and John True.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
Wait,
you.
I was waiting for you to ask, but.
I was still counting. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilman Stafford.
Where's-
So I'm sorry, Stafford.
I'm gonna start charging here. Fine jar.
It's like a swear jar.
Like a swear jar.
Stafford. Michael Brillhart, William McCaney, and Scott Moy. And then Jeremy Schaefer. There's only 4.
No alternate.
No
Is
alternates.
that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman King, Michael Brillhart, William Lawrence, William McCaney, Scott Moy, Jeremy Schaefer, and as alternates, he has Patrick Jordan and John True.
Is that correct?
John?
John,
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Okay.
okay. Councilwoman Woodson has Patrick Jordan, William McCaney, Jeremy Schaefer, and John True.
Alternates.
I think there's 4. They all have stars. Is one of those an alternate? Would you like to see it again?
No, so the ones that I have my name by,
Yes.
so what it should be is William McCaney is yes as an applicant. Jeremy Schaefer, yes as an applicant. Alternate John True, alternate Patrick Jordan.
Got it. Okay. Did you get that, Jason? Okay. So,
So you should announce.
oh, if I gotta be able to read them, hold on.
So the ones with the numbers first.
Well,
So
he's
we have-
highlighting them.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so with a total of 4 votes, is Michael Brillhart. Those are all regular votes, not alternate votes. Well, those are all alternates.
Oh.
With a total of 3 votes is William Lawrence, regular votes. Total of 5 regular votes. William McCaney. Okay, I'm sorry. That's 5 regular votes. A total of 4 regular votes is Scott Moy. 5 regular votes is Jeremy Schaefer. And then since we're down here, John True has received 4 alternate votes. Can you roll back up?
Yeah, head color.
Yeah. And Patrick Jordan has also received 4 alternate votes.
Okay. Do we need to vote on that to invite them in?
Yes,
What's
is
the
that,
process?
if that's the direction, and to direct to Lisa to schedule the interviews with the top 5.
Be 5. Yeah, you do.
You have 5 that were voted as regulars, and then you have 2 that were alternates.
Based on a majority.
Correct.
So 5, we're gonna bring in the top 5.
Correct.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll just let her know.
To reiterate, we will be inviting the top 5 candidates for interviews on April 18th. That would be Michael Brillhart, William Lawrence, Scott Moy, Jeremy Schaefer, and William McKinney. And yeah, so we'll proceed on April 18th. We're going to have a public gathering on April 18th from 9 to 9:30 in the morning, so that the public can attend and meet the candidates. Following that, we'll have a round of
And where will that be? Where will that be?
we are still working out the logistics, but we'll have it posted.
Okay.
Yes, we'll spread the word on that. Following per the town council policies and procedures, there are one-on-one interviews with the candidate and the council members following that. And we will have a member of staff with each council member in that setting. And then after those interviews, there will be a break, and then we will have interviews and a special meeting with the candidate and the town council members. Those will be in 15-minute intervals. And then after that, you all will vote on a candidate.
Okay.
And just right now, we have that special meeting scheduled at 1 p.m. But we can move that around if you'd like.
Special meeting to interview publicly the
Correct.
got the town manager selections. Would you like a motion, Nancy? For
Yes, but I do have a question. Your procedural rules do provide for a morning and an afternoon session.
Yes, the morning session will be the one-on-one candidates. That's
Uh-huh.
from 9:30 until 12. From 12 to 1 is lunch, and then from 1 until
Whenever.
3 would be the interviews, the live interviews, and a special meeting.
Yeah, so we'll provide you with a page from your procedural rules as far as the order. So you're good.
Okay. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion that we move forward with the interviews for candidates that were just selected at the town meeting today, April 7th. We move forward with interviews on April 8th at 18th at 9:30 and at 1 o'clock, 2 separate meetings, 9:30 being the one-on-one interviews and 1 o'clock being the public interviews and with a vote following.
Okay, I will second that. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adewale?
Yes.
I'm an aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Next is Resolution 25-95, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, authorizing the adoption of final financial policies required for acceptance of the CDBG-DR grant funding from HUD and Lee County and providing for an effective date. Joe?
Good afternoon, Joe Hanzik, Finance Director. What we have here is a group of policies that was actually provided to us by HUD. They're required for CDBG-DR funding. In order for us to be recipients of that funding, we have to adopt these policies. So they were actually drafted by HUD. It was more of like a fill-in-the-blank type policies here. So the first one was we needed to designate an accessibility coordinator, and that was Dr. Tracy Kohler was chosen by the assistant to the town. I'm sorry, she is the assistant to the town manager and was chosen by our town manager, Andy Hyatt. The second exhibit B, was we needed to appoint the fair housing coordinator. That was also done by town manager Andy Hyatt. Dr. Tracy Kohler was chosen to be the fair housing coordinator. And so basically we needed to just fill in the contact information for her for those two positions. We also needed to adopt a citizen complaint policy. So it's a very simple template that they provided for us, so we have that. We also needed then to provide the financial management policies. This is really basically telling us what we will do. We already had put together and adopted a series of more specific financial policies when we applied for the grant several months ago. this is just reiterating that these are the policies that we'll be adopting, which we already have adopted. But we needed to adopt this overall policy that states everything that we're agreeing to do.
Joe, it seems like you skipped over the fair housing complaint process addendum.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it's just I think a one-page addendum for fair housing complaint policy, and it just dictates like the timeline, for example, of how long it would take to process a complaint, how it's going to come into the town.
I hate to say this, Joe, but that's one too many screw ups, and we're gonna have to replace you.
Oh, man.
Okay, well,
Not today. No, we'll give you a few.
You'll be on double secret probation.
so I don't mean to belabor it because this is pretty straightforward. If you had time to review this, so I can answer any questions if you have any.
Scott, any questions for Joe?
No, sir.
Karen?
Whatever we need to do to get our money.
Vice Mayor? John?
Nothing.
I'm good too. Is there a motion for resolution 25-95?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Council Woodson, seconded by Council King. Any further discussion? Council Woodson?
Aye.
Council King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor? Aye. Council Seifert?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is resolution 25-94. It is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Lee County, Florida, approving inter-fund loan to cover outstanding FEMA and FDEM receivables, providing for an effective date. Joe?
This is something that I could see could be coming because of the fact that it's taking FEMA so long to reimburse us for our emergency expenditures. We do have that over $4 million in the emergency fund that we've set aside. I think it was $2 million out of the savings from fiscal year 23, $2 million out of the savings from fiscal year 24. So that's a total of $4 million. It's just sitting in there of cash, waiting for our so that we would be prepared for the next possible emergency. But the cash is sitting there. We also have several, roughly between $6 and $7 million of insurance proceeds that's sitting there. So we have cash, but as we're progressing along, we have we'll be spending the insurance proceeds, and we also will be incurring additional emergency expenditures, especially like with beach renourishment, the FEMA reimbursable portion of beach renourishment. The money is going out the door rapidly, and FEMA is reimbursing us for beach renourishment. So, but there is still that delay process. So, in what I've been able to determine is that we have about over $7 million worth of emergency expenditures that we've already incurred that we're waiting for FEMA to reimburse us. There's an additional $2.6 million of emergency expenditures for things like debris removal from waterways and reconstruction of the North Beach segment. So that's an additional $2.6 million that'll be we'll be spending rapidly. So that brings us to over $10 million of total, like 10.3 million of expenditures that we've incurred that will be reimbursed by FEMA. Since we only have that $4.1 million of cash that we've already deposited into the emergency fund, and we have the that would be considered unallocated cash because it's not specific to anything. The insurance proceeds that we have, it's also sitting there, but it is allocated for other purposes. And so we really shouldn't be counting on using that to fund it. We are using it to fund it, to fund these receivable balances from FEMA, but we need to be prepared to also then spend some of this insurance money to finish the town hall, for example. And then for, I think part of it was also going to be used for the Bay Oaks campus redevelopment project. And that's another $2 million that will go out the door before we get the $1 million grant. So in order to manage it just from a cash flow perspective, we need to just loan money into the emergency fund from the bridge loan. So we have the bridge loan proceeds sitting in a fund, and it will be replenished once we get the lost revenue grant, which we should be getting any time now. We were told that it was going to be delayed to the fourth quarter, which began April 1st, because that was the next allocation or pot of cash that the state of Florida had available in which they would pay us the lost revenue replacement. If the bridge loan experience is any indication of how long it may take them, once it was approved to be released for the bridge loan, it took them actually about 6 weeks to process the payment and get it to us. So, it could be potentially the middle of May. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's that long, but it should be coming. It's been approved, and I did reach out to the state again today to see if they can give us an update, but I haven't heard back yet, but it should be coming. So my proposal is to at least, to approve an overall $8 million loan from the bridge loan fund to the emergency fund, initially transfer $4 million now, and then be prepared to transfer as much as an additional $4 million after we get the revenue replacement loan into the bridge loan fund. And it would be on an as needed basis. So I'm not saying we should transfer the whole $8 million, but just to make sure that there's always enough cash available to pay our bills while we're waiting for FEMA. In the end, it'll be fine. Once we receive the cash from FEMA, it'll go back in and it'll be back into the bridge loan fund. It's just the interim period that we're waiting.
Okay. John, questions for Joe?
None.
Vice Mayor? No. Karen?
No.
Scott?
No.
No. Thanks for the explanation, Joe. Is there a motion to approve resolution 25-94?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adder? Aye. I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is resolution 25-90. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving the scope of services from Metro Forecasting Models LLC as a sole source provider and authorizing the town manager to execute a professional services contract in the amount to not exceed $150,000 and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon. So this is a presentation you heard a couple months ago from Dave Farmer of Metro Forecasting Models. And at that time, he gave a full presentation going over what he could offer the town in terms of data and information and providing this interactive growth model, which his company is the sole proprietor of, and he provided us with patents attesting to that. And he and Joe have gone over his contract, and you have his signature on the version that's in your packet today. Do you have any questions?
I have a question, Judith. He gave a very impressive presentation, but since we've had a chance to sort of sober up since his presentation, do you feel like you really need this film? Can he add value to your operation, make your life easier?
Well, I don't know that he's going to make my life easier is not on the bullet points, but but he's going to provide us with more information in order to have better informed decisions. It may give us more to think about in terms of the comprehensive plan and the adjustments we're making to the land development code, which is still in progress. So the plan now is to schedule a third public input session for the comprehensive plan, and then that'll come back to you, and then we'll begin working on the revisions of the land development code. And what he can provide us is going to give us more insight into what recommendations we can bring to you and better inform your decisions for those two items, but also for other future development proposals that the town gets, to be able to identify which types of development are going to get which types of outcomes.
This isn't your first rodeo, and you've been very diplomatic, but do you think it's worth $150,000 and he would add value?
I think this is an immense amount of data and value that we don't have right now. With when I explain Fort Myers Beach to people, I say you can't just look at the numbers on the paper, because how we're active now is way above the full-time resident population. How the town staff, we're making decisions. It's like we're operating as a big city. The number of decisions that have to get made, the number of applications brought towards you. In the next 10 years, the town is going to be very different. This is the time to get a hold of what those possibilities are, to give you the best information to make the most informed decision that you can. As a planner, we like to say, what your third grade teacher told you, those who fail to plan to fail. But also, once you have that plan, you have to adjust it as you go with the information that you're getting in. And right now, we're making suppositions based on what's happened in the past, based on what's happening other places. But I think he's really going to be able to help us narrow it down and making fewer, much more informed decisions. So I think it's going to be a very valuable tool
Given our
to
limit,
staff and to
given our limited resources, you think this is a priority worth expending taxpayer dollars for?
as long as Joe says we have it in the in the budget. I mean, I think this is a very valuable resource.
Okay, thank you.
Can you explain the financials behind it, Joe?
This would come out of savings from FY24. So that's how it can be paid for, because we wouldn't otherwise have the money to do this.
So I just have a question. What is the timing of getting this information? I mean, is it something that we will be able to incorporate into our new comp plan and land development code as we go through that? Or is this a long term?
So I don't think it's stated specifically in the contract, but my understanding is that this company has the capacity now to, as soon as it's authorized, to begin work. The land development code is probably 6 months out from now, so we have time there.
I mean, is it maybe something that we could put in the contract that we needed to ensure decisions for the land development code, for the comprehensive plan, that their input is incorporated?
We can certainly express that.
Yeah, I think some of the stuff that we're looking at here is metrics. So one of their areas of expertise is build out. So they're going to give you projections at that 5, 10, 15-year build out. We know that based on what we've seen after Ian, there's very limited space, empty space of lots that were available to build out. But that also includes turnover, buying, tearing down, rebuilding. So those are in the projections. And that's kind of the metrics that we're looking for when we're trying to put out a land development code, where it's working, where it's not working. Even though this will be a new stab at a brand new land development code as we go forward, there's always going to be tweaks because you're never going to get it right.
Right.
A company like this coming in and just having those metrics available to us as we go down that path over that 5 or 10 year period, that's going to be invaluable to staff. And then that was one of the things when Judith brought it to me and shared it with the rest of us. Yeah, that's like a winner chicken dinner type of thing.
Okay.
Scott, any questions?
No, okay.
No, either. Thanks, Judith. Is there a motion for resolution 25-90?
So moved.
I'll second. Any further discussion? Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
And Councilor King?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next is the resolution 25-93. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving an agreement for demolition services with Hawk Destruction based on pricing competitively procured by the city of Bonita Springs, authorizing the mayor and or town manager to sign the agreement and provide for an effective date. Jason?
Good afternoon, Council. Jason Friedman for the record. As part of the demolition process, the town piggybacked last year 2 contractors, one from Fort Myers and one from Bonita Springs. We still have that contract going with the city of Fort Myers, but the Hawk Destruction contract did expire in February. The city of Bonita Springs did rebid that out, And this would be the opportunity if we want to re-piggyback that agreement to continue those services. That way it gives us a little more competition with getting a couple different proposals for demolition contracts, projects. So this would add a second firm into our list, so that gives us 2 firms then.
Okay. Scott, any questions?
No, options are great. I'm all for it.
Councilor Woodson?
I'm good.
Vice Mayor?
Good.
Councilor King?
Is there a concern of a possible conflict since this is accompanied by an elected representative of the county?
Don't believe so. But that's something
No.
we can.
Okay.
Not from our perspective.
Well, Benita vetted it, so it's already
Right,
been
yeah,
through
it's
their
competitively
process.
bid out by the city of Benita Springs already. So it just saves us that legwork from having to bid out that and gives us some negotiated prices already. So,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
All right. Is there a motion to approve resolution 25-93?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilor King, second by Councilor Safford. Any further discussion? Councilor King?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhope? Aye. And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Last is resolution 25-122. It's a resolution of the town council of the town of Fort Myers Beach approving amendment number 1 to agreement 23 LE1 between the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and the town of Fort Myers Beach for design, permitting, construction, and monitoring of the Estero Island Shore Protection Project, and authorizes the town manager to execute the agreement and related documents and to expand budgeted local matching funds to match funding received from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and providing for an effective date. Chad?
Good afternoon, everyone. Chad Schutz, environmental staff. So this one's a little bit of a confusing one. I'm sure you're all scratching your heads. Why are we doing this? So back when we bid the project, Mr. Poff, our coastal engineer, did a updated probable cost estimate, which came up to around $27 million in change. The project actually still bid around 22, the original probable cost, 22 million. So there's a lag time between FDEP updating our LGFR from the time it was requested, which is why it's coming now. We also added $150,000 to that to this amendment. That was due to a permitting and design contract or agreement that we had with FDEP that did not have the full project area in the scope. So FDEP was amenable to us shifting that to this particular agreement, and it expands the area to the entire project area so that those permitting and design costs are eligible for reimbursement from FDEP. Having said all that, our project cost, I can give you an update of where we're at financially. That's not going to change. We're not expecting any additional project local share cost to the town. In fact, we're less than what we had originally projected. So if y'all have questions, or I can run through a quick project status summary, or however y'all want to handle this.
John, any questions for Chad?
Yeah, because I'm still confused, but that's a normal state for me. I guess, what is this really encompassing, Chad? Because I'm seeing dates going back here to 2021 or 1 or something like that.
Yep. It's been a lot of years in planning.
So this is bigger than just Ian type.
Yeah. So the original estimate from the engineer was back in, I guess, I don't know if it was 2021 or it was the original that he hadn't estimated for years. So it made sense for him while we were going out to bid, or before we went out to bid, for him to adjust for inflation, having not done that in a few years, to adjust for that, just to make sure, the LGFR program is,
And what is LGFR?
Local grant funding request. So that we do that annually to FDP to ask for funding to maintain our beach. So we do that every year. This coming year, I think we're asking for around $4 million just to do hotspot maintenance, 40,000 cubic yards. We don't know what the beach is going to look like in November. Similarly, last year, we increased our LGFR request to adjust for inflation to make sure that we're covered. So it's kind of a CYA exercise. And even though it seems like, why are we doing this? This contract is still valid. So, we would, if the beach is obliterated, again, this hurricane season, we would still have this contract going and this funding available to us.
Okay. I guess in my mind, I'm looking for, remembering the last time Michael Hoff was here, it was the beach renourishment in my mind was basically about Ian. And then, okay. But
so the beach renourishment was happening, back when we first started with the town, 2020. Here's a piece of paper, go figure it out. And we started beach renourishment then, and it grew into the project that we had today. Ian came, we were already in process, and it was just, an unfortunate disaster and a fortunate set of circumstances that we were set up with our permitting and funding ready to go.
okay, but in my mind, and what I asked him was about places that did not qualify for beach renourishment because of accreting beach and that thing, and that sort of whatnot, which I hate to say. But help me with this then. What I later thought I heard was there will be another round dealing with Helene and Milton type issues where that would then regenerate additional sand for areas that did not get it the first time. Is this all part of this, or is that something different?
Something different.
Okay.
So we made a separate funding request for Helene Milton impacts to the beach, which hopefully will be picked up by the legislature to appropriate funds for local governments such as ourselves, just like they did with Ian and Nicole. They did that, I think it was 23 LE4, where we got the initial 1.8 million, and then that morphed into the HRRGP, the Hurricane Recovery Reimbursement Grant Program, where we basically paid $8.9 million for our beach renourishment to date, 100% paid for by the state.
Okay, thank you, because it makes it easier for me to understand when I have to explain it to others. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good
You're
job,
welcome.
Whiskers.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Nothing additional.
Councilor Woodson?
I'm good.
Councilor Stafford?
I'm good as well.
Thanks, Chad.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
All right. Is there a motion to approve resolution 25-122?
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilor King.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? Councilor King?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Stafford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Final public comment. Eddie? Sure? I'm sitting there all day. All right.
Waiting for the discussion.
You have closed final public comment? Town manager items.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Been a good day. We won't be too much longer. I've got a couple things. Jeff's got a couple things, but I've got another meeting with FEMA, in-person meeting with FEMA on Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday, in person about the National Flood Insurance Program. We're doing everything we can to regain our status, to get off probation this time next year. So hopefully we'll be having an in-house review of all of our processes and then procedures that we've been going through in the last few weeks, last few years, since we've been in the program. But it really seems positive at this point. Before I go to the other thing, Jeff, you want to just give them a couple updates?
Yeah, it's a little PSA. Let me go there.
No, there's a microphone right there.
Well,
Help
he's
me out.
Frankie's. He likes me to lean in. So just a couple PSA things real
That
quick.
just got weird.
Then we have the Easter egg hunt at Bay Oaks, April 12th, it's Saturday, from 9 to 11. Hopefully the Easter Bunny will show up again, maybe with his friend Carrot.
Oh, boy.
And then just another thing, such a popular activity, I just want to put out that the Bay Oaks pickleball, basketball, and tennis area will be closed tomorrow, probably tomorrow and Wednesday. They brought in the risers for the air handling units, so they're going to be installing those, and they have a crane back there. So stay tuned to our Facebook post or our website for more info, but that's what I have.
You want to give the update on the flooring?
Yeah, so today they started the initial kind of work on the prep work for the pouring the epoxy. They have to do some chip work on the existing concrete, kind of flatten it out, and then they said about now 3 to 4 weeks we should have it all poured. After that, then we can start placing the equipment in there, and it should be shortly after that where we can open.
Andy?
Good. About 3 weeks ago, Tracy, Nicole, and I went around town after the mayor asked us to give an update on properties that needed some attention in town. And we've identified approximately 80 properties, give or take a couple. And we've got a sheet here that's got everything on it that we found, all the code cases. We'll be providing that to each of you. Tracy, I didn't know if you wanted to give a little update.
Just use this. Hi, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Tracy Kohler, assistant to the town manager. As the town manager had mentioned, we did a town tour of all the main streets and side streets, and we identified approximately 80 properties. We came back with that list. We went to the building official as well as code enforcement, and then updated that list with current open cases that we've had, and identified, I don't know, maybe about 20% of the properties that needed some additional look over. And so cases have been created on those approximate 20 properties. So every property that we identified on that list has had some action taken to it. And so we'll keep monitoring that and following through with our process.
And these properties, are they just dilapidated houses, or are they pools that aren't covered? I mean,
It's- right.
The whole gamut?
It's a combination of pool issues with some fencing around it, to unkept properties, to unsafe buildings. And so our building officials also added information about his red tagging process into that list.
Question?
That sounds like a Herculean effort. I appreciate that. I wonder at some point, Tracy, Mr. Town Manager, Mr. Director of Operations, if we could, and it may involve an additional staff person or a reassignment. I wonder if we could have somebody, or let me ask, does the data exist to have a source where people can check on a particular property to see where the status is, a problem property, one that's, for example, been untouched since Ian? We get these queries on a regular basis. Is there a way that we could basically open a case on them? In essence, we have done that through enforcement. And I guess Tom's here, and obviously Nancy's involved in this too. So where the constituent, they reach out to us, they voice their concerns. We share that with Andy and Frankie, and sometimes you, Tracy, and sometimes Tom or Nancy, whoever's in the room. And we raise the issue, and then some kind of administrative action or enforcement action is taken. And then we don't hear about anything afterwards, because obviously there is a process. So, but then the council's in this awkward situation of not updating the constituent when there's a development, not having that. In other words, there's not an open case that where someone's watching it and continuing to give the citizenry some kind of a regular update on how things are going. And so they're left out there wondering, creates awkwardness for council members who don't have the capacity to be measuring the progress of each of these projects. We don't get the input, the data. We don't get when things change, just to track them and let the citizenry, particularly those who have inquired, sort of like an open case, if you will. Then when it eventually gets torn down, then we just close the case. But until it's torn down, it's an open case, and the citizenry is getting maybe a monthly update. I don't know if it can be automated through an email. Is there some kind of, is there a way we can track this stuff? Because we've got these properties all over the island now. They're festering. They're creating all kinds of challenges for a lot. I know the challenges are for you guys as well, but particularly, most importantly, for our citizenry. And you saw them as you were driving around the island. How do we manage that from a communication standpoint with our residents?
Tom, do you have some information you'd like to share about how iWorks works and how we can communicate with that?
Somebody. So we didn't have to get it. Tom, he's bringing you the microphone. He's probably getting set up. We can establish code cases and things of that nature that can be tracked, and Tom has started doing some of those, but go ahead, Tom.
Yes, sir. So what you can do is you can go right into our website and you can go through iWorks and you can check an individual property as to where the code situation is and what's happening with that property. That's already available out there for people. We are trying to update.
Is it user friendly, Tom?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe it's.
I don't know.
I'm
asking.
somewhat technically challenged with computers,
Mhm.
and I'm honest about that, and I can figure it out. So I think it's something that people can get into.
So this is the same portal people would check for permits then, correct? The iWorks?
Correct.
Okay.
There's you can pop in there and you can pick a drop down bar and say what you're looking at for an address and such.
Let's use for an example, just a real working example, the house on Tropical Shores Way that we discussed, that where the rats are out of control and no one's has entered that building since the storm and it's a disaster. And you were kind enough to go out there and look at it. Those neighbors still call me on a regular basis. What's going on? And what's the progress? And I know you've done your due diligence, but how do they know that that the town's still working on it? Nancy's doing her research. I mean, how do they keep abreast of it?
Could I explain that out? I'm making that get into the computer.
No.
Okay. So,
Nice try.
so they can still go right into the portal and check the address, and they'll see what our status is. You'll notice now when they start digging into that, they can have access to some of our notes. So, and as we go through, you'll see with the cases that have been taken since I took over code, you'll see the notes are different. They're not just observe, blah, blah, that's it. They have to go through who, what, when, where, and why. And if they go out there and start a case, they need to describe what they did, how they're doing it, who they spoke to, and any mitigation factors that they're putting in place. So that is there now.
And Tom, just because this has been in the media and you and I've discussed it on this Tropical Shores Way, and it's obviously been on this Estero Boulevard property. Some of these homes are just infested with rats, and they reach out to the Lee County Health Department, and the Lee County Health Department basically throws their hands up. Or do they? I mean, what's been your experience with the Lee County Health Department? Should people call them? Should they call their county commissioner? What procedurally is effective based upon your experience?
So definitely call us so we can start a case and we can start working it. The health department does come out. They help us quite a bit with unsanitary pools and such. And it's just another tool in our toolbox to go after these property owners who just they're not coming together to try to help their neighbors and help the community. So we are attacking them. We are moving forward.
What's the health department do when they come out? What's their what tools do they have in their toolbox?
So their toolbox is they can write citations to the property as well for unsanitary conditions, health issues that can come from that, piled refuse. Then you have the mitigation for pest relief and stuff. So they do some of that as well, just like we do. And you'll see as the attorneys have put forward too with us, we're doing a lot of property maintenance cases now. We're attacking them pretty hard.
But someone today can, if they've got a problem property in their neighborhood, they can track it relatively well through this system and get
Correct.
a sense of what the status is.
Yes, they can.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question. You said that when you came back, 80 properties, 20% of them, you opened new cases. Does that mean the other 80% already have active cases?
They did.
Yes.
Yes, they either had cases with the building official or with code enforcement
Okay.
already.
So now all of them have active
They
cases.
all have some action taken, yes.
That's great. It's good
Yeah.
news. Good work.
I'm assuming this list is now public or?
Send it to you right now. Right now, I just said it was send it to you. Very public.
Thank you.
You can send it anywhere you want it to go, but it
Can I
will
send
be.
it back to you?
Yeah, I don't know if the addresses, it's okay to publish all the addresses. I'm just asking the attorney.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Do you find it's just a combination of everything, or some people are just slow rolling on purpose, or they're out of towners and not getting the notices? I mean,
Can I tell you what we found?
Yes, sir.
And I think the biggest problem
That's my question.
is our realtors are not telling their homeowners, the property owners, people they represent, to clean up the yard. We sent courtesy letters out to the realtors asking them to please clean up the yard. I think that's a big part of it. The realtors want to sell, they want to make money, obviously so, but they're not helping, and so the realtors stand out here and they don't get fined. So we're going to fine the homeowner, and the realtor should be, You know, we all talk about, you know, set up for selling. And I even had one realtor call me, can you move something that we had back here on a piece of property so they could take some pictures so they could present a good lot when they're going to try to sell it. I don't understand why they don't take a little ownership to it and say, yes, clean the lot up. If we clean the lot up first, that to me is one of the, probably 30% of what we saw had for sale signs in it from realtor companies. They're not taking ownership. And I think that's a big deal. You know, I realize it sounds a little strong, but man, help us. You know, we're going to find the homeowner and put a lien on their property. And then there's another problem that you're going to deal with because we put liens on these properties and they can't sell it because they need fast cash. But if these realtors who have these signs out there would just help us, and there's a couple of big ones in town, then the properties look terrible. They just look terrible. But it's people who just don't care. They just walked away. They put a for sale sign out and waiting to sell it. Nobody seems to care about some of these lots.
I love this. This is the unshackled Andy.
Well, it's the end of the road, what are you going to do? Fire me? I'm really disappointed in the fact for 2 years I've seen real estate signs in these yards and nobody's done any. The realtors aren't doing anything about it.
I'm glad you're being candid about it.
You know, they want to make $2 and $3 and $4 million on these properties or more, and they're not willing to spend $500 to clean it up. It's beyond my imagination. I can't comprehend that. I cannot. And then they'll come in here and stand and complain because the town's not doing anything. We're going to fine every homeowner, every property owner because somebody doesn't pick up a few bricks or some trash that was left from 2 years ago. We got one that a very unreputable builder in town has left stuff on this person's property. It's not our problem with us and him. It's with us and them. But yet they want us to come clean it. We can't. We can't fine him. He's dust in the wind. And we all know who it is. But by the same token, we got to find the property owner because there's piled of debris left on their property from Milton. So it's just that. And they try as hard as they can. But realtors, help us out. Or you're watching. I know somebody, one of you are. But it's like, help yourself. We all know that when you come in and you set up a house to sell, what do? You don't trash it up. You make it look as good as you can. Mow the grass, weed eat, do that kind of stuff. Help you out.
If they're not going to help, can we take their sign off?
Gotta look over there.
No. I think what town manager is saying, there's a great opportunity for a partnership.
I would like to know, Andy, how you really feel.
I wish you'd asked me a few weeks ago. But no, I mean, that's what we did. We just kept saying that. Oh, that realtor. We're like, okay, how could I hope the letter has or is about to go out.
Yeah, the letter is, yes. Nancy and I have been working on
But
that.
it's a very
Is out or is about to go
it's
out?
about to go
about
out.
to go
I
out
misspoke.
for
I misspoke for those who are going to say I said the letter went out. It's not out yet, but it is being prepared. It's a very, very genteel letter. Very, very calm. Please help us be successful. It's not, we're going to find your homeowner, but we are. It's coming. It's just a matter of time. We've just made a list.
Since we're on this subject, this was on my list for council items, so this will save time in the long run. But it's germane to what we're talking about. Could you think we had a nice conversation with the neighbor this morning during public comment, but I don't think the folks who are not on the inside understand, frankly, what happened to that 8211 Estero Boulevard property. You just want to spend a minute explaining. Obviously, there's some aggressive action being taken. You just want to explain to the public what that is for people in the neighborhood who may not be following it. No.
Sure. We had a homeowner who basically walked away after Ian. Investor comes in, bought up a bunch of dilapidated properties, hoping, I think, and on the onset to flip really quickly, not have to go through the process, whether it be permits or whatever, try to find the shortcuts. He wasn't successful. He got caught up in that first phase of the red tag process by our building official. He then contacted our building official and they worked things out, which can be done. If you can supply us with a reputable structural engineer who's willing to sign on a dotted line that, yes, his license at stake, but I believe my client's structure can be saved, and you list the reasons why, Joe's obliged to sit down and listen to those conversations. And this gentleman came in the onset and provided that. We talked it over and we allowed that person to have a permit. That permit got extended. Once we found out that he was just kind of basically daisy chain you along without doing any work, which came up, I think about a month or so ago. We immediately that morning revoked all permits, all use of getting permits, and demanded that that house be taken down. If not by him, by us. We have another individual on the same road who is really kind of taking their time on getting a structure down that's in plain sight. And so we took some limited action on that particular property owner. So we're doing the same thing. I told Joe over the weekend in conversations back and forth, which everyone was involved in, that the person has up till today to come in for a permit. If the permit isn't issued today, or he applies for that permit today, that the town will take care of it, and the town will take it down in 15 days.
This is the 8211.
8211.
Thank you.
I've been told during our meeting today that that person has contacted the portal. I don't know if they have actually secured the permit or not. We'll find out after the meeting here. But regardless, we will take action. We can't let these things go on. Public safety
Anymore.
aside, Andy and I have been kind of doing this stuff for the last 2 years, and we've heard every story. We've listened to every type of scenario where someone's come in, and gosh, it was my great uncle Elmer's house, and I walked down here from Saginaw, Michigan. And it's taken me 2 years to get here on foot, and boy, I really want to do something with this property. Can you just give me a little bit more time? We did all those things. We listened to those people, and we still will continue to listen to those people. But we all know there's an awful lot of people out there that have a story and no substance behind it. And those structures are coming down one way or another.
And one other thing, there's a property, the former Fresh Catch instructed Frankie to reach out to him and say, you either do it or we're coming in a couple weeks to do it. We're just going to do it. Too bad. And the attorney can have to stop in between me and that. But these things just have to be done. We can't keep fighting. Then you got an email the next day that, where his status was and what he planned. That now he settled with the insurance company, which I thought had been done 3 months ago. But that's neither here nor there. So
It's supposed to be coming down this week.
Correct.
Right?
That is correct.
And if it's not,
We will.
we'll be there next week.
And he's been told that. He's well aware of it.
Thank you.
Mr. Town Manager, you mentioned a meeting with FEMA this week. The mayor received a letter last week, and we were forwarded it dated March 21st. Did you see that? And any comment on that? Is that basically, to me, what I got out of it, having not been there, was that it summarized up your Washington visit to me, but I don't know.
It was just a rehashing of, yes, sir, I've seen it. It was a rehashing of everything that we've been talking about with them since November. Just kind of formalizing, putting some dates on it and that type of thing. So yes, that's kind of the meeting. We also had about the properties that were about 1,600. They were down to 15 something. Dr. Kohler's been through that, and we've got almost 100% of that document completed. A spreadsheet that we're providing them and talking to them. Hopefully by next week, we should have that completed and back to them.
Thank you.
And it is our goal to have everything submitted to them
early,
a couple weeks ahead of time before their March 4th deadline.
Right, May 4th.
Or May 4th, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Right,
Including
before the May 4th deadline. They
including the CRS application, the intent, all that stuff.
currently, the FEMA group is really focused on the crosswalk. And our conversations that we've had a weekly conversation with the FEMA team, and they've been very receptive to the changes and updates that have been made to the crosswalk. And the meeting is this week, and we hope we get some feedback that will give us some time to adjust to anything that they may see. So there's going to be some give and take before the May 4th deadline, so there are no surprises. At least that's the goal.
The meeting's Wednesday.
And to that point, we've sent out letters to property owners. Again, knowing that list that was provided to us last year from FEMA, saying that, hey, these are a list of homeowners that we gave funds to through the flood insurance program. Do they have permits? And at the time, Tom and I were scratching our heads like, okay, this is after the fact, and you are holding all the reports, you're holding all the.
Well, yeah, we're not going to rehash all that.
No, but I mean, we have sent out letters, and we've gotten a very well received flood of people coming in for after the fact permits. And that's what it's all about. Just coming in, telling us what you did to your home. Maybe you didn't do anything, but at least having that conversation with us so we can properly document that and show FEMA that we've taken just one more step as far as reaching out to these people. So that's where I was going to with this.
All right.
Thank you.
Jason has one more thing. Last year, we submitted a letter to Honorable Byron Donalds about some, an appropriation with the federal government.
Yeah, just Jason Freeman again for the record. Hopefully something quick on the legislative side. But as part of this process, last year you all authorized us to put into appropriation requests, one for stormwaters and utility improvements and one for equipment and infrastructure repair. Along with those appropriation requests, a letter of community support is required for those appropriation requests. And after coordinating with our federal team now, they've recommended that just in case those projects, we do know that the stormwater and utility improvements is on Byron Donald's project list for FY 2025, but they've recommended that we do resubmit those two requests as well as an updated community support letter for this year, just in case that funding doesn't come through from last year. We already have it in the system, already authorized to go for it, excuse me, for next year as well. So we've put together a similar letter just with updated dates, but are just seeking authorization to have the mayor sign that community support letter again and then submit those two projects. So just in the event that those don't go through from last year, just speeds up that process for this year too. So
And just a little background on why we have to do this is our federal team has informed us when we were asking about these appropriations that it was still in the queue going through the committee processes. They said we're very, very blunt. They said, well, we can give you that answer. We don't have to reach out to get it for you. And it's that money is gone. Everybody's money is gone. With the new administration, they zeroed out all the appropriation requests. So it's not because we did anything. It wasn't because of any other reason than change of administration. They wanted to start at zero. I don't know if it had to do with the Doge or what it had to do with, but that's what we were told, and that's why we're having to go through this again.
Correct.
So yeah, we're just seeking authorization then to have the mayor sign an updated letter just with new dates on it, and then we can put in there, if agreed upon by you all, that you all did the unanimous support for it, which is just a community support letter required for that, and get those two projects back in.
Can we
You want a
hike it
motion?
up based on inflation? I'm serious.
I think that's something we could do. We can coordinate and see if that would change anything with it. But yeah, if you all would want to provide updated numbers for it, we could. I think we did 8 and 2 last year. So
Oh, Joe could probably tell us what those numbers could be.
I think they had backed it down, hadn't they, from the original
I believe
request?
So the 8 we had a little more progress with, and the equipment and
I think anything under like a 10 is probably
And you also have to
single
remember
number.
this whole appropriation thing does go through HUD as well. So if it's not related to blight or desperate need, which we fall into both categories, blight not on the housing side, but blight as far as the conditions to our beach and community after Ian. Those two factors helped us get as far along as we did. We just have to take that in consideration when we're asking for something, because it does, all these requests, federal appropriations on this level go through HUD.
I'm sorry.
Mayor, what, didn't they tell us some of these are just kind of back of the bill type things as well? Or am I confusing that with Tallahassee?
Yeah. They weren't real keen on the 2 million part of it. The 8 million was the one that was moving through the committees until change of.
Right. Yeah, and it did make it onto his project list, which was good news for us. It's just now we're kind of just redoing everything just in case it doesn't go.
Do we need a motion on this or just consensus?
I think a motion would be preferred, and that way we have it on the record. Then just if we need it.
I'll move that we authorize Mayor Allers to sign a letter to Congressman Byron Donalds regarding community support letter for the fiscal year 26 appropriations.
I'll second. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
One last thing, if I may.
Yes.
Probably not popular after that little rant, but
You haven't been popular for a long time.
seeing how you just took a big step toward replacing the town manager. We all know you probably won't have anybody by April 30th, May 1st. Should it be the desire of this council, I'm willing to, work with Nancy, one of the elected officials, to extend for at least 30 days. And we can see where we are as we get into May, if that's the desire of the council. But I would imagine you need to do it by the next meeting, since that's the last meeting of April.
That would be my desire if I speak first, and I'd ask that Councilwoman Woodson be the point person for council. If you can do that,
Be the council, be the what?
to negotiate the
Extension.
Oh, the extension? Oh, absolutely. I can do that.
So
I would do it for a year.
See, she's
I
negotiating.
got
already.
that already written up. So
Anyone have any objection?
Talk Southern,
No objection.
No objection. John, any objection?
no objection whatsoever.
Okay.
Okay.
see, I'm pulling it out again, Andy.
That's all I have. Thank you. I know Nancy's chomping at the bit to get to yours,
To do what?
to get to your
Yeah,
item.
I am. So it's not
Sorry,
all
Mayor.
that Andy has to say, because working with his team last week, I don't know if you were able to watch our special magistrate hearing on Tuesday. This was before our administrative law judge. We had the property at 131, 133 Estero Boulevard. We had two cases. One was an appeal of a demolition order which had been issued last year. And we followed up because there was an appeal that was pending and that building was still there. So Tom with his team, they went in and did a property maintenance code violation. So the magistrate heard two cases related to the same property. There was some discussion back and forth. They basically stipulated that the building needed to come down, and also that there was property maintenance violations. But then the big debate began on how quickly can they do this. And I had conversations subsequent to the hearing with Mr. Davies, and they wanted a longer period. I wanted a shorter period. And ultimately, Mr. Davies' assistant informed me on Friday. So remember, we had the hearing on Tuesday, Friday, that they had applied for a demolition permit. And I spoke with Frankie this morning and his team, Eli, and the permit has passed the city or the town, and is at the, also the fire department has approved it.
Just waiting for.
And they're just waiting for payment, which I mentioned to Mr. Davies. So it looks like that building is going to come down voluntarily, but as we were going through our meeting today, the judge did render a decision. And according to the judge, they must come into compliance on May the 9th. So what will happen is we will monitor, and should they not come into compliance, they can accrue a fine of $250 a day for each day that it is not demolished. And we also have the authority to go in and demolish it ourselves. So we have that right and that power. However, if they do it on their own, it's much easier and better for us, so we don't have to put out the expenditure of it. So the bottom line is, hopefully by the first week of May, that building will no longer be there.
Good
news. So that's good
My
news,
recommendation
great
is
news.
if we do go on and do that we put liens on them and not. on
Oh,
the-
absolutely.
And that way, that's a little different dynamic that we have a little more control that way.
Yes. And then the other,
Worst case scenario, he's got until May 9th.
May 10th, I'm in there.
May 9th. Yeah.
May 10th then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're going to be here.
That's right. He's going to be here. And then the last item is just what you have on your agenda. I just need a vote for your approval of the DiBiase. DiBiase. It's an Italian name, and I should know that. Settlement agreement. This settlement agreement was negotiated back in December, and then there was a lot of back and forth between the attorneys as far as the actual language. This has also been on your agenda a couple times, which we've pulled. We finally have a signed version of it. The material terms have not changed. There's a copy of an unsigned version of it in your agenda materials, but we do have a signed copy. So I would just ask for your approval of that.
Can you give us a quick history on this?
Sure.
Because it goes back a while.
It does go back a while, and for whatever reason, the town went in and put some infrastructure in, I believe stormwater, Jeff, you may know more than I about this, but he had a boat dock, and the town took out the dock and put the pipes in.
This is way before Ian.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, way
Way
before it.
before.
So the settlement that, so he sued, and of course he wanted $1 gazillion, but the settlement, basically we will pay him, the $85,000 for an easement to allow our infrastructure to remain in place. And he will dismiss the lawsuit, and, that will pretty much, each party pays for their own costs. And he will release us from any other type of claim. So it's a pretty straightforward, settlement of the issue. The bottom line is we went in and put our infrastructure in, and we really weren't supposed to do that.
Nancy, isn't it, we pay part of it, FMIT pays part of that on this as
That
well?
is- that
We
is
also,
correct.
they started at a very high number
Oh, yes.
with some other things that I would refuse to do. And so I mean, that was like $200,000 cash, and also doing, if I may,
Us to build the
and
boat ramp.
to get DEP
is-
permits and things of that
yes.
nature, and I refuse to do that. So
Yeah,
we
Andy
really
beat him
came out with a
down.
win on this one.
How much are we talking? Because in the past, there had been a dollar figure associated with it when it was on the agenda.
It's 85,000.
Okay, thank you.
I think we pay half, roughly half, and the insurance pays half.
Yeah, the insurance
That's
is
like, I
involved
think
in this. as well.
40,000 is insurance, and we're the balance.
So I just need a formal motion to approve the settlement agreement.
I'll make a motion to approve the settlement agreement for the DiBiase case.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else.
Nothing else. Okay. Council member items and report. Scott?
I think we all probably need to have a discussion. You know, I worked for a company years and years ago that did risk management, and it seems to me that we have quite a risk on out there. And I'd like to get your opinion of this, the information that was brought up to light over the weekend. I don't know how anyone can come into the LPA and get a fair shake. And I think it's a risk. I think it's a legal, we're just exposing ourselves on so many different levels. And I'm really concerned. Really concerned. So I'd like to get your legal take is, you know, because you pretty much are our risk manager. So
Okay.
I would like your feedback and everyone else's feedback. And you know, what legally can we do? Are the First Amendment things that, you know, we can't do anything? Is what we just need to have a discussion.
Okay, so just to kind of frame the issue for everyone, and it was brought to my attention as well, that our chair of our LPA, Anita Saracita, that she is a member of the Protect FMB, that she has apparently donated money and has also promoted the organization. And the concern was that, can she be fair in her role as the LPA chair and her participation in quasi-judicial matters? She does have her own, you know, constitutional First Amendment rights to her views on policies. There's also a constitutional right to associate with whoever you want. Typically, when you make your appointments to the various boards, you do try to look for a diversity of opinions so that you have a robust conversation. In the alternative, you end up with a group of individuals who are pretty much just rubber stamping approvals, one for one policy perspective or a different one. So the authority to appoint is yours. This morning, there was some comments made during public comment referring to 2-96 in your code of ordinances. And I just want to read the very first part of that. It says, unless otherwise precluded by state statutes, ordinance, or resolution, Any member of an agency, board, committee, or commission shall serve at the pleasure of the town council and may be removed by the town council or with or without cause. In the event the member no longer possesses the required qualifying criteria or is convicted of a felony while in office, basically the town council shall terminate the appointment. So your ability to remove for specific reasons would be if they no longer lived, they no longer possess the required qualifying criteria, or if they're convicted of a felony. There's nothing there regarding a conflict of interest in that there may be a perception of bias. The first sentence does talk about may be removed with or without cause. However, it is qualified with that beginning phrase that says, unless otherwise precluded by state statute, ordinance, or resolution, which should also is, I think it's implied, would be any type of constitutional prohibitions that may be applicable, which in this case, I do believe there's probably two. There was also reference made to whether or not there was a violation of Chapter 112. Whenever we do our public records, or excuse me, our quasi-judicial hearings, I always ask at the beginning, does anybody have a conflict of interest that may prohibit you to make sure that we have the quorum present to do the vote? So under Chapter 112, there must be some kind of special private gain or loss, a special gain or loss to a business associate, a special gain or loss to a relative, a special gain or loss to a client with whom I'm retained, a special gain or loss to the to so-and-so, which is the parent subsidiary or sibling organization of a principal which has retained me. So I don't know that there's a conflict of interest under Chapter 112. I would caution you to rely on your code, which may be unenforceable for reasons under the Constitution, that 2-96. Your authority in this regard is really the appointment. And whenever her term comes up, that's the time that you would have to decide if you want her to continue to participate in the LPA, or if there's someone else that you would prefer and feel more comfortable with. And let me see if there was anything else I wanted to say. I can't remember right now. So that's kind of where we are, I think, on this matter.
Does the LPA go through the same ethics training that we're mandated to go through?
They do.
No,
No, they don't. They don't have to report it, but I think that they are subject to Chapter 112. The other thing I wanted to remind you of is just as we did today during your quasi-judicial hearings that you had two. When you make your ex parte disclosures, I do take an effort when it's a very important decision to be made in the town to ask, are you still able to be impartial in this matter? Can you render a fair decision, or are you biased? And you make your disclosure, and then the applicant, the property owner's representative, has the opportunity to question you as to whether or not there is a bias or not. So that's kind of the check and balance that we have. That's what I can offer you as far as a response.
So as our risk manager, quote unquote, you don't feel there's a risk?
I will ask at the hearings, just as I do for you, whether or not she feels that she can render a fair and unbiased decision. And, we all have faced decisions like that. It might be somebody that I just really dislike, but can I put my feelings aside for that person and be fair?
I think disliking something is a huge difference between supporting monetarily and also suggesting to others that they donate into a lawsuit against the town when you're appointed by the town, to me, that's a huge conflict of interest. And in all honesty, I don't know how anyone could say that they're unbiased. When they're contributing money, they're soliciting others to contribute money. And I would say that about anybody on this council. I mean, you voted against Seagate.
Yeah.
Are you part of Protect FMB, and did you give
Absolutely.
any money to it?
Absolutely not.
I mean, I would ask that of any LPA member. I would ask it of our council. I would ask it of our audit committee, because I think these three entities are held to a much higher level than, I'm not diminishing BORCAB or CellCAB or anything like that, but we are involved in the day-to-day business, and how someone can honestly say that they are unbiased when they have given money to support a lawsuit against the town, they're biting the hand that has appointed them. And I don't see how that's right. I don't see how she should continue in that role.
So I asked, I opened up the discussion, so I'd kind of like to see where everybody's thinking.
Vice Mayor Earl?
Well, I think they're fair questions to ask, but I do think there's a due process dynamic here. I think the accused ought to be able to be here to defend herself. It's a little problematic because this organization claims confidentiality with respect to their donors. So I don't know how one gains evidence as to who their contributors are. I just think that it ought to be an open discussion with the accused here as well, and then have that conversation. I think it's challenging to have this conversation without the person involved here available to defend herself. I think they're fair questions, though.
John?
Well, I think the optics don't look good at all for any of us. I don't know if anybody's been updated on their ethical training this year or not. I did. I was stunned by the presentation of some of the things that stood out from this presenter who works with towns and cities as their attorney as well. But he talked about things like not even going to a site visit because that can cause some concerns. So, I mean, that raised a red flag with me. I don't know if, I try to take it early in the year so I can get it out of the way. But it presents to me, in my mind, an ethical concern as well. I understand the vice mayor. Yeah, I think you need to hear from the individual. I mean, my understanding is she's the one that promoted it on her website or her social media page. So I don't think there's any question of the donation or the solicitations. In my mind, the only ones that will donate to both sides of the street are usually corporations when they're trying to pick a candidate or a party. Otherwise, in my mind, you've already voted with your pocketbook.
All right. Well, yeah, I agree with the optics. It's certainly not something I would have done. But we all know this person very well. Whether or not she can be impartial or not, that's only for her to answer. What I heard from you, Nancy, was it's not necessarily in our purview to be able to.
You could ask her if she wanted to resign, but you could not force her at this point. You have the right to reappoint or not reappoint. And I don't think her term expires until October.
September 30th.
September 30th, okay.
Yeah, I certainly respect someone's ability to their free speech and they can say what they want. I agree with the optics. Again, I wouldn't have probably done that, but here we are where we're at. And if you're telling us that we can't force someone to resign, I don't know how much more of a conversation we could have about it.
Well, you can ask them, but you can't take them off the committee.
So until we went through all this and had the conversation and had Anita, if she wanted to defend herself, could we recuse her from voting until we get this imbalance here? Because, I mean, how can you say that you can vote?
Well, I think that that's her decision that she would make if she believes that she can be unbiased and fair and come to whatever quasi judicial hearing is before her with an open mind, just as you all do. I don't
But none
think
of
you
us
have-
have,
I
but
don't
we
think-
have not given money or solicited people to join in a lawsuit against the town.
I recognize that, but we don't have any type of prohibition against who you donate to and who you don't, because that's who you want to associate with. Whether you give to one of the political parties or to a different political parties, again, it's part of your association with a group, and there are protections for that.
So I guess we'll go back to you, Scott. This is your council member item. You brought it up.
I just brought it up. I'm more concerned, well, optics are bad enough, but I'm looking at the risk management of, open us up for lawsuits if somebody gets denied and feels that they didn't get a fair shake. I'm worried about that. So that's my concern. I just want to bring it up.
Okay, and I'm certain she's probably watching this, or we'll hear about it at some point. So, I'm with you, Vice Mayor Holt. And if she was standing here, we'd probably be having a different conversation.
Yeah.
But
I just want to bring it up.
We'd have a more thorough conversation if she was standing here.
well, there's a meeting tomorrow. Any one of us can go and speak in public comment. I would assume, right? We have the ability to do that.
You do. You also have an M&P meeting this week. If she wanted to come, if you could ask her if you would like her to come, that's an opportunity you have as well.
All right. Anything else, Scott?
No, sir.
Okay. Karen?
No, I think the biggest issue, I mean, we're up against a wall here, and the big issue, there's a huge vote and discussion taking place tomorrow. And that, to me, to not have any kind of conversation with her before that meeting or anything like that, and just to understand, and yeah, if we have to go to public comment and voice our concerns at the LPA, maybe that's one way to do it, because we have a huge vote coming tomorrow, and it's exactly in line in many ways with as big as the Seagate project. It's the arches, and I don't think they're going to get a fair shake, my opinion.
So there is some responsibility on the part of the property owner, developer, and their legal team. And I have had that conversation with them. If they feel that any of you are biased, they have that opportunity to probe and ask you questions, and therefore determine whether or not you're going to be fair to their client, or if you are biased and have already made your mind up regarding a particular item. So that is another kind of check and balance, part of the dynamics that goes into that entire conversation.
Anything else? Vice Mayor Holt?
I have a couple items. I know it's late in the day, but I'll just go through these quickly because I think that'll help the staff, town staff, expedite it with the council's at least blessing in terms of what we know thus far. The residents on St. Peter's Drive would like to turn over jurisdiction of their street to the town of Fort Myers Beach. They had a neighborhood association meeting, and I was contacted by Jim Bone, who also serves on the LPA, and he is asking for the town to give consideration to that. And I think it's a relatively unusual development for the town. I've talked to Andy and Frankie a little bit about it, and maybe Jeff, can't remember. I think Jeff was on the email, maybe copied Nancy as well. But I just wanted to get a sense of from my colleagues whether we're comfortable at least exploring that option, and if so, I don't know if that's a Nancy issue or if that's, is that, seeing heads nod. And how
I've heard
one, well, just in terms of how procedurally one goes about turning over the jurisdiction of their private road to the town of Fort Myers Beach.
So the first hurdle that we need to get over is what is the public purpose of taking over that road, because there will be expenses associating with the maintenance of it. Also evaluating the condition of the current road for liability purposes. Thereafter, it can be deeded to the town, and at a public hearing, then the town would accept it. And then it would be recorded, and it would be our road added to the list of roads that the town owns. And I would defer to Jeff and Frankie as far as what happens then.
Yeah, I spoke with them. It started almost a year ago. I was there on another situation. And they brought up the idea of the one time the HOA, they couldn't get their gate up that they wanted because of the fire at that time. The road is a road, just like a lot of them here in the town. It doesn't serve anything for gas tax. That's done by population. It's not done by lane miles. So it would be a discussion made by management, and then, like Nancy said, in council to receive it or not receive it. But
I would support exploring it at least.
yeah,
See what
we're game.
Should we,
what it's all about.
would it be helpful for Mr. Bone, who's in a previous life a municipal attorney, would it be helpful for him to maybe come before the council and maybe talk a little bit about the background and explain why and so forth? Would that be
Certainly.
helpful? I'll encourage him to do that.
That's fine, but for me, I think the keys are, as you know, having sit on the MPO, what Nancy talked about is what condition is it in and those kind of things before you accept anything.
Along similar lines, just in the case of full transparency, I've been asked by the folks who live at Waterside. They have just replaced all of their fire hydrants, or most of their fire hydrants, with brand new hydrants and incurred those costs. That is on a private road as well. It does have city water back there, but they are interested not so much in relieving themselves of the fiscal responsibility. They're interested in transferring sort of operational control and maintenance control over to the town. Obviously, the fire department does the inspection, Diane, but they're not in the business of managing fire hydrants in a professional way, at least. And they're interested in shifting that to the town. And again, I've talked to the town manager and Frankie, and just full disclosure, I live there, but that's why they approached me, because they knew I knew somebody. And so that's why I want to be very transparent about it. I would obviously recuse myself from it. They have replaced, they just put brand new hydrants in. They're all literally brand spanking new.
They're good looking.
So it's just more of a matter of just sort of from a public safety standpoint, they're trying to shift that responsibility to an entity that does that every day. And that's their raison d'etre, if you will, and that's their expertise. And these hydrants were pretty rusted out when they got replaced. So I think it's better to have somebody really, and maybe there's a dynamic where if the town says at a certain point, hey, you know, we have maintenance control, and the town and the fire department has inspection control, but if they need to be replaced, maybe that's still the fiscal responsibility of the association. EBIA also has hydrants along Bay Beach Lane that they may want to participate in this as well, in terms of we're just trying to make sure professionals are going along, checking the hydrants on a regular basis, just as they do every road on Fort Myers Beach. They're not really trying to shift fiscal responsibility to the town. They're just trying to shift it to people who are subject matter experts in the area. So Nancy, I just, again, look for you for, it's a little unusual, but at the same time, something to chew on and think about. They've asked me to just bring it forward, and I'm doing so.
They're behind a gate.
Yeah, how would that impact?
Yeah, and I'm not the expert on fire hydrants, so I got to look to Jeff. Does the town have other fire hydrants? Do we on a daily basis maintain fire hydrants?
Not on a daily basis, but we do maintain them as we go along. I mean, I just noticed the one on Gulf Beach is kind of leaking, so we do go by and inspect them.
They're ours.
Ours, yeah.
Well, the fire department inspects them and then notifies you if there's a problem. Is that how it works, Jeff?
Or we find them, or we get a resident that calls and says there's something going on. Yeah. So I mean, it'd be added work to our staff and.
They tell me the water department, because the water line doesn't end at the gate, there's a loop there.
Yeah.
So there's another line that goes all the way till the end of the
Yep.
water side. And so the water company's back there on a regular basis to flush out that line because it's town water.
It's closed. It's not.
And so they're out there on a regular basis. So I think they're just hopeful that we could kind of just get added to the inspection list.
Yeah, I'll talk to Mark and see what we.
Think something to think about. And then lastly,
This is not like this is like more of an easement, wouldn't it be, Nancy, to get into that property?
Oh, yes. We
It
would
wouldn't
need an
be
easement to
taken over,
access
yeah.
it, and then also probably maybe some kind of bill of sale because it's actually an object that we would be acquiring ownership of.
yeah, I don't know if you'd own it or just assume maintenance or, in
Some type of agreement.
I don't know.
Maintenance agreement or something.
Some kind of maintenance agreement, something to think about. So put that on your list, Nancy, and you've got nothing else to do. The other issue is the beach school. This is getting a bit time sensitive. We've had a litany of ad hoc committee meetings to save the beach school. That consists of many folks from Lee County School Administration and a number of parents and myself and the principal and one of the teachers. And we have very long meetings to discuss the status of the school. As folks know, the kids are still not back at the school. We've had some distressing meetings as of late in that the school district has done an assessment of the school building on Fort Myers Beach, and they're declaring that it involves serious work. And they've got 5 different options that they'll at some point be bringing to the school board. They're going to recommend one of the options to the school board by early June, which is close to the last day of school. So sadly, our kids will not be getting back to the beach school this spring. And likely, since all of the options at a minimum take 7 months to complete in terms of the renovations necessary to the building, they're between 7 and 18 months are the various options, probably more likely in the 7 to 8 months range. They're looking for an interim solution to keep the kids on the island. One of the things that I've been in discussion with town staff about is to see if we can use these existing town trailers when the town shifts over to the new town hall. The Lee County School District team came here Friday, and that was hosted by our staff. They did a great job of explaining the pros and cons of these trailers. And obviously, we've got a lease on these trailers. So we haven't talked finances yet, but there's potential that the school could assume the lease, assuming we can sublease it. I think one of the challenges that I haven't had a chance to talk to Andy and Frankie yet, and it's informal at this point, but just from what I'm hearing, because one of the ad hoc committee members, John Koss, was at that visit here at the town hall. There's a sense, at least from a preliminary standpoint, that they are intrigued by the trailers very much, but they feel as if it might be better served if the trailers stay here in the current location for the next 7 to 8 months. Now, I know the town has plans for this property and there are certain grants contingent upon that. So I just wanted to be transparent, let everybody know what's going on. I didn't know if it's possible. You all are the experts with respect to working with our friends from Lee County and HUD. If it's possible to delay that plan for 6 to 8 months for the kids to be able to stay here and use these trailers, or at least do part of the program.
It's not a county issue. It's a federal grant.
So it comes from HUD, right? It's
No,
not a
Parks and Recreation.
And we already asked for an extension on that, 2 extensions. The last one we asked for 18 months and they gave us 6 and they basically said that's it.
So there is no possibility for.
I mean, we
extension.
could definitely ask, but it took us about 4 months to get a response back last time.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, none of this is ideal.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying with so it's the $1 million match grant that we have to build pickleball courts right as we sit, and then the big open multi-purpose field. So
Yeah, I think the ask is, could you explore the feasibility of it and just take a look at it?
Well, the only problem is by the time we got an answer, we've got to be started here. I don't know that we get an answer before we have to be under construction.
And we're putting the bid out like this week.
Yeah, for whatever reason, there's some concern about, I don't know if it's the cost of, because obviously we can move the trailers over to the school and potentially to the old town hall property in a pinch.
I sensed it was a cost
You
factor, but
sensed it
they'd
was
have
a-
to give us the $1 million if we gave away the grant, so they could weigh that out.
Well, I just wanted to let my
Touche.
colleagues know what's going on. These are the conversations that we've been having. And it's a tough situation for the kids and the parents. And the sad chapter of this is that as we're working diligently on these 5 options, there's a little piece of this puzzle that gives some volatility to it. They're hiring a consultant to determine the viability of these 5 options. I thought we already determined the viability of the school in the 4-year interlocal agreement. And so that was troubling to all involved. And still that remains a point of contention. But we have tried to share our concerns with the appropriate school board members and with the superintendent. Conversations are ongoing, negotiations are ongoing, hopefully in good faith. And so that is the latest with the Fort Myers Beach School. So we're hopeful that we'll have good news in early June with some definitive plan of attack, but some of it is contingent upon these trailers. And if they don't have a good trailer option, the kids unfortunately would have to go off island for school in the fall, which creates obviously hardship on the kids and the parents, but also creates hardship on our ability to market the school to prospective parents and to folks who work on our island. So we've been placed in a very challenging situation once again by well, it's just taken a long time since Milton to really get things cooking with our friends at the Lee County School District. So we're now behind the 8 ball once again, just like we were after Ian.
I think you're being much nicer than you need to be.
Trying to be, because we obviously still want to work constructively with our friends at Lee County School District, but they're putting us in a tough spot.
Pick me, Dan.
Oh.
Pick me.
So that's what I know at this point.
Okay.
And I think that's all I have. I did have a question. John probably knows the answer to this more than anyone, since we can't talk about such things, but somebody asked me, and I used to know this, but the South Bridge is progressing nicely. And I know they're going to destroy the old bridge and create a reef offshore. But is there a fishing pier going in underneath the South Bridge?
There is not.
There's not. So there's no fishing allowed on the South Bridge and the new South Bridge, as I understand it.
Because I believe it'll be too tall.
But there is no underlying fishing bridge on the South Bridge.
I don't think I think it was fought for, but I don't think
Yeah, I couldn't remember either.
I know in some situations they leave part of it just to
Well,
serve
yeah.
that purpose.
Yeah.
No, but this was for the
all
new
do
one.
it.
Wow. If they are going to put something in there, I seemed like they had waffled back and forth. If they were going to put something in there, it was going to be accessible only from the Lover's Key side.
Would you be kind enough to ask at the next
I will.
MPO meeting and announce that for us?
I would be happy to do that.
All right, thank you. I don't know who else to ask. That's all I have. Thank you.
John?
I'll hope try and be quickly. I learned over the weekend that one of the fire department folks that has been in charge of our permitting is off duty for a while. Is that impacting the?
First we've heard of.
No, I got good news.
Wait a minute. Let's answer this first. We
Yeah.
haven't heard anything about
We
it.
haven't heard anything, no.
Tom,
So I-
you heard anything?
I've not heard anything.
My understanding was that this individual is off on extended leave and no timetable is when they return. And I don't know if their work has been divvied up or how it's impacting us going forward as a new
I'm sure
town
they
hall.
pass it around.
Well, I would
They pick
hope,
up the
but-
work, but we have not heard. We will inquire. I'll get Joe in. We got a meeting with them this week, so we'll follow up. We'll see who comes to the meeting.
Well, I don't think they will, but any update on the new town hall?
We're waiting on our fire permit, sir.
There you go. And what about the elevator?
We've got a meeting with them tomorrow.
What's the specifics about the elevator?
It's the shaft that goes.
You're talking about shaft?
I knew you were going there. It raises the elevator up and down. They found out when they got there, it took more than what they thought to repair it. So now we're waiting on that as well.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Hey, Dan, I've got one other thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Community Foundation still has tickets available. I think about 20 left. I spoke to them this morning. They're having their event, their Vegas night at Diamond Head at 6:30 on Saturday. So it did sell out last year. So if you're considering going, get your tickets now.
There you go. The only thing I've got, speaking of risk management, was talking with a resident who's in the risk management business and has offered for free to have one of their risk management professionals come and do a risk management assessment of the entire island on behalf of the town, again, at no charge, if that's something we would want to go down the road to do. To me, it sounded like a good idea. It points out deficiencies in sidewalks, anything that could potentially be a risk to the town legal wise.
I also,
I don't know if it's
So
possible.
legal wise, once you know of a known hazard, you have to correct it. Because should you fail to correct it and there is an injury, there's not a lot of defense that you can argue.
Well, I would argue that we would want to fix the deficiencies anyway, but it all comes down to funding and
Well,
at the end
is
of the
there a
day,
timeline? Is there a timeline for
Timing
something?
of it.
For,
If they
once you're
find
notified,
deficiencies, is there a timeline in which it has to be fixed so that you're in?
no, but let's say it's a trip hazard because there's a break in the sidewalk. They will say that the town knew about this hazardous condition and failed to do anything about it. So you need to be careful. However, you can target certain areas and perhaps identify some risk areas, maybe sidewalks in an area that's highly used by pedestrians, and just focus your target there, but you will have to make those repairs.
I'm sorry, Mayor, this was brought to you by somebody in the business, or is that what you said, or?
Well, it's just someone that lives on the island, that is their business, that
Okay.
offered the services. It wasn't for
That-
anything other, no specifics as to there was a risk management
No, okay.
issue, just
No,
that,
I just wanted to get clear on that.
yeah, they were just
Thank you.
offering their services for no cost to the town.
Thank
And
you.
maybe, I guess I was just looking to see if it made sense to have their people talk to our people, and if it makes sense, it makes sense. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't know. I was just passing the message on.
No, it's fine. I mean, again, if you want to target an area, we do want to make the island as safe as possible for everybody.
would that be something they'd have to come present to the council as a gift? It had to be received, or we'd have to put it out for a bid, or how would we
We
do
would
that?
probably have some kind of agreement with them.
Correct.
Just
to make sure
what the services are going to be, the
Sure.
fact that there's no compensation required. So,
I will just pass the message on to have them reach out to the town manager and town attorney, and you guys can
okay.
Perfect.
take it from there. That's all I got.
Move to adjourn.
I was going to see if
That was
anybody else had
quick.
anything else.
A nice try.
I got a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Any objection? All